Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, October 15th, 2024. And got a pretty good group out here today. That's nice to see. Thank you for attending. And I've asked Supervisor Happ to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning. If you'll rise and please join with me.
Okay, thank you. All right, on our agenda next is, standard is oral communications. And I'll just run through a couple of things here as I've been doing at each board meeting. First of all, these are, you'd be speaking to items that are not on the agenda. Please pay attention to that. When you do speak, come up to the podium. Please address the board. Be aware of the clock up here. It's a countdown. After 2 minutes, you'll hear an audible tone. Lets you know you got 1 minute left. And the only other thing that I've been expressing at each board meeting is that I fully realize that legally you have the right to use whatever language you would like to when you're up here at the podium addressing the board. I would ask that you please have respect for both staff members, board members, and people in the audience, and try to refrain from bad language. If you can keep yourself from doing so, it would be appreciated. And so with that said, I will call for oral communications. Anybody that'd like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning, Frank Smart, Columbia. I have something I want to show Anaya Kirk. That's her family. And this brick has got a little chip out of the corner, and I can't use it, so I ordered another one. So if you want this one, you can have it. This is grandmother's name on it. This is a brick that will go in the sidewalk of the Women's Veterans Memorial in Twainhart. Okay? And they're for sale. I have order forms if you want them. But I'm here this morning to invite Board of Supervisors, county staff, and the public to the dedication of the memorial, which will be held on the 16th of November, 10 o'clock, 2300 block of Fuller Road in Twainhart at the entrance to the swimming pool next to the local press cafe. It's about 60-70% finished now. We just poured the seven-sided memorial, poured that Saturday morning. Friday morning, I'll put the flagpole on the top of that and go on from there. We've had the great fortune to have as our keynote speaker Lindsay Sin, who is the Secretary of CalVet. That's the highest ranking veteran and the heads of CalVet. She is a Navy veteran herself. And so she will be here to speak. And Debbie Eskew is in charge of setting that all up. There'll be a little reception afterwards. Parking and seating is going to be an issue. We suggest Epperson Park and walk around. Hopefully the weather, it looks like the weather will be good. And just thankful and pleased to get the project to this point where I can begin to relax and finish it up and go on and do something else. And I thought I wasn't going to do nothing else, but got a phone call yesterday that tells me I am. So I'm going to be involved in the fly-in next year at the airport, which is going to honor veterans. So Tracy O'Neill Williams asked me to help her out with that. So how can I say no? I should say no, but I can't say no. The wife says I should say no. But at any rate, I've had great cooperation from everybody in the county. Facilities management have been great. The organizations, individuals, my committee, my women's committee have done a great job. So I'm running out of time, but anyhow, I hope to see all of you there on the 16th of November. That's the week after Veterans Day. Okay? Thank you.
Hey, Frank, what time on the 16th?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Yeah.
Primarily bring a chair. Be limited seating, limited parking.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jerry Morrow. I'm the president of the California County Planning Commission Association, and I represent the 58 counties in California. So I'm here today to honor each of you as a Board of Supervisors for the support that you give us to our association. We're a very large association. Like I say, we represent the 58 counties in California. We have 13 members on our board, and we look at different things to educate planning commissioners, new and old. And we look at conditional use permits. We look at planning general plans. We look at subdivision maps, variances, zone ordinances, culture resources, training and CEQA, and the California Environmental Quality Act. So we look at a lot of different things. But I want to thank Supervisor Heff and Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Goldenberg, and I'll get to you two in a minute. So anyhow, it's a pleasure to be here and let you know for the support that you give us, because you hold the purse strings for the planning commissioners to come to our conferences. And by the way, this is our 94th year. 94 years we've had a conference every year. So anyhow, I'd like to invite Supervisor Campbell and Supervisor Brandon to come to the podium for a minute. Supervisor Brandon, this is in recognition of your support that you have given our association throughout the years. You was our speaker last year, and we really appreciate that. Supervisor Campbell, we appreciate you on our board. You give our conference a week and a half ago a great speech and a great opportunity to have the board, have planning commissioners hear you. But thank you again, and thank you, supervisors, for all the support that you've given us. Thank you again.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Leon Casas. I'm currently the interim director for the Sierra Senior Provider Senior Center and former CEO for Sierra Senior Providers from 2013, 2019. And way back, I was former recreation director and director of recreation and library services way back when. So, first of all, on behalf of Sierra Senior Providers Board of Directors and staff, we would like to thank you, the county, for allowing the senior center to operate out of your own county-owned building. We couldn't do what we do without the building. It's an excellent facility and provides excellent services for our seniors. And also, I'd like to thank your facilities department for their maintenance and care of the building. It's very valuable and very helpful, so we appreciate all their hard work. I'm here this morning to personally invite each of you to our community open house event at the Senior Center, which will be held on Tuesday, October 29th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. If I read your calendar correctly, I don't believe you have a board meeting during that time, so hopefully you'll be able to drop by. Some of the things that we'll be featuring at the open house include guided tours of our facility at no charge. You'll see our Meals on Wheels packing process from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll provide a variety of community resources available to seniors and their families, a listing of current activities and upcoming events. Also, you can drop by our treasure hunt thrift store, check that out, buy a few things, and join us for a delicious lunch from noon to 1, prepared by our nutrition manager and chef, Rebecca Carlson. And there will be many more things that we'll be showcasing and highlighting during that time. Just a few side notes. Meals on Wheels is a key component of our program. And last fiscal year, we served over 63,000 meals. We're currently delivering firewood to seniors 60 and over who are in dire need of firewood. So if you know anybody that has a pickup truck that would like to help deliver firewood, please contact me. And again, I want to invite you to our open house and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Good morning.
I'm Lisa Silva with Master Care. We're ECM provider here locally, working with our unsheltered community. I'm just going to speak today regarding, I'm sure it already is in the works, but also prioritizing on the agenda for our unsheltered community at Camp Justice for preparing for the changing seasons. I know that there's folks boots on the ground that are already active in that, but maybe just bringing it to the attention of everybody kind of in the community. I do attend the meetings for the unsheltered community, but just wanted to bring it to the attention that prioritizing this on the agenda would be necessary because it's going to take a lot of time, obviously, to get us ready or the community ready there. And so just providing a voice for that community to be here today. They are preparing for the cleanup right now that they do once a week. So members could not attend, so I told them that I would bring that as a topic to your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Like this.
Uh-huh.
There's two sides to every story.
Okay, good morning. If you could please.
When I was in high school and university and the military, I had a chance to work with 3 different county governments. And I was surprised when we moved here in '76 that when there'd be big controversial, big projects, I'd hear local neighbors and colleagues say, "Oh, that's the good old boys, Tuolumne Hall," and I was kind of taken aback. And then I read a grand jury report that was questioning ethics and the board's kind of feeble response to that. So I started looking more closely, and I noticed that major projects that had huge quality of life impacts were somewhere in a back room were approved with no vetting, no transparency. The media, local media, monopoly feeds pablum to people. They don't know what's going on. And as I looked deeper, big projects were given a chance to go without any kind of impacts, or they were given the right to do all the impact studies themselves, which is more dangerous. And then the board would avoid, you talk to somebody and they'd avoid going to the meetings, and they would pinch their nose and walk away from it. And we have several things like that working right now. There's projects that have been languishing for years with companies and nonprofits that are not qualified to deal with them. And at the same time, great projects that were worth millions to the county were avoided and ignored. So I just want to say that people are watching in the halls of Congress, in the high offices in the Agriculture Department in Sacramento and Vallejo and federal offices. But there needs to be change. And the hardest part of this whole thing, my career, was dealing with young people, beautiful, smart, and honest. And I call and I get new hires on the phone from many departments, and I can hear it in their voices that it really kills them that they know how this all works, and their youth is kind of tarnished, and we wonder where malaise comes from. So I'm begging you, as a new board comes up, I'll have some suggestions that people have given me in little meetings we've had, and hopefully we can get some change and protect the quality of life in Tuolumne County. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Additional public comment. Good morning.
My friend Mike was unable to attend this morning, and he usually offers a prayer for the community, and I would like to do that this morning for him. Heavenly Father, I come before you with a grateful heart, acknowledging the blessings of community that you have bestowed upon us, the community you have created for us to live in fellowship with one another, to support, encourage, and uplift one another in times of joy and sorrow. Lord, I ask for your protection over our community. Guard us from harm, violence, and discord. Let your peace reign in our streets, our homes, and our hearts. Lift up those who are struggling within our community, those who are experiencing hardship, poverty, loneliness, or illness. Surround them with your love and comfort, and inspire us to reach out with compassion and support. In your name, Lord, I pray for my community. May it be a reflection of your kingdom on earth, where love reigns supreme. Amen.
Would anybody else like to speak under oral communications? Again, items not on the agenda, please. Good morning.
Good morning to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, the Republic of California, 1849, admitted to the Union September 9th, 1850. And I am John Flynn, your political watchdog, and I don't have time to insult you. I got to go right into what I want to talk about. All right. For farmers and ranchers in the county, we have Yasana TV, YANASA TV, and they tell you what's going on nationally with farms and ranchers. So check that out. The next subject is no on Measure Z, the 1% sales tax for Tuolumne County government, this November 5th. I already voted, and I voted no. The next subject is pertaining to your oath of office, and this was brought to my attention. Someone printed it up this past, just this Friday, so I was still trying to digest it. Okay, the oath of office is, and this is really for the legal department in the back room there. The oath of office is a quid pro quo contract, small letter CF, U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2, and Clause 3. Davis versus Lawyers, Surety Corporation, comma, 459, capital letters SW, second, that's 2 with an ND, 655, comma, 657, comma, Texas Civil Appeals, and in which clerks, officials, or officers of the government pledge to perform, support, and uphold the United States and state constitutions in return for substance, wages, perks, benefits. Proponents are subject to penalties and remedies for breach of contract. You do have a contract to the people in this county and elsewhere. Conspiracy of the small letter CF, Title 18, United States Code, Section 241, 242, treason under the Constitution at Article 3, Section 3, Clause 1, and I can't pronounce the word, INTRINSIC, fraud. And I don't know how much time I have, but anyway, I'll keep talking. Then Ryan Campbell is against the sale of the ballpark on Tuolumne County, and I'm also against that, but I'm not going to work with him because he's being sued in federal court as of May 17, 2024, along with some other people, and I do get tipped off every now and then. So that's about it. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will close. A little late coming up, but come on in.
Most of you guys know me. I'm Chuck Sloan. To hear anyone say that we don't need that sales tax is totally nonsense. That's it.
Okay. Last call for oral
I
communications.
guess I should also say, as far as I know, I'm not being sued in federal court. So I guess I should clarify that since I was called out specifically. Oh, wait, did you? Oh, okay, shoot.
Good morning.
Good morning. I want to thank Leon Casas for coming today and telling you all about the Senior Center. I brought some flyers for the community open house. I'll leave them on the back table. They are also having their centenarian luncheon on Monday, and I'm sure they would like to see everyone there to celebrate. And then CHP is finally going to do an Age Well Drive Smart class at the Senior Center. So this is a senior driver education class, but I recommend that everybody, no matter what your age, take it because it's a nice reminder on how to behave behind the wheel of a deadly weapon. And you can sign up at the front desk at the Senior Center. Their number is 533-2622. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give a pause here, see if anybody else would like to come up and speak. Okay, seeing none, I will close oral communications, and we will move on to staff reports. So if staff could please come up and give us a little report on what you're doing. We'd like to hear from you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm the first one. That's awesome. Well, good morning, Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board, Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director. I'm here today to give a couple of updates. First, very excited to report that the Oak Terrace Navigation Center is officially open. On Monday, October 7th, our first family moved into the center. This family consists of a single mother and 4 children. I was able to sit down with her a couple days ago and just talk to her about what this program has meant in its short time. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears, and she expressed how very, very thankful she was to have this opportunity. Specifically, she spoke about the impact she's already seen in her children. As this board is aware, homelessness can be extremely difficult for kids. Having stable housing gives children a sense of safety and consistency, enabling them to thrive emotionally, socially, and academically. This mother described for me how positive the children have responded to this new environment. She explained that she has already witnessed improvements in their ability to communicate as a family, and how the sibling bonds are already in the process of being rebuilt and repaired. And she attributes these changes to the safety and stability that they have found at the Navigation Center. Regarding staffing at the center, our relief resident assistant started on September 9th, and I'm excited to announce that our full-time resident assistant has completed the employment screening process. I spoke with him last night, and we have a tentative start date next week. This project undoubtedly experienced some setbacks and has taken longer than any of us would have liked. However, in thinking back over the timeline, I'm pretty impressed, and it's quite remarkable, I think, in how much has been accomplished. As this board is aware, the initial plan for the center was to contract site management out to a community-based organization or individual. With that, we published a request for proposal in early November of last year. That RFP ran for about 3 weeks, and unfortunately, we didn't have any interest in the community. So what did we do? We pivoted, and we figured out how to run the program internally. This required us to create new job classifications, recruit for staff. This meant we had to create the program from the ground up. We had to develop policy, procedures, occupancy agreements, program guidelines, forms, and many, many other things. We also continued to meet with our community stakeholders to provide progress on the project all along, and we worked to establish a multidisciplinary resource team to support program operations. All in all, from the time we were tasked with creating this program, we had a family enrolled in less than a year. Having seen all the work that has gone into this, I'm really proud of that accomplishment. I want to thank County Council, Human Resources, and the General Services Agency for their assistance along the way. Each of those departments performed critical tasks that got us to where we are today. Also like to thank my team at HHSA who has hung in with me. I think some of them doubted we would ever get to this point. I just really want to thank them. Their dedication to serving the unsheltered in Tuolumne County is really unmatched. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your efforts. Good morning.
Good morning. Chairman Goldenberg, Supervisor, CO Riggs. Mike Mazook, Animal Control. I just want to give everybody a couple updates on what's going on with animal control. I have the September count of our animals that we received. So in September, we received 129 total animals, 58 cats, 69 dogs, a pig, and a goat. Our outcomes were probably better than I expected. We did end up having to euthanize 21 animals. We adopted 17. We transferred out to various organizations 74 animals. So that's including all the way up to Portland, Oregon, and Seattle, Washington. We have a group that we Northside Pet Connection. Kathleen Morse, she helps us drive animals up to the border almost to Canada. So that really helped. We returned to owner 13 animals. Our officers responded in person to 389 field incidents, and we received 1,986 phone calls at our shelter. We did open up our relief animal care technician position. We advertised it for 19 days. It was viewed 668 times, and it ended up getting 2 interviews, which are tomorrow. So that is actually a 0.01% of everybody that looked at it actually made it to an interview. So hopefully that works well tomorrow. And then I'm just going to go briefly over some of our operational challenges right now. Sharp increase in animal problems throughout the county, whether it's a vicious animal, livestock at large, rabies cases, livestock getting hit by cars, mistreated, everything you want to say about animals, it's increased tenfold within the last year. So we're going to have to come up with some operational changes on how we're going to respond to things because we don't have the staffing to handle all the calls in a proper time. So everything that's a non-emergency complaint, barking dogs, dogs just being at large, not doing any damage, stray livestock with known owners, things of that nature, we're going to send notices in the mail or call the owners because we don't have time to respond. I have 3 officers for the entire county, and it's just not working right now. So we're going to focus on just public safety, that's biting dogs, quarantining animals, aggressive dogs, rabies cases, and sheltering our animals because our population right now is so huge. We're having a hard time maintaining the proper care. So this morning when I came down here, we have 71 animals. We have 2 people to clean all those cages. We'd like to have 40 animals. So 15 minutes per animal equals 18 hours. We can't do that in one day. So we're having to pull officers out of the field to clean kennels. And right now with those numbers, we're 177.5% over capacity. So we're trying everything we can, and we hope the public can understand right now. We're still gonna, respond to everything, and that's a serious matter. We just are overwhelmed at the moment. Some of the problems that we're facing, pet overpopulation is huge. The homelessness problem of people abandoning dogs and having dogs not spayed and neutered is a very large impact on our shelter and animal abandonment in general. And then now that the sheriff has a lot more people out on the street, a lot of the people that they arrest have dogs. I'm going to say a large majority of them have dogs, or they get arrested at home and we have to take the animals from the house. So those all are big things that are driving a lot of things for us right now. All right, I just thank you very much for listening. Thanks.
Additional staff reports. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Donnie McNair, Clerk and Auditor Controller. Just wanted to let everybody know that we sent out ballots last Monday, and if you have not received your ballot this Thursday, the 17th, to please call our office at 209-533-5570, We can get your ballot suspended and reissued. As of this morning, we've received 1,100 ballots, which is pretty exciting news. We appreciate the early voting, and we hope to keep that going. And also just a reminder to please sign the back of the envelope before returning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Leah Morales, Purchasing and Contract Management Analyst for the county. I'm here to announce that the Purchasing and Fleet Department, in support with a lot of support from the Auditor's Office, is hosting a vehicle auction, surplus vehicle auction on Saturday, October 19th at 10915 North Airport Road in Columbia. The gates open at 7:15. The auction starts at 8 a.m. If you would like to see a list of the vehicles that are available, you can click on the link on the Auditor Controller's website titled Surplus Auction. Also, I wanted to update you on the June 18th resolution that your board adopted, Resolution 5024, allowing donation of surplus firefighting equipment to U.S. and Mexico Firefighters United. I had quite an exciting day yesterday. Two representatives from the nonprofit flew in to Columbia Airport and rented a U-Haul and came down to Surplus and picked up a majority of the equipment. They plan to utilize it in North Carolina in support of the firefighters who were devastated by the Hurricane Helene. I'll have probably more information from them after the equipment makes its way there, but I wanted to let you know that it has been picked up and is going to a good cause. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services, with a couple of updates. First and foremost, earlier this month, we had a community evacuation tabletop exercise, the second in a series. This was held up in Groveland, and we had about 45 participants from residents, so it was really great. And I want to thank the sheriff, his staff, obviously Tuolumne County Fire, CAL FIRE staff, animal control staff, CSU, and Supervisor Half for ensuring that we had a great participation. I think it went very, very well. And also to Access Tuolumne, who recorded it. So you can find it on Access Tuolumne if you want to take a look about how that went. Our next scheduled will be in District 1 for Supervisor Goldenberg on November 12th. So you can reach out to Supervisor Goldenberg or to our office for more information, but it will be specific to the Sonora area. Then, of course, we're going to get out to Columbia and hopefully into the other two districts that we still have yet to serve. It's a great opportunity for those individuals to talk about preparedness and really be informed about their responsibility in the preparedness actions. Also, I would like to report out that many are watching. We will have a fire weather watch. So fire season is not over. That will be Thursday through Saturday throughout parts of the state. And this morning we were notified by PG&E. We will have a PSPS that will hit Tuolumne County. I know Nathan's in the audience. We've already chatted about it this morning. It looks like it will probably affect about 3,800 customers. Looking at the maps, the areas possibly affected starting Thursday through Saturday would be Yankee Hill, Cedar Ridge, Miwok Village, Sierra Village, Long Barn, and up Highway 108 to Strawberry. So we will be coordinating with our partners in the county, definitely watching that, and are thankful the coordination that we have with PG&E because they let us know as soon as that was coming up and also to when those areas might come out of scope. So we will be coordinating that, but we want the public to know and you as a board to know as well. Lastly, I would like to suggest and just announce that on October 17th, it is the California Great Shakeout, another one of our possible scenarios in California is earthquakes. Tuolumne County OES will be partnering with our ham radio partners in T-Cares and doing an exercise to communicate, and that will happen on October 17th. We ask that everyone think about how you would prepare and how you would respond yourself personally by drop, covering, and holding on at 10:17 on Thursday, October 17th. Thank you.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I'm going to start with a little bit of chaos, but work in a little bit of gratitude as well. As you all may know, Friday, our public safety answering point, emergency communication center had a complete blackout. We had a failure of our generator, which had us relying on backup power through auxiliary batteries. The gratitude portion is I can't tell you how fantastic our facilities and information technology staff were at trying to keep us afloat. They did a great job at certain times throughout a course of approximately 2 hours. We experienced several different types of outages, not only with radio communication, but also 911 infrastructure. I feel like we've talked about a lot of 911 failures in the last couple of years, and it's no surprise to this community or your board that this has been an ongoing issue up for the tune of approximately 2 years in various degrees. On Friday, we had 10 calls that we can account for. 4 of them confirmed as ambulance calls that we were unable to take those calls for service and relay in a timely manner where those ambulances should go. We had to call back on administrative lines to try and coordinate through third parties on how we were going to organize and facilitate the response to those emergency calls for service. In one of those calls for service, one of my deputy sheriffs was in the middle of administering emergency medical protocols when the lines went dead. Complete blackout. The other 911 calls, untraceable, listed as abandoned on our equipment. I can't tell you, and I know that you support having 911 infrastructure. We've had many conversations about that, and that's why it's so important that the community knows that you're attuned to it. It's just as important to you as it is to me. Now, we filed joint responses to the grand jury findings just a short time ago, talking about how we are going to pursue moving our PSAP into the Dan Backer Detention Facility, which we are diligently doing, and I'm grateful for all the staff that are helping do that, county administration as well. They've been key instruments in trying to get consent, but this has proven to be a lengthy process. And I do not have a high level of certainty or absolution that it will be timely in a manner that when we're talking about life and death regarding 911. We cannot continue to move forward without something in the near future. Vision right now for 911 infrastructure. In those responses to the grand jury, I was very, very clear in the joint responses that if this proved to be a not timely solution, where it would be extended out, and right now I think our best guess is we're looking at a year, maybe even plus, before we can even begin to start moving 911 infrastructure over there. I recommended that we explore and without delay execute a Plan B. Now, we have a building located on Stryker Court that is a Plan B. I come to you because it's important that you know where I'm at. We cannot stay where we were at and roll the dice to continue having these 911 outages. Now, I know there's a lot of vested interest in Stryker Court. It's not just, a simple conversation. There's a lot of partners that operate out of there. It's a disruption to other operating services, and I know that. What I'm asking is that this board support moving forward with that Plan B so I can work with my department heads and partners to figure out how that's going to be best implemented without delay. We simply cannot wait on the status quo. This has put me in a position where I cannot guarantee that we are going to get 911 calls for service, and that's a problem for me. It's a problem for our community. So I throw that out there to let you know that I have a plan. We'll be working and having those conversations with the county administrator and all staff that has a say in what that building is and what it isn't to try and come up with a solution. Right now we have Cal OAS that has designated a specific set of money to provide support for infrastructure to move both temporarily and permanently. And that is my vision moving forward, and I hope that there's support across the board in county administration for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Debbie from Veterans Services. I just want to brief you. Veterans Day is coming up. It's November 11th, and they're doing the Field of Flags, and they're going to have a dedication that weekend prior to Veterans Day. But we're also working at expanding that to Veterans Appreciation Week. So what we discussed, and I'm talking about HRNS in our office, is to go and do things in the various different districts. And so if you get like a Blaster Coffee or something from, I won't mention names of coffee places, but down here in Sonora, you can also get one in Twain Harte, in Groveland, in Jamestown. So what I'm doing is reaching out. We're starting to canvass those businesses, but I'm reaching out to you as the supervisors of your districts. If you know of specific businesses that may want to, that we're not even thinking about, that may want to support this, if you can let me know, and we can see if we've already contacted them. And then if not, we will. Also, they will be recognized in the Union Democrat on the radio, and also at a Board of Supervisors meeting on the week of Veterans Appreciation Week. So if you have any questions, call my office and we'll get back to you. And it's, you know, it's a win-win for everybody. Free advertisement, and it may bring some people to a restaurant or something that they've never attended. Okay, and it keeps them in your specific districts. Do you have any? I don't have any questions. Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing none, I will close staff reports at this time. Being mindful of the time, I'd like to go ahead and get through consent calendar before we have our PG&E presentation. So I will look first to my fellow board members. Does any board member have an item that they would like to see pulled off of consent for discussion? Okay, seeing none, if the clerk could please read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the September 17th, 2024 meeting. Item number 2, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 3, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of flood damage on August 19th, 2024 at the Navigation Center pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.6060, 4/5 vote required. Item number 4, approving an agreement with the Office of Traffic Safety, OTS, for a grant in the amount of $17,826 and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item number 5, adopting Resolution 9024, approving an agreement with CAL FIRE for a volunteer fire capacity grant, VFC, in the amount of $12,983 and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents included in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget. Item number 6, approving the discharge of accountability for 19 accounts totaling $38,712 in the Ambulance Enterprise Fund in accordance with Government Code Section 25259. Item number 7, approving the conflict of interest codes for the following local agencies: Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District. Item number 8, approving non-disclosure agreement with ADT for the release of their fire alarm data to be used to educate and inform ADT's users regarding the county's fire alarm ordinance and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 9, approving plans and specifications for required accessibility improvements at the Tuolumne County Navigation Center and authorize staff to release an invitation for bids. Item number 10, adopting Resolution 9124, authorizing application and signature delegation to the County Administrative Officer for California Office of Emergency Services, undeserved UV program requests for application for non-competitive funding from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. Item number 11, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3458 was published on July 23rd, 2024. A summary of ordinance 59 was published on August 2nd, 2024. A summary of ordinance 3460 and 3461 was published on August 24th, 2024. A summary of ordinance 3463 was published on August 5th, 2024. A summary of ordinance 3462 and 3464 was published on August 8th, 2024, in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 12, accepting the resignation of John Latore as an at-large representative of the Board of Supervisors, Solid Waste Committee, and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Item number 13, approving the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1764, Jamestown Road Reconstruction, contained in the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget, and issuing a call for bids to be due on November 14th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Item number 14, accepting the resignation of Wes Brinegar as the at-large representative, Tuolumne County Planning Commission, and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy.
Thank you. So I'll look to the board first. Are there any comments on items? Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, just comment on item number 14, Wes Brinegar. Wanted to thank him. I believe he was the member at large, and he's just a great guy. I know a lot of people appreciate his feedback. Military vet, and also works up in the forest doing tree work. So thank him. And then real quick funny story. I don't know if you guys know LGO's Appliances, but the guy was working on my dishwasher this week, and he had a near-death experience a few weeks ago. He's like, Anaya, I just feel like I need to come in and serve the community. So well, it's funny because I just got a call from Wes that he's resigning. So if you want to come in and put in an application, feel free. So he's going to be reaching out to you guys. I'm sure other people will be applying for it as well. But the same day I got a call from Wes, a good guy who's in the community and works on homes, said he would love to potentially fill that position. So that'll be coming. But again, this is just thanking Wes and thank the board for letting him serve. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with Supervisor Kirk's comments about Wes Brinegar. I thought he was a really good planning commissioner. Worked with him on a number of different projects over the years, and he's always been a really conscientious person who cares about the community. I also wanted to thank John Latore. He's now on the planning commission. I guess he can't do both, or maybe he doesn't want to, which I wouldn't blame him, but he was always one of our best solid waste committee members that we ever had. Always brought really good ideas to the table. He's one of those people that thinks of things and makes comments that I never thought of, and that's a really valuable thing when you have somebody that's truly connected to the community and truly bringing in new ideas to the table. So he'll definitely be missed on that committee, but glad to have him on the Planning Commission.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Recently, we've been talking about a number of public services, one of them being roads, and mentioned about Jamestown Road that's been a priority as a major collector to make sure that's maintained in good condition. We've had 2 projects for it, and the question I keep getting is, how many of you approved over and over? There's a bunch of processes in that to be able to put it on the project list, approve it in the budget, be able to issue an RFP and get the contracts in, and then to be able to accept as well. So I'm really happy to see a second portion there for Jamestown Road reconstruction on it. I appreciate the board and the investments we've made. I think for the first time in a very long time, not having the worst roads in the state, which I think is an accomplishment. Now they're just bad. But that took a lot of effort to increase that by 10 points, and this is going to do a little more to make sure that it stays up there. So, thank you.
Thank you. I will echo the sentiments. John Latore, serving on solid waste. I served with him there. He definitely was active and contributed a lot. And Wes Brinegar on the Planning Commission, and I knew Wes also when he was on the Fire Safety Advisory Committee as well, and he did a great job in both areas, so really appreciate his service. With that said, I'll look for public comment on consent calendar items. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. As several of you know, I've commented several times on your Tuolumne County Planning Commission, and I suggest that maybe some of you need to watch the meetings. So I will thank Mr. Brinegar for his service, but at the last Planning Commission meeting I was at, he committed an egregious violation of ethics that was absolutely appalling, and he needed to resign. Thank you.
Additional public comment on consent calendar. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion to approve consent.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, a second by, I believe, Supervisor Campbell.
Sure.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so it carries 5-0. And at this point, then, would like to have the clerk read our 9:30 a.m. appointment for PG&E.
9:30 a.m. presentation and update on Pacific Gas and Electric Company, PG&E, undergrounding, pole clearing, vegetation management, and enhanced power line safety, setting year in review.
You guys need a little setup time here? Or?
Just enough time to pull up a chair.
Okay, very good.
Well, good morning, Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board, Tracy and team here at Tuolumne County. My name is Nathan Alonzo. I am your government affairs representative for Pacific Gas and Electric. This morning I am joined by a couple of my coworkers, Kevin Kinsella, who is our subject matter expert on undergrounding and road restoration, and then part of our local government affairs team working on undergrounding, vegetation management, and other operational projects is Matt Leedy. We wanted to come and just give a brief update on a number of issues. Wanted to touch on undergrounding work that will begin here in Tuolumne County starting next year, and some of the pre-work in undergrounding that's happening now. Wanted to talk about our enhanced power line safety settings and what the year has looked like for Tuolumne County, and then pole clearing as part of our vegetation management efforts. So as we know, most of the county is within a high fire threat area, with a lot of the county in a tier 2, which is significant wildfire risk, and then large portions of the county also in tier 3 or extreme wildfire risk. We come up with the matrix by looking at fuels, vegetation, our infrastructure, and then collaborating with public safety partners in the fire service and other public safety agencies. So you've seen this slide before, which is our layers of protection. The bedrock of that is undergrounding, which we are glad is finally coming to Tuolumne County. Undergrounding provides a 98% decrease in ignition risk. So it is the most foolproof way of reducing the possibility of infrastructure-related ignitions. We also have some of our system hardening efforts, which is our covered conductor or covered wire work that is and has been happening here in Tuolumne County. Some of our other system hardening efforts around vegetation management, cutting trees, branches, shrubbery, and other vegetation around our distribution infrastructure. And then also some of the seasonal settings that we put on our infrastructure, which is our enhanced power line safety settings, or making the settings more sensitive during times of the year when wildfire risk is the most significant. On top of all of that, we have some of what we call our diagnostic pieces of infrastructure, which are our weather stations, and that helps us get a more in-depth and localized view of our distribution assets. That in GridScope, which is deployed here and was actually piloted system-wide here in Tuolumne County, in Groveland, and in Columbia, which helps diagnose whenever there are voltage changes or any irregularities with how our assets are operating relative to the weather around them. And they help get that information back to our Distribution Control Center, or DCC, to help troubleshoot, repair, and ensure that the system is functioning in a way that increases reliability, but also decreases risk. So on our undergrounding and system upgrades, I will hand it off to Kevin.
Good morning, everybody. So on this slide here, it basically says what we're doing to kind of improve the situation, right? So it includes basically undergrounding, installing stronger poles and covered lines. So PG&E is committed to underground 10,000 miles in the highest fire threat areas. That includes here, right, as you've seen on Burgle and Mono. We've done those sections already. To accomplish this, we're using machine learning-based risk modeling, which is a fancy word for something that I have no idea what that really means. But basically, these are all just things that go into building a risk model and how we address that model at PG&E to help mitigate any potential fire issues we have from that. So up to date, system-wide, right, for our group, we have 250 miles to underground this year. 120 miles have been completed energized. That's probably since Friday has gone up a considerable amount. 143 miles in construction. So that is pretty much going to be complete, we expect, probably by Thanksgiving, week before Thanksgiving, as a majority of that work will be done. So we've got here miles completed through 2023, less than a mile. I think these are probably not 100% set in stone, right? We've done a considerable number of that already. It may just be ready and standby. 17 miles for 2025, 25 and 26 work plan. And most of those being up there, Cedar Ridge, Comstock Ranch. Sorry, my glasses aren't good enough to see.
So the less than a mile completed so far has been along, or some of it has been here, here in town where the hospital is, as part of a hardening effort. Some of it has also been up near Comstock Ranch, near Cedar Ridge, and a tiny portion in Twainhart. The portions of it that are supposed to be completed over the course of the next year are portions in East Sonora and in Greenlee Oaks. But the biggest portion of it, and I think Kevin can go into it a little bit more because he'll be directly working with the team on the ground, is 15 miles over the course of the next 2 years in Groveland and in Pine Mountain Lake. So it pretty much covers the lion's share of those two communities. And this is with the mind of increasing reliability, decreasing risk, and providing an impact for a huge chunk of customers up in that community. We want to thank Supervisor Half and some of the other members of this board for advocating as much as they did during our last general rate case, and specifically to Supervisor Half for always keeping Groveland and Pine Mountain Lake at the forefront of the conversations when talking about how major outages and long duration outages economically affect a lot of the businesses in some of those communities, and how they have affected the quality of life, tourism, and some of the other major economic drivers in those communities. If you want to go over what that looks like, what the undergrounding process looks like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so basically undergrounding, right, if we look at big picture stuff, it's typically about a year and a half ahead of time we go out and we actually scope the work. We see what we can do, what's the best way to kind of get those, to make the area safe, right? So we can do that. Obviously, we have multiple ways of doing it, but typically in the scoping process, we go through the most effective way and the most cost-effective way to mitigate any potential hazards we have there. So
survey work.
Yeah, that includes survey. Basically, if you have property within the work boundaries, if there's any sort of easement or anything, PG&E, the land department will reach out and try to get those rights of entry from you ahead of time. And then typically about 6 months before we begin construction, depending on how this whole thing is funded and a bunch of things that are programmatic level that we don't really deal with in construction. But we go out, you start seeing more people restaking, contractors go on site, start pricing it. most of the time, call it the first spring, the best first opportunity we have of that year, we go in and we start doing construction. Typically lasts, depending on the size of the project, anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months. The goal of the program is to be constructed and restored in one season, right? So between typically late April and late October, we try to have everything complete, weather depending, of course. So basically, we go in there, do whatever we have to do, be it trenchless technology, trenching, overhead harden, whatever we do, we want to be in and out. And typically, it looks like a mess. There's a bunch of equipment, but the goal of the program is by the time the fall hits, we want to be complete with major construction. And if we have to come back and repave, clean anything up, rock some driveways, we typically do that in the spring, by the spring of the next year. So it's depending on the size of the project, can be long, maybe a year plus total. But then by the time we're out of there, full restoration is done. Typically takes about a year.
If I could just interrupt for one moment. I did notice some people in the audience were taking photos of the monitors of the presentation. Just wanted to let you know that this slide presentation will be uploaded after the meeting, so it'll be available. So for those that would choose to download it at that point. Okay.
Get it out there. We're undergrounding.
Okay.
That and the other thing that we want to mention during this portion of the conversation too is that Supervisor Half and some of the other members of the board brought to our attention some of the middle mile and comms efforts that the county is currently underway. So we'll be coordinating with the county in talking about our project schedule and what trenching looks like, so that if there are other comms folks or ISPs that want to jump into the trench, they can come alongside us to do the work at the same time. A single utility trench looks different than a multi-utility trench. There are cost shares that go along with that. So if somebody wants to jump in the trench and help us pay for a portion of the cost, we're not going to say no. So we will be having those conversations and making ourselves available to coordinate with whatever ISPs want to engage on that. So a huge thank you to the board and to the staff here at the county for bringing that to our attention and encouraging us to collaborate with some of the comms providers. As we know, it's a big effort and also a pain point for a lot of the folks who live in a rural community. So we want to do our part to collaborate if we can.
I can do it if you want. Yeah. All right, so overhead system hardening, that is different than underground. So these are basically, cover conductor, hardened poles, things of that nature. So miles completed through 23, 45, less than a mile in construction forecast, 10 miles forecast for 25, 26. Looks like Meebrook Village, Cedar Ridge, 45 miles. Is this complete? Or? Yeah, so this is what we already have done so far. So this is 10 miles. Forgive me for my stuttering. This is the first time I've been through this slide deck. So, maybe you should talk about it. You sound like you know more about it.
So the upcoming work over the course of the next year of the 10 miles of covered conductor work. So this is the insulated wire, the steel poles that are replacing a lot of the traditional distribution infrastructure that you see out there, the wooden poles, the smaller wire. So the insulated poles with the insulated wires with the steel poles are, one, to reduce wildfire ignition risk, but two, to improve reliability. And the 10 miles of upcoming work are going to be in the Big Oak Flat area and Moccasin. And these are areas that have been heavily impacted over the course of the last several years by EPSS reliability issues, long duration outages. So that's a portion of it, but the other portion of it too is that this is where we can make a really big difference on wildfire risk reduction. So in that space. So by looking at those two factors, this was the perfect area to continue some of this covered conductor work. So line removal, Kevin is definitely the expert on what line removal is.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say line removal is probably what's already been reworked. right? So we're just circuits that they can rerun somewhere where maybe you don't have a tree strike risk, basically things of that nature. So 1 mile through 23, less than a mile forecast for 24, and 4 miles for 25, 26. All right, so we get into our 10-year plan. You know more about this, or do you want me to talk?
So over the course of the next 10 years, we talk about the 10,000 mile goal. Every several years, we have to pretty much put together a plan and a progress map to our regulators, or the CPUC, talk about what we've done, where we're going, and where we believe the most risk exists in order to get additional miles approved. The 10,000 miles don't all get approved at the same time. They get approved in increments through what we call our general rate case process, or our GRC. So right now we are in a 3-year GRC that has 1,200 miles approved. We'll get to the 10,000 miles, but right now we're in a portion of it that has 1,200 miles. And as we work our way through it, we update our regulators as to where it is, what the wildfire reduction space looks like within the area that we're doing work, and where we have to go next. So getting into pole clearing and vegetation management, I think Matt knows best to talk about it.
Thank you, Nathan. Again, Matt Leedy. I am a colleague in Nathan's in government affairs, but assigned specifically to programs like vegetation management, in addition to undergrounding. So talking about pole clearing, in July, we identified a risk, an increased risk around our poles and the vegetation around our poles. So we worked quickly to address that. You'll see here the numbers that we saw for acres burned, fire incidents. It became very apparent that we needed to do all that we could to clear that vegetation immediately surrounding our poles. Is it the arrow here? Very good. So this is what it looks like. 8 feet up from the ground, and then 10 feet surrounding our poles in diameter, again, to prevent fire spread, to prevent possible ignitions, and protect our equipment for both reliability, but more importantly, as you can see, to prevent fires and wildfires, things of that nature. And there are 2 good examples here, before and after, what that work looks like, in just creating a clean space around our poles. Like I said, that's going to prevent those fires. So this is specific to Tuolumne County. Just over 2,700 power line poles were completed as of October. And you see the communities where this work took place. I won't read them all. And then I'm going to jump into vegetation management. Vegetation management encompasses many programs with the same goal. One, to prevent outages, and most importantly, for safety and to prevent wildfires. So these are overall milestones that we meet throughout our service territory. I'll talk more about Tuolumne County specifically in a second. But again, when we talk about vegetation management, we're talking about trimming trees, we're talking about cutting down dead, diseased, dying, hazardous trees that are at risk of striking our lines. When we do this, a couple of things that I want to point out, because these are the areas that we get the most questions about. Stumps remain in place because their roots help prevent soil erosion. It's good for the ground. It's worse if we take them up. And then wood that is greater than 4 inches in diameter, because it belongs to the property owner, it stays in place. And if we move it, we will move it to a safe place. Anything under than 4 inches thick in diameter is chipped or scattered and spread, oftentimes depending on the desire of the property owner. So, like I said, this is to reduce wildfire risk. You all know you're in one of the highest wildfire risk areas in California. So what that means is, in addition to an annual inspection, you'll typically receive a second round of inspections, looking at trees, not just for risk of falling, but also for branches and limbs that could fall onto our lines. And, Nathan is going to talk about EPSS. One of the areas that we look to address more specifically this year and for parts of last year is, while limbs can fall into our lines and trigger an EPSS, well, there's more that we could do in advance of that and trimming those trees so that doesn't occur. So there's been an increased focus on trimming I'm not going to be able to give a great visual, but if your line is here, you have limbs coming over here, the canopy, thank you, Supervisor Half. We look at trimming those up as well. So to prevent that outage before it happens, or even worse, any kind of hazard that could be created from those falling into our lines. But those are our greatest focus, is addressing trees that have a potential to fall into our lines and addressing trees and trimming them that could drop limbs into our lines. So what to expect, advanced notification before work that occurs. I have to refer to my notes here because we do work to notify in so many different ways. Phone calls, emails, text messaging, in-person visits from crews or contractors, also door hangers. But I will say, as much as we want to notify in advance, there is emergency and safety work that takes precedent, quite honestly, to prevent a dangerous situation. Sometimes that occurs before we can provide that advanced notification. But it is our desire to work with that property owner beforehand. This does emphasize a point that I made previously, that we chip and haul away small debris. Again, that's 4 inches in diameter or less, placing larger wood in safe locations. Frequent quality checks. They're more frequent in areas like Tuolumne County, where we are in a very high fire risk area, trimming, cutting down trees as needed for safety, etc. All right, with that, Nathan's going to talk a little bit about EPSS.
So this county and this board are no strangers to the Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings Program, part of the layers of protection during a season of high wildfire threat, which we're still in now, until we start getting some more rain and precipitation. If a piece of debris, a branch, a critter, or a car pole happens during a time when our distribution lines are EPSS enabled, an outage will occur. The outage is intended to cause, or the outage is expected to be triggered within a tenth of a second. Having such an instantaneous outage response helps de-energize the line to reduce the wildfire ignition risk. Like I said, this county and this board are no strangers to that program. Want to talk a little bit about how the year has gone for EPSS as compared to last year. So last year, 125 outages. This year, we're at 63. So they've been cut down in half. And I feel like a lion's share of the reductions have ended up being in Supervisor Brandon's district. Columbia and Jamestown have not had the extraordinary number of outages that they've had last year. Also in Groveland, and in East Sonora, not the same number of outages or even duration of outage that we've had last year. 40% reduction in the average outage time from last year to this one, from 3 to 5, or from 5 hours to 3 hours. And I feel like that 3 hours is even high still, because there have been a couple of anomaly outages. But this year, when there have been outages, a lot of the time they're back on within 60 to 90 minutes. Our crews up here are really proactive, and they're constantly in different parts of the county ready for whenever an EPSS outage happens to get folks back online or find a way to back tie them or put them on a different circuit to bridge them between when an outage happens and when we can get something repaired. This year, the average outage size has also decreased modestly, albeit, but the average number of customers affected has gone down. This year, most folks have not had an outage, but of the folks that have, a much smaller amount of them have had that range of between 3 and 7 outages. I will say an area for improvement, and an area that we are still working on today, is the experience that customers are having in the Phoenix Lake Estates neighborhood. There have been some neighbors who've had almost upwards to 10 outages. Some have had maybe even more. And that is a pain point in our EPSS experience here within the county, and something that we continue to look to improve. We've done a number of system upgrades in the Phoenix Lake Estates neighborhood with sectionalizing devices, line reclosers, grid scope technology to try to figure out what's causing some of those outages. We've done firmware or technology updates to the EPSS technology within that portion of the grid to see if that helps as well. It's held pretty strong over the course of the last month or two, but I know that there was like a 45 or 60 day stretch there during the early part of the summer where I was in constant communication with Supervisor Campbell and some of our other friends here in the audience, talking to us about some of the outages happening within that community. So this year, the outage causes, the two largest ones are equipment failure that's needed replacement or upgrades, or other system improvements. So those have been the two largest causes once you put them together. The undetermined piece, which is always frustrating to folks once we come back and tell them, hey, the outage that you had a day ago, cause was undetermined. Not great to hear. But we go back to conversations that we have had before where vegetation can fall on it, or a critter can scatter across a distribution line and it can make its way off of it, or the piece of vegetation can fall off and we can't necessarily determine definitively that that was the actual cause. So the process remains the same. The outage occurs, we notify customers, we deploy crews. Depending on the scope and size of the outage, we only have to patrol up to a certain point, so we can get that done pretty quickly with foot patrols, or if it's a much larger span, which is becoming less and less the case, like it was last year. We had pretty large spans that we'd have to cover and patrol before re-energizing. We would deploy helicopters, or more increasingly now, drone technology to help us patrol the line, so that we can, one, determine cause, but two, get closer towards repairs and getting the power restored. Another pain point that I'll recognize, call out, and say that we're working on is something that Supervisor Kirk has brought up to us, which is, hey, outage happened, but it says that the estimated time of restoration is 9 hours from now. But then the power is back on within 90 minutes or 2 hours. But because your estimated time of restoration when the outage first happened was 8 hours, folks closed up shop, folks moved childcare responsibilities around, folks had to leave work, or different things happened, and it throws disarray into people's day. We spoke about what the cause of that is when we go back and we put the estimated time of restoration out, it's the average of the outage length over the course of the last 12 months. So in a county like this that had an EPSS experience like they did last year, the ETORs can be rather long when the experience and the response time is looking quite different today. So that's a piece of feedback that we've taken back to see what can be done to adjust the settings to be realistic as to how long it's going to take to repair and get folks back restored without having the collateral damage of having to move everybody's day around on the business end and on the personal end. So some of the customer resources still available to customers. The portable battery program for folks on, well, for most folks, but especially for folks who have medical equipment and medicine that needs to be kept cool. That's a fantastic one to take advantage of. The generator and battery rebate program, if you have a qualified appliance, we send you a little bit of money back for your purchase. The self-generation incentive program, if you have solar, we encourage you to get a battery with that, and we provide a rebate for that. The DDAR, Disability Disaster Access and Resource List, if you have access or functional needs or you're a senior who has mobility issues, we encourage you to let others know to sign up for that. This helps provide some additional resources during the case of a PSPS event or another significant weather event. The Residential Storage Initiative, which similar to the generator and battery, or to the self-generation incentive program, we incentivize you to get your own battery pack at home to store or pretty much become self-contained when it comes to your power needs at home. Some additional resources on the work that we're doing are wildfire safety work, our 211 Providers Network, the Reported app, and the Safety Action Center are all available on our website. And now, most importantly, I wanted to get to answer some questions from you as a board and maybe the public on some of the programs that we have and the updates that we've given you so far this morning.
Okay, very good. Well, first of all, just appreciate the efforts, the ongoing efforts in the county. We did have a lot of problem areas. They've been addressed. It takes a little bit of time, but we see progress being made, and we're appreciative of those efforts. So I'll look to the board for questions. Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Nathan and crew, for your presentation today. I really appreciate it. The mood and the information is much different from, well, over a year ago that you came and got blasted, basically, from the people in the Groveland Big Oak Flat. And I think other parts of the county as well. So this review of this year versus last year, quite different. Really appreciate all of the work that you have done to make a difference here. Now, you talked about grid scope. That began in late 23?
Mm-hmm. It did.
Okay.
In July of 23 in your district, specifically in Groveland.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that. I have a question about, you had a slide about what to expect when the vegetation management crew comes through. And you don't mention that you're going to be or will haul away down trees. Why are you not doing this?
So the vegetation above the 4 inches in diameter is considered property with value. So we are prohibited from hauling away the wood if it has indeed a monetary value. What we can do and work with customers on is, like Matt said, putting it in a safe place away from their structure to help mitigate the fire risk, or chip and scattering it in a way that works for them.
And how big of a diameter of a tree can you chip and scatter?
4 inches.
Oh, 4 inches. Okay. So the bigger ones have to remain on the property.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
In a safe position, as Nathan mentioned.
Okay. I think the rest of what I have are comments, so I'll save those for after all the questions are done. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
I actually primarily have comments. So. that
Okay.
we're doing both at the same time. Sorry for the false lead.
No worries. Supervisor Kirk, questions?
Yeah, let me cross out my comments. I think it was on, could you go to slide 16?
What's the title of it, Anaya?
I don't know. It's just on the bottom. Right now we're on 27. So, right there.
There we go.
I think it's that. So my question is, first of all, I love this. I know the overhead stuff was way cheaper. You can get a lot more done and it's working. But if you go back a slide, I think, maybe it's back a slide. I don't know. I go back to that one. What I saw, so there's a ton of undergrounding in Groveland. There's some undergrounding in Sonora. But I think my question is, I'm no expert, but I've lived here. The tree line basically starts around the Tweenheart grade, right? So why is there more plans to do undergrounding Sonora area when I think the real fire risk is Tweenheart grade and above? Why not kind of flip it? Why not do more undergrounding Tweenheart and above and do more overhead stuff, kind of Tweenheart grade and below? And again, I'm not complaining. I know this is Groveland. I'm not complaining because I know that the wire, this has had a huge impact. But just moving forward, being more methodical, is there a plan to maybe do more undergrounding, or are we just going to leave
Yeah,
it
so
to this?
it could be in future undergrounding plans because we don't have full visibility as to what the rest of the road to 10,000 looks like quite yet after like the 25, 26 undergrounding plan year.
Okay.
And all plans are subject to change depending on what conditions, costs, and other factors look like. Like one
But I
thing
mean, does the fact that this is done now, does that automatically put the undergrounding on the back burner for that area?
not necessarily. There have been places that have had covered conductor that have gotten undergrounding afterward.
Okay. I'll get loud like Supervisor Half in the future.
You're plenty loud.
And it's just because to me it makes sense to do more undergrounding here and more of that down the hill, just because of the the amount of trees that come down and windstorms and stuff. But I do appreciate that. I know it's had a huge.
But as you can imagine, this, like you said, on the cost front is a little bit more low barrier. That, and then also the rate and the clip at which you can do covered conductor work versus undergrounding work is also quite different. This you can knock out in a pretty quick clip. That, and also, as Kevin and team could probably tell you, there may be topographical considerations too.
Sure.
Like you guys are different parts of the county right at the granite line, so drilling through granite, not fun all the time, and also quite cost prohibitive. So there may be some of those considerations when looking at portions of your district.
Okay.
Especially as you're going up that grade.
And then Supervisor Half kind of alluded to it a little bit. Before, I remember when I was running for office, it was in the news, people were throwing fits, screaming. People were telling me if I didn't fix it, they weren't going to vote for me. And it was like the number one issue for a few months. And it was when a lot of the tree removal people were coming in, dropping the trees, putting them on the property. Didn't we have a program in place, or was there a program in place with PG&E, or is it through the county, through tree mortality? What were we doing with those piles before? Now I understand. Now we're not moving them. Was it the tree mortality program?
Yeah, we had a wood yard that we had out by Ultra Power that we rented, and all of the contractors could bring it down. But even remember, I'm looking over at PG&E crew, they still only removed certain piles or trees. They were only if they were so close to the home and certain things. Not all of it was removed. So the homeowners were still responsible to take and remove some of those trees on their own. Supervisor Campbell, remember, he was helping with all of that as
So
well.
prior we had a program, but this go around we won't.
We did have a program for all the wood to go to. Right now, we do not. Now, I'm sure Ultra Power would still take it, but it's the trucking and the ability to dump it. And we did that for all contractors. So if they were private, PG&E, Caltrans, and then the work that the county was doing, all of that wood was able to go to Ultra Power. And we paid via the grant for the cost of, it was Mike Albrecht and his crew that provided staffing 5 days a week in order for the trucks to come in, be unloaded, and then they would pile it correctly, and then it would be taken in to be chipped.
So is there, as this unfolds, do you think we're going to look back at that? I
We
mean,
have no
I assume
money
it was
to-
a grant, but is there?
Well,
I know, but biomass, we got some biomass plants coming on.
I mean, I can definitely talk with Dory. I'm not aware of any program that is paying, I mean, we were paying $15,000 to $20,000 a month for that to operate.
Okay.
That was
Because
a
I mean,
lot.
this will very quickly become
It will.
the number one issue in our
Yeah.
community. When
And
they
we can
start
ask
dropping
Dory to
trees.
start looking into grants for that.
Okay. Okay. And then, thank you for speaking about the messaging thing. So my understanding, what you said about the messaging is potentially next summer, based on the new data, as things are getting better and better, it might say instead of 9 hours, now we're down to 4 hours. And then every year as we hone in, it's going to get better. Okay. Yeah, because now what I tell my wife is, yeah, just plan on 90 minutes if you get a 10-hour thing. So, okay.
Please don't have Miss Kirk come after me if we miss 90 minutes.
No, dude, she was pissed. She had 2 babies on her back and was trying to homeschool and get kids. Yeah, it was. So thanks for taking that to heart and connecting the dots with other things. Okay, I think that is. Oh, my other question is, with this undergrounding that is going to take place, because we got a lot. Can you go back to the one that's going to happen up in Groveland? So that is forecast. It looks like all this is forecasted.
Correct.
So I'm assuming as you go out to RFPs and bids and all that stuff, are we going to be working the best we can to make this a local economy boost, working with local contractors? Are we pulling people in from all over different parts of the state?
I'll give this to Kevin.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is a good question. So, for a contractor to do business with PG&E, they have to have certain qualifications. So, if there are, or PG&E wants to keep things local, right? So if there's a contractor who's ISN certified who has all these qualifications to do the work, obviously, I'm going to say we, but as an employee of PG&E, they try to get that to local contractors. So I think the problem we're having with some communities is we don't have contractors that have the correct qualification, and if they do, they can't take the amount of work that we'd actually need them to do. So it's this constant balance, because ultimately we as ratepayers are responsible for paying for this. So if you have a contractor that's local, but they don't have the manpower or the resources to do it, sometimes we have to take it, usually to another California contractor, but that's typically a thing, because it becomes unaffordable at the point where if they can't do it in a timely manner.
So there's not predetermined contractors for this work yet. You guys still go out to the RFP process. I mean, I know PG&E is private. You're not county, but okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I would
same principle, right?
I would like for that to be taken. I mean, when we built the resiliency centers, we hired local employees. Like, I think this would be a great opportunity. Just again, we've been hit so hard economically in those areas. It'd be great to keep that money in house as best as possible. And I'm not telling you how to do your business. I'm just saying it would be appreciated.
Yep.
So,
thank you.
And we do our best to keep it local in other programs too, like vegetation management. One of the largest contractors that we work with is Nate's Tree Service, which is a Tuolumne County company. They've been contracted with us for several years to do veg management work. They are part of our storm response efforts, and then the pole clearing effort. All of the work done here in Tuolumne County was Nate's Tree Service. So.
Thank you.
Not to give them a plug, but yeah. We're using a local company.
Very good. Yeah, my questions, Supervisor Kirk asked some good questions, and that took ones that I was contemplating. I'd like to finish questions with Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Nathan and team, for coming and reporting on this. There's been a lot of improvement, I think, from the last time we talked, but yeah, I think you know probably where my question is going to come from. There hasn't been really any improvement at all in the Phoenix Lake Country Club Estate area. And we talk about that area, it's not just that one community. We're really talking about, the Phoenix Lake Estates. We're talking about Bellevue Oaks, Bellwood, Lower Crystal Falls, several dozen homes that are along Phoenix Lake Road. And I went back and looked, and so we've had outages in that community October 8th. That's just last week. September 2nd, July 17th, July 11th, July 6th, June 29th, June 24th, June 21st, and June 13th. That's just this summer, okay? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's just what I wrote down. There could have been more in there. So that's like, say every other week, that's a power outage. And it's affecting values of homes. I'm starting to see, there's so many homes up for sale in that community now. It's affecting businesses. We have a vineyard that's wanting to come in and get built in that area, which would be a huge boon for that community. And power instability is really affecting that. I'm really appreciative of these undergrounding projects that are presented, and I understand that there's a lot of need there. But not even just within our county, within the state or within our region, how is this community not the number one priority to get something done? You know, whether it's undergrounding or hardening the power lines, it just keeps going on and on and on. This is the third year now where we've had these repeated outages during the summer. I don't think there's been a year in the past 3 years where we haven't had more than a dozen or 20 outages in that community. What do I need to do? I mean, Supervisor Half wrote an op-ed, you know, really going after PG&E. Do I need to do that? I mean,
what I can tell you is that
it's just, we've been a squeaky wheel, you know.
Yeah.
I know you get phone calls directly from members of that community. I get them too. I'm calling you every time there's an outage. I know you're sick of hearing from me about it.
Oh, no. And but PLE is the...
I'm not going to stop until something happens. So how do we get that done?
So PLE and the rest of the communities around your district that you talked about, Crystal Falls, even down into Salisburyville, are at the top of our attention when it comes to hardening efforts, when it comes to reliability work, and when it comes to overall reliability experience. So I would just ask you to continue engaging with us, because we are going to have work that will make a meaningful impact on those communities coming up that we can share with you, and that if you'd like, we can go directly to the residents and share with them what we're going to do to invest in that system so that they have a different experience than they've had the last couple of years.
And again, I really appreciate that you have been to that community. We had a nice conference and a meeting with a lot of the residents there, and the communication is better. You know, we're getting texts that explain the outages and the time frame, but these are all kind of the
ancillary to the issue.
The accoutrements. What we're looking for is the main course, you know, which is some kind of repair to the system. And so I guess my main question is there even a plan? Is there some kind of plan that's on the books somewhere that has been engineered and designed to improve the infrastructure in those communities?
Yes, we're coming up with a plan now that we hope will address the beef of the issue to help communicate the plans, the work that will be happening. We just need a little bit of time before we can get that to you. So we hope over the course of the next couple of months, we can solidify those plans to be able to share them with you, and then you'll see the work begin.
Okay. Are we talking undergrounding? What are we talking about?
I can't confirm which method it's going to be yet, but the work is being planned out as we speak. There are, at the end of every year, we have what's called the work plan process, where we talk about what work will be done the upcoming year: overhead, system hardening, undergrounding, covered conductor work. And that process for our operational partners, the construction folks on the electric side, is happening now. So I'll have more to share with you very soon.
Okay. I'd be looking forward to that. And, just really, this is not a community that's out in the forest, you know. This is a residential area that's really close to town. Mm-hmm. It's just outside of Sonora. It's up a major road where, this is a very dense community, and their expectations are to have utilities like a community like that should have. Yeah. And for it to go on now, this is the third year. It didn't used to be like this. I live pretty close to this area. I'm usually affected by the same power outages affect that area. Not always, though. But it didn't used to be like this. We'd get like maybe one outage a year, maybe two, depending. They would happen in wintertime. Understand that. But, okay. Thank you.
You got it.
All right. This time, I'm going to look to the public for public comment. Please, when you come up, and you may have just comments or maybe some questions, but please do address the board, and then we'll look to PG&E to answer questions as applicable.
Thank you, board. I just would ask for some clarification of my understanding, and maybe the rest of the group here. Relative to Phoenix Lake, what I think I heard was that some additional instrumentation has been applied, and that we might just now begin to understand a little bit more about what the root causes are. And so that I'm guessing that that's what's driving the timing here and the delays, is that we don't really understand which applications make the most sense. So I'm looking for clarification if that's the situation, other than potentially like funding or some other factor, that it's more about the technical root cause process. So that's a question I'll present for you to send on. Thanks.
If you could speak to that, because I mean, proper diagnosis means everything, and coming up with, to see what the problem is before we can come up with effective solutions.
Yeah, so a little bit of both. As Tom talked about, some of it was diagnosing how the system was interacting with itself when it came to the Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings Program on the wildfire reduction end. But on the other end of it was also figuring out what implements on the system, what pieces of technology on the system may need repair, or what other upgrades need to happen on the hard system end to help finalize the repair so that you don't have quite the same number of outages, be it a new line, new poles, new pieces of equipment like transformers, or other instruments on the system. So a little bit of both. As we got on in the EPSS season, fine-tuning of the EPSS process happened that helped reduce the number of overall outages from when we had the most outages, which was over like a 45 to 60-day period. We still did end up having outages up until as recently as last week, but some of those were equipment caused, that we were able to go and swap out equipment and help get things back to where they should be. But yeah, it was a fine-tuning process between the EPSS system, but then also replacing pieces of equipment in the distribution system. So it was a constant betterment effort, and it was very frustrating that it took as long as it did, and that it was as complex as it was, because some of it isn't visibly obvious, but it takes a lot of electric engineering in the background.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I'm Shirley Horn from the Highway 120 Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to thank this Board of Supervisors, and particularly Supervisor Half, for constant pressure on PG&E to get these problems fixed, and to recognize PG&E for making efforts and making progress in these areas. I'd like to encourage PG&E to work on this predicted downtime, because it is a tremendous pressure on our businesses to make that call as to whether or not they should close down, send people home, and the employees have a impact on that as well. I appreciate the drone technology that's been being put into place for inspecting lines, which I think is going to help bring that timing down. I was surprised to hear that all of the wood that has been from the trees that have been cut down on my property and other properties is being left there for me to take care of. That's going to be an extra cost on our homeowners. As I drive around my area, I see a lot of large trees that have been cut up and strewn around properties, as opposed to being moved to safe piles, et cetera. So whatever this board can do to help us with those efforts. I don't know what I'm going to do or how much it's going to cost me to remove all of those trees from my property, but it's a bit of a mess. And I do have two questions for PG&E. We were, about 6 months ago, in our area, residents received a notification about what I think is portable battery program. We and my neighbors were quick to sign up and contact them. We were told we were eligible, and then we've heard nothing. It's just gone. calls that are ignored when we try to follow up on that. So if this program is still available, we'd like to know about it. We'd like to know the status. Finally, the final question is then how does the downtown microgrid in Groveland be used or not used after all that investment when these undergrounding activities happen? Is it still going to be there? Is it still a plan B? Thank you very much. Thank you for the progress. Thank you for your support to make this happen.
I'll
Okay,
answer
so I
both
heard-
questions.
yeah, two questions.
Yeah, number one, on the portable battery program, it's administered through a third-party vendor on our end, but we will make sure that, do you want us to work with you directly, Shirley? Perfect. I'll work with Supervisor Half to get the information down to everybody, and I will give you a direct PG&E contact that will ensure that the third-party vendor that does the portable battery program for us gets back to you. That, and then the microgrid will not change. It will still be there, and it will still function as it does. So, yeah, the undergrounding does not affect the microgrid.
Welcome.
We're not taking it out.
Yeah, Bob Kirk from Mewick Village, and I wanted to comment, living in Mewick Village over many decades, lots of power outages, especially in the wintertime. Things have remarkably gotten better the last several years since the tree wire was put in, and the tree wire, I think, is a much less expensive approach than undergrounding. So I would just encourage the board to encourage PG&E to keep moving forward on hardening the lines. As far as Groveland goes, I got some old friends who used to work for PG&E as engineers, and I've also have some friends who are current PG&E troubleshooters. And there's a couple themes that go on with Groveland that have never really been addressed. One of them is the power source for Groveland is the Curtis substation, which is up on Standard Road. It's 29 miles of line from there to Groveland, and that line is distribution line, not transmission line. Within Groveland, in the Groveland area, there is Hetch Hetchy transmission line. One possible solution to a lot of Groveland's problems is to put a substation in Groveland that's tied into the Hetch Hetchy transmission lines. Probably a lot of politics, probably a lot of issues involved in it, but those sort of things have been done before, and it would be a very comprehensive solution to the Groveland problems. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mike Limke, Tolman County Building Industry. A quick question from the PG&E perspective. I very much respect the scope of work of this project. A lot of what we've seen in the industry has been significant weak link has been the lead time on specific infrastructure components and items, specifically transformers. At one time, we had a lead time of 18 months before from order to delivery of a transformer. A lot of that was based upon PG&E only had two primary suppliers of those, one larger manufacturer, one smaller manufacturer. Has there been any effort in opening up that bid pool from manufacturing perspective, and are there any other infrastructure items like that that are actually slowing down this process?
Yeah, so if you can speak to supply chain types of issues here.
Supply chain continues to be one of our largest challenges, both in the availability of materials and pieces of equipment, but also cost. Since the pandemic, lead time on transformers has gotten as bad as 17 months, but costs have also become almost as high as 2x from where they were prior to the pandemic. It's a challenge that our work streams continue to go through, but I know one of our hopes is to continue to expand the number of vendors available to acquire these materials from. One, to see if we can be more competitive on price, but two, to see if we can increase the number of vendors to cut back on the wait time for some of this, because that's what also delays a lot of our projects.
Okay, thank you. Additional.
right, good morning, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, PG&E to my left. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. Ryan Camlett had legitimate complaints to PG&E, and Kathleen Half as well. And it's everything that Ryan Campbell said is all true. 1, 2, 3 times a year, depending on whether the power does go out. There's been way too many power failures in this county. And I also brought up last September that I wanted Cassandra Jenkins and Sheriff Bill Pulley to do separate investigations into PG&E. You do have helicopter monitoring, also no hawk docking with the helicopters in the air, very close to residents, don't do that. And also, could the Board of Supervisors consider eminent domain and seizing all PG&E assets in Tuolumne County if they don't clean up their act and get moving here? Stop contracting out with third parties. There's a lot of problems there. You do it, where people are paying you. And are you also giving discounts to business owners and residents? When the power goes out, do you charge them still? They have ice cream. That affects business sales a lot. And so people in the freezer, they'll lose everything if it goes 9 hours. And the idea of going to PG&E, Hatch Hatchie would be a great idea, and you play hardball politics with them. You do not have to provide fire service for San Francisco Hatch Hatchie. They want it, they pay for it, or one of the way you could do it is tie it into the transformer for the Groveland area and for all the surrounding area and downhill. That might be a way of doing it. But also consider the eminent domain on PG&E's assets, all of it. And then you can go work somewhere else. Thank you very much.
I would ask that PG&E respond to one area that would be with an outage and people have loss of, whatever it is, products or whatever. What's the procedure for?
So we have a claims process that folks can go and file a claim, and we can look at outage cause, duration, and then we can also look at the economic impact of their claim and work with them directly. And that's available on our website.
Okay, that seems to be an area just based on, from what I've heard fairly globally, that people are concerned about the process and they apply. They don't get necessarily a very timely response and, some back and forth. So anything that can be done to make improvements in that area would be very helpful.
Definitely.
Additional public comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board here and looking for comments. And let's start with Supervisor Brandon.
Appreciate it, and thank you for coming to present as always. And I agree with Supervisor Campbell's, I think all of his comments, but particularly to start with the first comments there. The communication has greatly improved over the past year with PG&E, and the year-to-year improvement, the undergrounding still looks pretty slow. But all the rest with the power outages, I mean, a 49% drop within that. Living in the Columbia District, and I was in regular communication with you last year about that. I know you had to go through, well, not you, these guys had to go through that entire system and replace a ton of equipment to figure out that no fault, I think, outage that was happening with it. It has been extremely noticeable. The candle shop's mad at you. They're losing a lot of business. But we're keeping the lights on quite a bit more. And so I really appreciate that. A lot of times you don't see something, especially in 1 year, and I am seeing the impacts on it. I did want to highlight one thing that I think is an economic opportunity that also meets some of PG&E's needs. And this is in some of the state power goals in energy generation and storage. As we've been moving more towards a renewable portfolio, we're looking at a system, too, that right now is about 47% natural gas and increasing, right? And that's to stabilize that grid. They're looking at Diablo doing all of that. I think we have an immense opportunity for Tuolumne County to be an area of investment for that. That could be from PG&E-supported projects or initiated. I think there's an opportunity to talk about that. But I wanted to specifically highlight and ask, but probably don't have in this presentation, it's about the distribution lines in the South County to make sure that those lines as well are able to have capacity. So in addition to the outages we've been having, the hardening and all of that, there's also issues with capacity to simply hook up projects that are drawing. And that has been a reach out to me from individual home projects to resorts that are trying to hook up. And so there's just a valid capacity question. If you wanted to maybe chime in onto it, I know I didn't really have a question in there, but identifying what our needs are for boosting the middle and kind of backbone of that system to have the capacity we need, especially as we're looking at a lot more potential electrification of vehicles and homes and devices and everything.
Yeah, so we have a number of, so there are two parts to the issue here. One of it is the interconnection and the new business end, which I've interacted with you and some of the folks in your district about, has been a pain point, but then also the capacity end, the overall quote-unquote juice in the system. There are a number of capacity upgrade projects in the pipeline to increase the overall ability to create or to interconnect new significant users. So that being at the forefront of our attention, knowing that, one, you're getting more businesses coming up the hill, especially on the hospitality and entertainment end. So we're doing the capacity upgrades necessary to accommodate those. So we're doing that important work. But the area that we have the ability to improve significantly on is the interconnection and new business end, which is, hey, I'm building either a single home or an apartment complex. I need to interconnect to the grid. I think that's the point where a lot of folks up here have had a pretty negative experience, where they have been waiting a significant amount of time. They haven't been getting the communication from us. And once they get through all the hurdles, they're getting a construction date that is like 6 months, 8 months into the future. And during all this time, they're hemorrhaging capital. So that's an area of improvement that we're throwing a significant amount of resources in company-wide to find a way to do it quicker and in a way that doesn't affect customers economically as much as it has here locally. I know that you've put me in touch with several realtors and several developers that get to the 100% construction ready point, but then are still waiting. So that's where a lot of our efforts are right now, is in shortening that process.
I appreciate that.
From when they're ready to when we're hooking them up and the lights go on.
And I would greatly encourage some level of a shot clock, and we dealt with this when it came to other utilities, broadband included, with the Rawhide Bridge. This is one of the big challenges. This is a 25-year ongoing project, right? It's gone through multiple versions of getting scrapped and having to come back and that. One of the big ones was moving those utilities. And what it forced the county to have to do was then engage with the CPUC, realizing that, of course, we can't really force the date to move it, and yet this is increasing costs because of the delays. Even if eventually they're going to pay for it, it's probably increasing costs on everybody, that if we could only do the things quicker and not have a TBD kind of timeline, it would be a lot more helpful. So thank you for advocating for that. Please let us know how we can help with that, because it is a major impact. If we want to get people building homes up here, building businesses up here, they can't afford to wait 6, 8, or an unknown amount of months running on a generator or anything like that. And you've been very responsive on it. The last, I wanted to bring up one thing. We've talked about it before too. I know PG&E does have a charitable, not charitable, but a rebate type program when it comes to home generators and a few others, particularly with rural areas. This is one other highlight I wanted to bring up was grocery stores in particular, where you're talking about food deserts, where it's an area that could still end up having an outage, particularly the ones where there have been multiple outages in the past. Those are the ones that really have the most at risk. Same if your refrigerator goes off, you lose after 4 hours, all the food should be thrown away in it. Well, imagine that times, of course, an entire grocery refrigerated section, and these aren't on like Vaughn's. We're talking about entities like Pon Ma grocery stores, where losing $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 of goods is a huge impact. I think that's something that PG&E could explore. That would not be a huge cost. That really would help provide where the system doesn't work and it does have an issue, or it does, but it shuts off. We're able to make sure people can get fed in some type of disaster. And the last one that I want to mention too is I think the elephant in the room in this conversation though is the cost. And I know this is not on you. I really appreciate the work being done here, and I do understand that PG&E is in a difficult position with inheriting a lot of deferred maintenance from past leadership at PG&E, a lot of litigation and liability from that too, and also a lot of mandates from the state. So
which make up a third of your bill is just the mandates.
Yeah, and we're very familiar with that as well. I did want to read a statement that came from the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, talking about how we have over 2,000 businesses, many of them at the cornerstone of the community. Over 40% of the businesses in our community from a recent survey identified that rising utility costs are one of the top challenges that they face right now. Some of them even surpassing the insurance as a primary barrier to growth. They're where we've got a fairly significant jobs and housing situation here. We're really trying to get more investment and opportunity to the community. So what we've seen with the $34 increase at the beginning of the year, I believe it was on $4 more in March. It was $6 coming up another $5, I think. All of those added together, combined with the other rates that have gone up, has been very difficult to predict and to budget for, particularly with fixed income folks. So I think please continue communicating the work that is being done at a technical level, community by community. You've been good about this, but to make sure people know where that money is going. But we also have to figure out something that's going to change this. I know we've partnered on a grant application, fingers crossed. That is what I expect from our local neighborhood utility, is where there is federal money and where there is state money, you have far more expertise, knowledge of that system, and staff capacity to help us identify those so that we can work together to bring in money to help a shared problem, which is that deferred maintenance, that liability. We don't want that either. So I'm not going to sit here and say that PG&E doesn't have bills to balance with it too, but everybody else does as well, and we need to work together to bring as many resources as we can to bear. So thank you for what you've done so far. Keep looking. Bring some stuff back to us.
Yeah, and I will say affordability is our top challenge. Outside of wildfire risk, affordability. So we have a lot of efforts going into what we call rate stabilization, to stabilize rates and then start bending the curve in order to bring residential and small business rates back down. And there are several things that we're doing today. One of them is, so a piece of legislation was just passed in this last legislative session that will allow us to securitize the funding necessary for us to do vegetation management work, so that the costs that currently today are on your bills get rolled off, and we can go out into the market, long-term borrow or bond for those costs, so that we can do the work and ratepayers won't have to pay for that work. So that creates an immediate $16 savings onto rates. Not that big when you look at the overall scheme of things, but that's just one of the first things that we're doing to start chipping away at what has become a significant crisis for a lot of folks on fixed income, or a lot of folks just on the residential electric rate paying front. So the bending the curve and bringing bills down effort is something that we're attacking very aggressively, because we recognize that over the course of the last 10, 12 years, these utility bills have quite significantly gone up, and it's creating an issue for a lot of families throughout our service territory. And then going back to the statement from Tuolumne County Chamber, I'll be working with Matt to talk about an economic development rate that is something that we already offer to some of our customers, which is up to a 20% discount on their business utility bill in areas where economic development is primed to happen or is planned out. So let's get to work for the business community too.
That's great news.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Additional comments. Supervisor Campbell, do you have?
Sure. So you talked about an infrastructure improvement plan that's in the works for this community that I'm talking about. When do you expect that to be finished?
give me about a month to see when I can get you some updates.
So November 15th?
Sure.
Okay, and that'll include the plan for improvements, what kind of infrastructure, and
The work plan for the upcoming year for PLA.
okay, and then like a timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'd be looking for is what you're going to fix and
what's it going to
when
look
it's
like.
going to happen. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so November 15th. Great, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Say 4 things, make it quick. I know Supervisor Goldberg and half you guys will be retired from the board. Campbell knows, I remember Jaren's going to get hit with it in the face potentially. When those trees land on the ground, the community is going to be in an uproar. So whatever we can do, OES, anybody, we got to have a conversation because that's going to be the next big thing. Overhead hardening, keep going. Like the gentleman said, and like I brought up at the beginning, I think that's the biggest bang for the buck. So while you're undergrounding in Groveland, feel free to keep dumping overhead in my district, in my area.
Okay.
And I will say, though, Tween Heart undergrounding, I think if there was one place I would hit undergrounding in my district, it would be Tween Heart. I think that's the hub of my district. It's a huge tourist attraction area. So I think the most you can do from an economy point of view is downtown and maybe work out a little bit. I get the 108 quarter. I get how difficult it could be and how things are stretched. But if there's ever an undergrounding plan for my district, I would say if you could do Tween Heart, that would be much appreciated just because of the topography there. And then I will say, I will back Supervisor Campbell and say, Campbell, if you don't get a call from them by the 15th, I will have my wife call Nathan and have a conversation. So she's Italian, so I don't think he wants a call from her. But no, I mean, in the spirit of collaboration.
A lot of people's wives will be calling me.
Yes, but I will give her his
Please do
direct
not
cell
let
phone
your
number.
wife,
No.
Supervisor Campbell, call me.
But no, in the spirit of collaboration, it's been a long road. I know we're frustrated with the prices, and we get all that. But at the end of the day, if you look at the numbers, I think 72% less ignitions, and then there's 40% less outages. Like, we're on the right path. And so thank you guys for coming here and getting drilled, and the conversation keeps getting better and better. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, we're the ones who are going to pay for it, the ratepayers, and there's no way around it. And that's another conversation. But today, it's about getting work done and keeping, the economic plan here in Tuolumne County is don't burn down, and PG&E is a big part of that with those lines. So thank you for doing the work and continuing to do it. And again, any momentum you can put towards overhead hardening, I think that's the quickest and the best bang for the buck. And I'll hang it there. So thank you.
Supervisor Heth.
Yeah, thank you. Well, it has been a long road. I want to thank you for your part in helping to change the conversation with PG&E from just safety to having reliability be right up there with safety. Before all the stuff that happened in the Groveland Big Oak Flat area, I think the primary attention from PG&E was just on safety. And so I'm really happy that conversation has changed to admit that both things are equally important to everybody, to PG&E and to your constituents. So I do have another question that was prompted by something that was said when we had people from the audience come up. Now, I was under the impression that the microgrid, which does go underground, would be part of the undergrounding project. You would hook into that. Is that not true?
So the undergrounding will happen in Groveland, but I think that the point that I was trying to make is we won't take the grid out.
Right.
Because that can act as an additional backup.
Right, but when you're undergrounding from Pine Mountain Lake into Groveland, won't you hook up to the existing undergrounding, which is part of the microgrid system? It would make sense you wouldn't have a second system for that.
I would assume probably yes, but I'll get the definitive clarification for you.
Yeah, thank you.
To make sure that, one, you have the right answer, but that I understand it better too.
And it would make most economic sense as well.
Yeah, that way we don't have
two
bits of-
systems going downtown.
Yeah.
Okay, if you could get back to me
Yeah,
on
I just
that.
wanted to really reiterate that we wouldn't be taking the interconnection hub out.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay. My second point is, even though there have been great strides made by PG&E, especially in District 4, I want to encourage you to continue to sectionalize those long lines, those long distribution lines, especially the one that comes out to the Groveland Big Oak Flat area. I think there's still a lot of work that can be done, and that will help decrease the amount of time because you'll know what section, excuse me, I've got something in my throat, will have gone out. So that will help with reliability and restoration times and the whole bit. And the third part, so I know that you're preparing, and today was the first part, you're preparing the communities of Groveland and Big Oak Flat to get ready for whatever project's coming their way, whether it's undergrounding or the hardening of the lines. I would like to work with you to put out to the public there what exactly to expect. 1, 2, 3, 4, so that they can prepare. And so it won't be a surprise. What's this guy doing, tearing up some part of the property, or I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just assuming that might happen. So the better educated the public is in knowing exactly what's going to happen from A to Z, the less complications and the more timely the project will be, I think.
Yeah, and the beginning of this underground journey together will be that very much a journey, because we'll begin the work, and there's going to be pain points along the way during construction. We'll probably be back here in several months or a half year from now with my buddy Kevin here once again talking about temporary road restoration and what that looks like, and some of the work that happens during temporary road restoration and what the road to full road restoration looks like. So yeah, we will be having a significant amount of conversation with you, Supervisor, and with the community about what the strata of processes looks like in that underground journey from beginning.
Well, let me give you an example just so that you understand kind of specifically what I'm talking about. Some of the crew were out making pink marks on the roads, and they were making those on Pine Mountain Lake roads. That's an HOA, it's not county roads, and the general manager from Pine Mountain Lake was not contacted. So those kinds of things I can help you work through if you can give me kind of the expectations, so we can go through it and make sure that everybody's notified, first of all, and second of all, that everybody knows what to expect. I think it'll go a lot easier.
We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I got a few comments here. Number one, on the hardening, of doing the lines, I understand it's substantially more cost effective to do that versus undergrounding, and a lot less chance of running into multiple problems, because you never know at times, as much as we rely on data, what's underneath the ground. At times you run into all kinds of stuff. And it's, I think, shown to be very effective. So I understand that there was, push for undergrounding and clear on up in the state level, but if there's areas where it's applicable, and if there's something our board can do to, help, promote that thought on doing that type of work and spread the limited amount of money further. We look at, I've seen market improvement, in the time duration of outages. I think there's ways that you can dial it in, tighter, that would be pretty simple. One of them I've heard you speak to, you're looking at 12 months worth of data. Yet we're making changes. There's more sectionalization. There's these different things happening. I think an immediate thing that PG&E could do is take it to a 6-month look back, and to acknowledge your recent work, And that would give the ability to, see where those durations are. And then when you're projecting duration of outages, that'll help, folks, whether it be businesses or homeowners, looking to our market of tourism. A lot of people up here, whether it be Airbnbs or other rentals or other properties. So that would be good. One area that I think has been kind of left out. We were talking about the safety, aspects, and a lot of attention paid to fire concerns, which is absolutely that's needed. But we do, and I think Supervisor Half spoke to it a little bit here as well, is that when we look at the effects, on the businesses and real-time effects, out of their pocket and whether or not, so they're planning. But one area that I haven't seen, and I think a direct effort really needs to be paid attention, is when we look at our 911 centers, whether it be the Sheriff's Office, Sonora PD. We just had another outage, at the Sheriff's Department. We heard the Sheriff speak this morning, and he spoke about some calls got dropped, 911 calls, right? Nobody wants to see, when he had one of his dispatchers that was in the process of giving EMD instructions to somebody, and then boom, it goes down. So now, admittedly, his 911 center has some other problematic areas that we're working on separately. But even if they were, a brand new facility, right? We need to, figure out how to protect those critical infrastructure places, and 911 centers, both for the city and the county, is tremendously important. So I'd like to personally see, some thought given to that. I'm not looking for an answer now, but, how creative ways on how that we can look at avoiding some of those things in the future. The last item that I had, hearing from the business community, Supervisor Brandon spoke to it as well. When we've got projects going in, and I hear your supply chain issue is 17 months or whatever for a transformer, but then we get that stumbling block, right? Because now we've figured stuff out, we've gotten through approval processes, and now they're in the queue, right? They're in the waiting. And I'm wondering whether PG&E can do something similar to, like when you have a bad storm, you're bringing in teams, from all over to deal with the effects of it. If you see that there's a number of developments going on in an area, applications being made, and we're actively promoting that, promoting housing, would you have the ability to bring in, a team from PG&E from an area that perhaps doesn't have so much development going on, and they could come, camp out here for a little bit and help some of these things, move along a little faster. And again, that might, it's just a thought, but, ways that, you can look to private contracting and stuff, but sometimes that not so easy because you're dealing with your own system and processes, and, it can take a while to develop that. And you may be doing some of that already, but what you might be able to do with your own personnel. So with that said, I'm glad that you came in. I'm glad to see, again, that we've seen improvements. Definitely have work to do, but it is appreciated, your efforts, and so thank you very much.
Well, I'll close with, as Dory mentioned earlier, a public safety power shutoff event was called. This county, as well as every county surrounding it, is currently in scope. There are 2,800 customers, or is it 3,800? There we go. Thank you, Dory. 3,800 customers currently in scope. The de-energization is a couple of days from now. More modeling, more meteorology, and more situational updates will come over the course of the next several hours and or day. I will keep in close contact with all of you. There may be a possibility that the county and the surrounding counties fall out of scope, which means that no PSPS happens, or we may get closer to the event timeline and the county may stay in scope, which means that de-energization does happen. From what I was just told by our public safety specialist, Will Harris, is that We are already working with the county on staging a community resource center at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. The community resource center will have device chargers and several other resources available to customers who do decide to drop by. Those are open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. During the days of the PSPS event, during times where customers are de-energized. We'll keep our fingers crossed that we do end up falling out of scope, but in case we don't, those are the resources available to customers, and we will continue to monitor. Now, going back to the presentation, we've come a long way, but we also have quite a long way to go on the affordability front, the economic development front, and the new business and service planning front. We won't stop improving, and we won't stop being aggressive, this team here, in the way that we advocate for your community internally. And one thing that I am very confident about is that you won't stop being aggressive about the way that you advocate for your communities either. That's one thing I admire about this board, is that you're not afraid to make noise, and even if it makes the people you're making noise to, even if you rattle them a bit, you know that sometimes that's what it takes in order to get things done. So I appreciate that. We appreciate how you advocate for your community, and we're honored to be your hometown utility, and we're hoping for a smooth, good, and safe storm season, and all of the work that you talk about, from the undergrounding to the EPSS, the covered conductor, and then just the day-to-day operations. We're just the mouthpieces to several thousand folks who live and work here within Tuolumne County. When you think of the folks that are out there doing the work, getting their hands dirty and making it happen, that's Kevin, our coworker there, also in the audience, and a lot of the line workers who, much like your mailman, rain, sleet, or snow, are up on the pole making it happen. Me, not on the pole, not built for that, as you can see, but still, I am your resource to getting you answers on whatever you have questions to. So a big thank you to each of you, and I will be in touch with you, Supervisor Campbell, before November 15th. So hopefully you have some good news to share with the folks at Phoenix Lake Estates this Thanksgiving, and hopefully we'll be back here soon enough with more good updates.
Yeah, and just a final add-on, when you talk about the predictions and stuff that's done via the weather, I think everybody, all of us, know how difficult that is, right? If it was easy, it would be, just so many things, whether it be for firefighting, whether it be for power outages, whether it be for many, many other reasons. So it's there's an infinite number of variables there. So like you said, maybe in the next day or two we can see, how the weather pattern evolves, and hopefully we won't be in that part. So thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. So 24:34. We'll come back at 11:40. Get started here again, minus a couple of board members, but we will start without them. So, welcome back to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. Couple of quick things that I want to go over real fast is number one is next up on our agenda will be the proclamations and commendations, item number 15 regarding the school bus safety. The 11:30 appointment, I neglected to tell anybody that it was pulled because of a staff concern. So the Access Tuolumne presentation is not going to occur today, and my apology for not stating that earlier for anybody that may have been here specifically for that. There was an issue with personnel that a last minute change. So that just happened over the weekend. And then we're going to move on to department items. And in the interest of, keeping everything going, we're going to have presentations by staff, and I would ask that the board please hold their portions of comments and questions to 4 minutes per board member, as is described under department items. I would like to do that today to keep things on track and keep moving here. So on the agenda under department items, it discusses that. So So with that said, if the clerk can please read item number 15.
Item number 15, consideration of adopting Resolution 9224, proclaiming October 21st through the 25th, 2024, National School Bus Safety Week in Tuolumne County.
All right, so I understand a couple of different schools were part of this. Did we have some information? Were you going to come up and share it, please? Thank you.
Morning. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Angela Howard, and I represent Somerville Union High School District. Last year, we came here to start this resolution for our community for awareness of school bus safety. And we have a lot of things that have changed since then. In 1970, I think I mentioned this last year, that there was a gentleman named Dick Fisher, and he allowed and brought this establishment to California. And then in 1981, Ronald Reagan signed a proclamation and asked that we would continue to bring awareness to the communities throughout nationwide. So our community last year, we just continued to share the safety measures. We asked all of our schools to post items and things that would bring the community to this place. As we've grown, Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools has created banners for all schools to place out in front of the entity. And we do have that here. And our marquees are going to be available. Brian Thomas also is going to do some public announcements. And our biggest mission really is just to bring drivers aware of what we do on the road. You have 50 to 70 students on board, and you've got plenty of buses out there that needs to be aware. And we see a lot of faulty out there. So we're going to continue this mission, and we have a lot of movement happening right now.
Can you stay a little closer to the mic? You're kind of drifting in and out a tiny bit.
Anyways, I would like to send it over to Christy Hammerbeck from Sonora Union High School also to give a few facts. And we would like to continue with this resolution.
Good morning, and thank you, Angela. We've had some new developments since we were here last year, and thank you for having us back again today to help spread this message. Sonora High School and Somerville High School are both very passionate about protecting the children of our community, and the best way to do that and protect them is through education and awareness. A lot of people in the community are ignorant of the laws when it comes to school bus safety and stopping for red lights. Our students are also ignorant that their actions can sometimes cause a safety concern on the bus. So our actions here today are just to help the community to be more aware that a lot of our children are more susceptible to injury or accidental death outside the school bus than they are inside the school bus. So I know, Sergeant Matty Shock is here if you want to come up as well. He probably has some facts to give you. But a lot of our drivers are distracted. Driver error, like I said, student error, all of these things are just a recipe for disaster. So all of our districts this school year in Tuolumne County are going to be displaying the same banners, sending the same message. So collectively, we can hopefully educate our community and raise awareness. Sonora High School and Somerville High School are both going to be launching social media campaigns. So I invite you and the members of our community to like and share our posts to help get the word out there. So I'm going to let Sergeant Matty Shock speak for a moment, since the CHP has been very supportive of this campaign, as you have as well. So.
And real quick before you, where are those banners going to be posted again?
At our local campuses. Sonora High
campuses.
School will probably have theirs out front. Somerville High, all of the districts, the superintendents, we spoke at their meeting last month. They've all been very supportive of this initiative and have all agreed to participate in this campaign this year.
Okay.
So it's been great.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Sergeant Randy Matashak of the California Highway Patrol in the Sonora area. I am the supervisor in charge of the school bus program at the local area. It is run by Officer Steve Machado, who unfortunately is unable to be here today. We are obviously 100% in support of this proclamation of School Bus Week. School bus drivers in itself is a rather thankless job. We are the testing and certification agency for all school buses in the state of California. All testing goes through each local area, and the certification of each buses go through each local area as well. We are also tasked with handling all school bus crashes within the entire state of California, whether it be within a city limit or not, or outside of in unincorporated areas. We handle all school bus crashes, like I said, within the state of California. Like I said, school bus drivers, it's a tough job. It is a thankless job, as I see. Even the pre-trip inspections are a lengthy procedure. The driving tests are lengthy procedures, and just the routes themselves are very tough to do when driving something that big. I'm a parent of 5 kids that have all been on the buses, and not only is it driving kids to and from school, but I'm also the head softball coach at Sonora High, and there is daily trips to and from games where these school buses take hundreds, if not thousands, of kids throughout the year to and from school, to and from athletic events, or to and from other events such as field trips and such like that. Our job as well as the Highway Patrol is to hold the drivers accountable. We do that by enforcing any violations that may be brought to our attention. And that is our part to keep these kids safe, because like I said, the kids are the greatest commodity. And it's a real huge responsibility to take these buses full of 50 to 70 kids ranging from, however age, and get them from point A to point B every day safely. And for the most part, our school bus drivers do that. We have a great relationship with our transportation departments within each school district, and for the most part for each school bus driver in there. So we really appreciate all the school bus drivers do, all the transportation department do, and again, as the department of the California Highway Patrol, who, like I said, oversees this program, we are in 100% support the proclamation of making this a School Bus Week. And again, we just give our gratitude to the transportation units and the school bus drivers of Tuolumne County to do the best they can to get all these kids to and from their location safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Yeah, no, you bet. We're not quite done yet. I've asked Supervisor Kirk to please speak on this matter for the board.
Well, thank you, Angela and Christy, for being here. I think, Ryan, how many kids do you have? You have, I think I had 3. 4. We tied. We both could have done the resolution. I have 4 kids. When he was talking about, the sergeant was talking about, or maybe it was you, you're talking about how it's not just the safety off the bus, but in the bus. I was that little punk kid who would have driven you mad. My bus driver, Miss Hargis, I used to go underneath the bus seats and crawl like 5 bus seats up and then poke my head up. She would look at me, and then I'd wait till she wasn't looking, and then I'd go back under, cross, come up. And I'd make her lose her mind. She got so frustrated because I'm sitting here. I've been here the whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. So I was that little crap kid growing up. And one of the times I almost got kicked out of school was because of that. I had to have a parent conference meeting with the principal and the bus driver and my dad. And that was not fun. So I appreciate what you guys do. It is a very tough job, and it's having 4 kids. I am homeschool. I'm sure he could attest to it. But my kids have driven on buses before. Kids who go on that bus, as a parent, especially with what we're seeing in the world with, I don't want to bring it up, but with shootings and other things, like when you're releasing your babies to the school system, you're kind of crossing your fingers these days. And especially with inclement weather and everything up here, you guys have a tough job. So thank you for keeping those kids safe. And there is a resolution. I don't want to read the whole thing, but I kind of, it talks about safety tips and lights flashing and be aware. But if somebody's listening, if they do a soundbite and they're listening, what's the one thing that you want to relay to people on the road that you're seeing that you want people to be aware to keep these kids safe? What would be the 1 or 2 things?
My thing would be, we have so many distracted drivers out there. So it's it's the hardest thing for us to answer that question, in that you only test once. A lot of people, they get their license at 18 years old, and then they let things go. We're yellow for a purpose. It's to represent a slowing down in front of. So I guess my place would be is that, how do you get their distracted driving removed, but just to be aware that these are fragile places. On Longeway Road especially, we have quite a few red light runners. We don't have any crossovers there, but if we did have students crossing the road, there would be some trouble. There's a few other places that we just have to slow down, and I think that's, like I said, our mission is we're going to bring that awareness. There'll be a day that there'll be much yellow coming through our community, so hopefully we can change that.
Okay.
And I agree with Angela. There's a lot of areas in our community that are very unsafe. We have a lot of shared locations that we traverse in our buses. But I think what the community is unaware of is that our kids are at times kind of stupid and they don't pay attention to what's going on around them. And I mean that respectfully.
Yeah.
I think as drivers, we've all seen a lot of close calls at our bus stops or on the road, and it's enough to scare you. My first year of driving several years ago, I had a student be missed by a semi by probably 2 inches because she ran across the street, and they failed to stop at my reds. So that is something that I will never get over, just thinking of what could have happened. Our kids dart out. That's why they have those red lights on the buses, for you to stop. And it's both ways. I think the community thinks that it's only the buses, the cars that are behind the bus that have to stop. But I think just for me, just getting that word out that people need to be more aware and not be so distracted, not be in such a hurry. These are people's children that we're talking about. So they just need to take it a little more seriously, I think.
So in the spirit of the resolution, what I'm hearing is, and you put it in here, the overall best practice is to always stop if there's a school bus. So if a school bus is pulled over, it's yellow, slow down, get off your phone. That second could change your life and obviously somebody else's family's life forever. So slow down. And then, one thing I tell my kids that anytime we're especially in the city, people are on their phones, walking across the street, never look left or right. I go, watch, she's not going to do it. And how many times could that person be creamed, by somebody running a red light? So I'm a huge supporter of getting cell phones out of schools. That's just my personal opinion. But what I'm going to take away from this resolution is pay attention, drivers, get off your phones, and teach your kids to look both ways before they cross the road, back to the basics, right? So with that being said, now therefore be resolved, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim October 21 through 25, 2024 as National School Bus Safety Week and urge all to practice school bus safety every day. Get off your phones, pay attention, look both ways. So, cool. Thank you guys.
We appreciate your support.
You betcha. Thank you for coming in. And before we act on this, I'd like to see if there's any public comments. People would like to speak.
Mike Merrill, Superintendent of Somerville Union High School District, and I want to thank these two for taking the lead for all of our schools in Tuolumne County. The passion that they show all the time is great. So, ladies, thank you very much on behalf of all of us as school leaders, but most importantly, our communities and our kids.
Well, I want to thank you for bringing this issue forward again. And I used to talk with Chet White about doing something before school started, which I think is really important. And the superintendent of schools and CHP, I think, joined together to do some announcements prior to school starting about school bus safety, but I didn't think they went far enough. So I appreciate your comment, because people don't seem to realize that when that red stop sign is out, you need to stop on both sides of the street. It's not just one side of the street, and people don't do that. And I want to thank you for your comment, because we have idiot drivers in this county, and I see them every day, all day long. And one of them is a school bus driver, because there was a Sonora Elementary school bus driver that nearly ran me down at least 6 times in a crosswalk because she was late and she was running behind and she was driving too fast. And I don't want you driving like that with kids on a school bus. So school bus safety is really important, and I wish we would do a lot more public outreach. I see people lined up at Sonora Elementary School to pick up their kids because they're not on the bus, and they cause a lot of problems when school buses are probably safer. And I would like to see a discussion about seatbelts, because apparently they designed the large school buses now that you don't need to wear seatbelts because they put in all these safety features. But on the smaller school buses, you need seatbelts. And I'm not sure that all of our buses have seatbelts, and we might want to look at that sometime. But I still think we need a particular ordinance in our county that people should not drive like idiots. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. I'll just have a brief comment. I was just wondering about the viability of having retractable spike strips when you stop that just go out, and if somebody runs by there, maybe a little bit drastic, but I think that would work. All right, Supervisor Kirk, would you like to make the motion on this too?
Yes, I will make a motion based on staff recommendation.
And I'll second it as a former school bus driver.
Woohoo! Okay, so motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Hamm. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Better not be. And any abstain?
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you for keeping our kids safe.
You betcha.
Thank you.
Thank you, definitely. All right, we are going to move on to item number 16. So if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 16, presentation and discussion of the development process audit and improvement effort.
You have a sec here for them to get situated. Okay. Just about ready here. As you guys are loading up here, there's 4 of you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Department Director, joined here by Brian Bell, Blossom Scott Heim, and Tamara Blankenship. We're going to go over a process that we've been partnering on over the last few months, which is the development process audit and improvement task. I'll talk just a little bit about our departments that were involved, and then I'm going to turn it to Blossom, and then we'll get going. So the Community Development Department participated in this effort with our Building Division, Environmental Health Division, Planning Division, and even incorporated our Code Compliance Division, although sometimes they were wondering how they factored into it, but I think it was educational for them. I'm going to turn it over to Blossom. Do you want to help kick it off?
Is this on? Oh, there we go. And Public Works participated with our Survey Division, very big, of course, with parcel maps and subdivisions. Our GIS Division, which does a lot of behind-the-scenes work. And, of course, our engineering, who reviews a lot of these projects and also issues all encroachment and grading permits in conjunction.
So as you can see, both the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department are intimately involved with a variety of steps that our applicants, customers, clients, and members of the public go through. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we did and what we learned here today. So just to start with some background, you know your board priorities and your board action items did direct us to take a look at the processes that we had sort of accumulated over time. That happens by a variety of ways. Some was, a new state law or a new ordinance pushed our staff to do a certain thing in a certain way, and that's the way we've always been doing it. There was a lot of, this is the way we've always done it sort of thing. Maybe a past manager or director had a preference for how things happened, and so that was the way we were always doing things. But when I came on board as the director about 2019, we were sitting in a department heads meeting here, and Tracy Riggs was asking us we were getting ready to do a board planning session, an annual board planning session. And I remember I was kind of sitting over there by Tom, and Brian and I were sitting there, and we went, well, what if we just threw up there, because we were talking about community health and prosperity, of opening our own books and saying, hey, what are we doing good and what are we doing bad? And what can we improve on? And I remember this because then we regrouped and we sat around the table, and I said to the department heads, hey, let's audit the development process. And I hadn't told the other people who were involved in the development process that we thought that this would be a good idea. And so I did get some wide eyes at that moment going, what have you just subjected us to? But it was important to me and it was important to Brian, and we got early buy-in from our stakeholders that we wanted to make sure that we were doing the best we could, that we were, you will talk about a continuous environment of learning and changing, that we were really holding true to those values. In October 2023, we did get, the county received a letter from a number of our development stakeholders, groups such as the Business Council, both the Tuolumne County and I think the City of Sonora, and our Realtors Association, and they came up with 11 issues and recommendations that they wanted your board to look at and then provide direction to our staff on. And so that was another part of this process, was looking at those issues. Overall, we know that your board wants to increase the supply of housing in the county, workforce housing, attainable housing, but also going hand in hand with that is economic opportunities, new jobs. And so our process is can be considered a big kink in making those things happen. And so it's important for us to take a look and make sure that we are doing the best we can with the correct level of oversight that we can do. And so let me just make sure I didn't get anything else. And there we go. Turn it to Tamara.
All right, so knowing that this was something that we wanted to do to look at the process and see where we might be able to make improvements, see what was working and what wasn't working, we had to come up with the approach and what that would look like. And so there were several considerations that really shaped how we moved forward with this. So one of the things is, what data are we going to collect and how are we going to collect that data? At the same time, well, not at the same time, we had recently gone through the switch from our old system to our OpenGov system, and that was a really new implementation. So what happened during that time is the data we were collecting, how we were collecting it, then switched from one system to another system. So, you know, in an audit, one of the things you would want to do is take metrics of certain things that you could count or measure and compare them over time. That is something we want to do, and we're going to talk about that. But at this moment in time that we felt like there was no reason to wait, let's get this process started, the data would have been a challenge for us at that point. We also had, we knew the Title 17 update was coming, which changed some of our processes. So measuring amounts of time from one time, you know, pre-Title 17 to post-new Title 17, we would have apples and oranges that weren't comparing very well. Other things, you know, efficiencies, concurrent reviews, things we weren't holding off until we did an audit. We were implementing those things right away. They would make it really difficult to measure certain metrics. But knowing that we want to do that in the future, we built that into our process. So we decided to go with a qualitative as opposed to a quantitative approach because it's what we had access to. So really looking at collecting that qualitative data by doing a mapping process that we're going to talk about, really, staff are doing the work and they have a lot of insights about what works and what doesn't, what's efficient, what takes a lot of their time. And really our stakeholders have a lot of feedback about what's working and what's not working. And so that's a really rich data set. So we felt that we had sufficient data to do a process that would be meaningful in a qualitative way. Also self-initiated, so you can always do an audit where someone would come from the outside and they would look at your process and do an audit of that process. That's always an option. In the absence of resources that are committed to do that, we can always choose to do that self-initiated and internally driven. And that's what we chose to do. And it's not mutually exclusive from an external process, but it is what we had the time and we had the resources to do. And so again, not seeing a reason to wait, we initiated that process. And it gave us some flexibility in terms of timeframes, knowing we had other big initiatives that were happening. With this qualitative and self-initiated approach, though, there are some limitations to point out, and that we're doing it internally. And so there are distractions. There's kind of divided attention in terms of projects you're working on. We did go through major changes at the same time. Title 17 is a great example. And we did really want to be conscious of limiting the impact on staff. So it did, those were kind of some limitations or guardrails that we put on the process.
Early in the process, before we got the staff together, Tamara was, and thank you, Tamara, because I tasked her with leading this effort for all of Public Works, CDD, and then we'll talk about some our other participants. So she sat myself and the other department head down, and we talked about alignment of values. We talked about what our values were, where they were different. We talked about moving those values towards each other. So we didn't start at what levers can we pull. We started at a much more basic, in a much more basic place about what are my values as a department head leader, what are Public Works values. When we changed staff, we sort of redid that to make sure that we still had that alignment, and came up with some goals for the process. And it became really clear that we needed to make sure that we were all working from sort of the same set of agreements on the end product, which comes from your board objectives and your board goals. And so that was something that we instilled in all of our staff very early, was that we're taking direction from the board, whether it relates to economic development or housing production, or streamlining, review of processes, and that was needed to be accepted by all of our staff and signed on to. We laid out a roadmap of how we were going to do our sort of self-analysis and where we were going. And we really wanted to highlight the importance of, we say foster trust, respect, and collaboration, but also ensuring that we all knew the intent of where we were working from. So if you were going to have either an interdepartment communication or a cross-department communication that was going to bring information into the review, that you knew that the other person you were working with, that they had the same intent as you were working on the project, that you weren't coming from opposite sort of base points. And the bottom one here is a culture of continuous improvement. I see this every day on the 3rd and 4th floors in our building. It's happening in meetings. It's happening in hallways. It's happening as we're working on projects. It's happening as we're sort of figuring out how to process projects. But there's the culture of continuous improvement is happening so often that it can be difficult for staff to keep up because we're constantly tweaking the process to make it better. And so, someone's out on a leave or someone's out and they come back, we go, oh yeah, this is a different way how we do that. And we've also had to create mechanisms of how we're tracking that. So how did we know a little bit more about what we needed to do was we asked our staff, and we sat both Public Works, Community Development, but we also included County Council. We included the CAO's office staff who interact with development process. We included fire, and we included economic development because we really wanted to make sure we were rounding out this analysis we were doing, this reflection we were doing with people who participated in the process at different points. We asked our stakeholders. We reestablished what used to be the DPRT, now is called the Development Process Work Group. It's a non-exclusive group open to interested stakeholders who are our customers or who work with us in some way, shape, or form. And we're getting a lot of great participation, both from contractors and builders, but also from our utility providers. We've even had an environmental group show up and participate in the process. So we've gotten a lot of feedback from them and are using that very strategically on how we're moving forward. We are going to talk about how we mapped the process. We wanted to show what it would take from start to finish, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And the biggest thing really is, again, listening. As leaders in our department, we do a lot of talking, and it was really time for me to be quiet, for Blossom to be quiet, and for our managers to be quiet and really listen to our staff members and our customers, but really our staff. And you'll see this we'll talk about what's behind us, and really just watching our staff go through this evolution of analysis and making them comfortable with it along the way.
Okay, so we really did this process through two different tracks, an internal track and an external track. I think we started end of February, and it was really, as Quincy said, a matter of getting the department heads together and talking and making sure there was clarity and alignment around values and goals. And then that goes to the manager level, it then goes to the staff level, bringing staff together. We did a pre-audit staff survey, which was interesting, and just these ongoing team meetings to map the process and look at workflow improvement. So it's been an ongoing process. And out of the internal track, we knew that we wanted to create two products that would be kind of the thing that we would come out of this with. And one is the residential development process map that we'll talk about, and the online dashboard. So we went into this knowing that these were two products that we wanted to come out of it with. The next was the external track. So for the external track, having kind of that history and hearing a lot about DPRT, we wanted to kind of resurrect that group, but in a new incarnation that would be really helpful for kind of what we're doing, where we're going. So we came up with a development process work group, and we call it a work group because it really is working on very specific solutions. So we meet once a month for 2 hours. Anyone can suggest items for a future agenda. And then when we have those discussions, we make sure the right people are at the table and that we're actually talking about something that is within local control or influence. So really wanting to make sure that this is not something that we're setting up to kind of complain about the process or just have lots of kind of ongoing discussions. Those things happen already. But to make sure that we had one area, one place, once a month where people knew they could come with very specific issues, and we'll make sure we have the right people at the table and we don't have those discussions. You know, sometimes these things come up and we put it on a future agenda to make sure the right person is there and that we're creating the right context so that it's very solution oriented and very specific. And at the time that we have those conversations, those agendized items, we agree on what the follow-up timeframe is going to be, and I track those and they come back. We've had really great participation. Again, it's not exclusive, like Quincy said. Anyone who's an interested stakeholder is welcome to attend and contribute. We've had builders, contractors, developers come. TCAR has good representation. We've had really great participation from our utility providers, which has been really helpful to have their input. They ask questions. There's a lot of education that happens in these meetings, and so having them there has been really great. Developers, landowners, lenders, economic development, job training folks, and then of course all of our internal stakeholders. So that's been that's the external track that we've used parallel to this internal track. So just to talk a little bit about, just to give you an idea about some of the things the work group has worked on, there's kind of, I said we want them to be specific and we want them to be local. But the items that we discussed, some of them are kind of small and process oriented, like what should our pre-application meetings look like to make sure they're as helpful as possible? How do we get the most out of this process? And have people who've been through that process tell us more. And then we kind of memorialize that in a checklist or an operating procedure. Same with like our small commercial project checklist. So this is a process thing that we do internally, but we're really going to our external stakeholders and we go, how do we create the greatest value? What do we need you to bring to the meeting? What do you need to take out of the meeting? Some of these are more, information or educational so that we're all on the same page as we move forward. So something like, well, on the left hand, we have things that we've kind of done and we've worked through. On the right hand, we have things that are kind of ongoing discussions. Community facilities districts, for example, is something that's really more educational and an opportunity to provide feedback. Something like the small lot subdivision ordinance, which you'll hear about later, is something where the group actually gave a lot of very specific detail and we worked through it. So as a work group, they really did some work on that. And a lot of these things are things that will, the group can work on, chew on, kind of come up with some good strategies or solutions, and then they would come back to the board, things like future ordinance updates. So depending on what the item is we're tackling, we kind of adjust to that, but make sure that there are things that we can accomplish.
So in the beginning, I had referenced a letter we received from our stakeholders that came to the board that we had a copy of. And while we are still working on our dashboard, when we were putting sort of this presentation and this item together, we talked about, hey, maybe we could use that letter as a way to track some metrics. To see what this group and our staffs and our other county partners have accomplished. And so I'm not going to read all of these, but we've either tackled them, completed them, or in process, or there's a really clear plan. And I also just want to make sure it's clear that just because the county receives a stakeholder letter or we receive a stakeholder letter, it doesn't mean we go do it. Part of getting feedback from our constituents is lining that up with your board goals and objectives. And where we have alignment, then the staff proceeds with an evaluation and a recommendation. And so that's what we've done here and when we get feedback from the community, line it up with our board. If we get direction to proceed on it, we'll do an evaluation and make recommendations on it. Let's see. One of them we're going to be looking at this afternoon, looking at reducing or eliminating minimum lot sizes. Brian and Tamara initiating a 5-day review time frame for ADUs and getting support from Public Works was really important on that, making sure that not just our department was going to look at something quickly, but that everyone else who needed to look at it would be doing it quickly. We've reestablished, a development process work group. Utilities, both having them attend the development process work group, teaming where we can find funding, and also Tamara and I and other county staff attending those utility district meetings has really enhanced communication and an understanding from our county staff as to what those issues are, to making sure that we are addressing those. And, so you're on the end, things that are in progress or under review. Some of the things that were asked of us, we have limited control over, but it's certainly our intention to come back to your board and present what changes we can make and what we are limited to by either state or federal or other regulations.
You can see here in these photographs, the team is at work on mapping, literally physically mapping the development process. For those in the audience, of course, and or online, behind us you will see a digital rendering of the map that was created. This was done with a lot of painstaking effort from both Public Works and the Community Development Department, as well as some other stakeholders, fire prevention, and other departments that have been participating in the development process. And kind of putting input as to where they touch the process and how it's developed. So anybody who would like to see that map, please, it's on the wall here, feel free. It's a little busy. It might kind of spin your head out a little bit, but I encourage everybody to kind of see how in-depth the process can be based on our current regulations and so forth. A lot of great teamwork here, a lot of staff involvement, and a lot of great ideas. Moving on to the dashboard. Here are a couple of examples of the dashboard metric feedback. So the dashboard is currently in processes still. It is a component of the transparency and reporting module that we have with OpenGov. we were able to pull data directly from the permitting and licensing module into this reporting module. And it has some limitations. We are set to meet with our OpenGov representative to get some more feedback on how we can set our processes in such a way that we get more viable metrics, such as turnaround times on plan reviews or inspection turnarounds and various different components, project benchmarks, if you will, throughout the development process. So here's a simple example of the number of permits issued. Let's say this is the month of September. And you can see the various graphs. We have ways of reporting this annually, weekly, monthly, and what have you. So very good information there. And one more there. Oh, I thought there was more. No, that was fine. Yeah, I'll continue. Thank you. Yeah. So in key findings, looking at the building and permitting side of things, there are a handful of things, as Quincy and Tamara have mentioned, the ongoing improvements, staff's involvement has been huge. They have all worked so very hard to make sure, and they have owned the transitions that we've made to OpenGov and the standard operating procedures and all the adjustments that come along with these adjustments. Some of the things that in building and permitting that we have found in improvements, and these are just recent, I know we've reported on several times, but the increased access to OpenGov, that was something the Development Progress Work Group had identified is, where's the darn link at? How do I get to this? How can I even apply for a permit? So we took that feedback, and you can find it on the main page of the Tuolumne County webpage, on each individual division or department's webpage. So it's in about 5 or 6 different locations now for ease of access, and we've gotten feedback that has been super helpful. In addition to that, the availability of records search to the general public. So if you go to the place where you might apply for a permit, you can search for any records that have been created inside of the system. If you want to know if your neighbor had a permit or you can't remember what record you might have had. If it has been created inside of the OpenGov system since October 2nd of 2023, you will be able to find that record. You can pull up a copy of that permit. You can find out what the scope of work was, who the contractor may or may not have been, and get very specific information. One of the big inquiries we've had, it is a bit of a transition from our previous online eTrack-It module, but we're hoping to improve that as we move along as well. Additionally, the progress, of course, towards our online dashboard, that has been a fantastic and challenging event, but we're very excited to have that rolled out so that we can have a lot of different metrics. We're getting feedback from, again, the Development Progress Work Group as well as our external stakeholders on information that matters, and that's the stuff we really want to focus on so that we can ensure we're getting that out front sooner than later. We have implemented a new process for the OpenGov permit expirations. Because of its interactive online component, OpenGov allows us to just send an email and immediately there's a letter generated to an applicant to let them know that their permit is getting ready to expire or that it has expired and what to do to reactivate that permit so that we can keep them on point. Everybody has very busy lives, and so ensuring that they can, losing track of dates for permits and expirations, it happens routinely. So we try to do that to help keep the process moving on. And then, of course, we're continuing to develop our standard operating procedures. OpenGov provided a lot of new growth opportunities to refine our processes, to find those streamlines where we can get them, and it has been super successful thus far.
Environmental health was next. Go ahead. In Public Works, I don't quite have as much to say as Brian does because they do a lot in building. We have seen a lot of improvements in our survey. According to our county surveyor, review times are about half what they used to be with the paper process. Part of that is the concurrent review across the departments that we see on all the permits now. We've also seen about a 50% reduction in the amount of photocopies we're doing in the office because everything's going paperless now. So that's been really great. On the grading permit side, we are able to talk to the applicants a lot more in the system. I can send a comment, they send a comment right back to me. We can work out a lot of stuff right in the system right then and there, get their permits approved if we have any questions. And something else we've done is we've taken our special event permits online, and that's cut down a ton on the paper, especially since most of those are no-charge permits for nonprofits. So we've cut down our staff time on that, and they're getting those permits immediately as well.
On the planning front, we've really, and I wanted to emphasize something Brian said. He was saying the staff have been working on this, and I can't emphasize that these changes are coming from our staff members. not being directed by managers. The staff is engaged in making the process better for our customers. They're dedicated to it, and they are the individuals who are recommending changes to the manager. This couldn't be more true in the planning division. I have such an engaged group of planners and an administrative technician who are sitting there making recommended changes to me. That is really important we're really also focusing on our templates, saving time by having better templates and better review processes that are catching issues sooner. So catching if someone needs a wetland study, or if there's an access issue, or if there's some other type of study that might be needed, trying to catch that as soon as possible. We want to eliminate what we hear, which is the county's always moving the goalpost. I turn in information and you tell me I need something else. I turn in information and you tell me I need something else. And so where we can eliminate that goalpost moving by doing a better job of reviewing the project up front, we want to do that. We have a lot of staff turnover, and so by having better templates and better processes helps also train those staff members so that we don't do what often happens in our departments, is learn by making mistakes. We want to try to avoid making those mistakes by having a better review process so that a new staff member isn't discovering something inadvertently halfway through. Also, I tell the planners that minutes matter. When we're up against a deadline, sometimes we sit back and we go, gosh, if I could have just opened this up if I could have worked on this a little bit more earlier, I could have captured a few more minutes, and all of a sudden I'd be ready for this public notice by this certain date, or I'd be ready for this public hearing by a certain date. And so really tweaking down into the metric of minutes, and how can we shave minutes off of processing times that is going to magnify itself across the entire scope of processing a project. Environmental health couldn't be here today, but they're working on expediting septic repair permits. We often get these in real estate transactions that are very time sensitive, and so that is something that we want to be working on. Wrapping it up, as I mentioned, there are a lot of external challenges that both as a department and our customers face. So we want to acknowledge those, but really focus on what we can do internally, and that is by trying to make sure we have the staffing resources, and where we have shortages, communicating that to your board. I know that Blossom and Public Works is specifically understaffed in areas that pertain directly to the development review process. And so when we have vacancies, or we have staff gets extra days off, or those types of things, they can compound and impact how fast we're able to process a project. We also, as you know, get changes in the environmental laws. We get changes in housing laws that really can make us zig when we thought we were going to zag. Not everything we do is project related. There is a significant amount of our time that is not only spent towards running and managing our departments, but that is also spent towards customer inquiries or matters that individuals think are county responsibilities, but really are truly civil matters. But it takes a lot of effort and coordination, also typically with our county council office, to explain that to the public, that these matters, and this is, I'm speaking for Blossom, that these matters truly are civil. And so we are committed to continuing down and promoting a culture of continual improvement. We're going to be starting a project status briefing call monthly with our utility providers and other county entities so that we can provide updates on projects. That came directly out of conversations and a request for improvement from one of our utility districts. And so, these things take resources and time to devote to them, but we're hoping that they will pay off with less confusion and delay in processing a project. Blossom, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think you said it very well. Thank you, Quincy.
Okay, so at this point, I know that you're fading and we're headed to lunch, so maybe we'll roll our shoulders and do a little twist, but we are here to answer any questions you may have, either about what we've worked on or where we're going with this. So thank you very much for your time.
All right.
Thank you. A lot of material and an interesting approach. I like it. So board members, questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. I don't have any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the presentation. I wanted to ask, between this and what we had as the memo, it has a number of next steps that are identified, which are completely different than what was set here as next steps. So in this, it's looking at continuing to work with the development process group, implementing the online dashboard, exploring like YIGB innovative solutions, and regular review of internal processes. This went a lot more specific with the calls and other things. So I just wanted to double check.
That's just me trying to put more information into small packages. No, we are continuing the engagement with the work group. Some of these things like the OpenGov refinements, the project status briefing call comes out of that work with the work group. The innovative housing solutions comes out of some of the feedback we were given at the time Title 17 was adopted in terms of next steps and things to look at. And so that's something that we're continuing to do on an ongoing basis. But just more specifically in terms of having completed this map, that was specific to residential. We want to do that for commercial. And then we also would like to work with our development partners to have them map what their process looks like and putting those two things on top of each other and really getting a good understanding of the obstacles and impediments to development in the county so that we can pull those local levers. So the answer is all of the above.
Okay. And I wanted to ask also, a lot of the discussion here is about efficiency in process and communication, which I definitely appreciate. I wanted to ask one other thing that's been brought up, though, is, and I think this is a very common comment about it, are we doing things we don't need to be? So things that it's not a matter of doing it more efficiently and being more communicative. One thing that was brought to me very early on was a photometric analysis where we had a lighting map plan. Was that required by the state? Was that a local requirement? I think we didn't have it quite well defined as one example. Was that something that we were asking that we could do more efficiently, we could communicate better, or maybe we just didn't need to have that level of detail to it? So is there also that discussion happening?
Yeah,
Are we going to get items brought forward to eliminate?
Supervisor Brennan, you're bringing up a great point, because that item specifically is in response to an environmental document under state law that was written in 2010. So one of the things that we constantly deal with is older projects that are coming forward in a new era, and trying to marry your board priorities and your board objectives with the clear requirements that were laid out in an environmental document way before any of us were here. So you're identifying a challenge that we deal with on a daily basis of trying to interpret something that was written a long time ago under current standards. And so specifically, though, are we doing things that aren't required by the state or the federal government? I'm sure that there are. And when those things come up and we feel like, hey, we shouldn't be doing that, we're bringing it to you if we need board direction to change it. If it's an internal process that we can do, we make those changes. An example is years ago, for decades, when you were going to process a lot line adjustment, it would come to the planning department, and this was me when I was a young planner, and you would do an analysis, you would write a memo, you would write a CEQA document, and those two pieces of paper would then go back down to the survey division. That's not required by state law. So when I got here, I was like, why are we writing a memo? We can put the notes and track it at that point, or now in OpenGov. Okay, that eliminates the memo. We don't need to do that anymore. Lot line adjustments are ministerial or under state law. And so we don't need to file a notice of exemption, just like we wouldn't file a notice of exemption for a building permit. So those are two things that were local levers that we were doing that were not required by the state that we're not doing anymore. So that's an example of things that we're constantly changing. And when there is reason that a staff member or manager in our respective divisions feel that there should be an additional layer of local control, local oversight, we bring those to you, because it is in the general plan that I was a part of that update, where really was to focus on not doing extra work that the state already regulates. Other things we've done that address that is where, especially in our streamlined development process, when we have, if there might be a resource on the site that is regulated by another entity that they're going to need an environmental document and get a permit from, we just let them go get that permit. We don't then do a separate analysis and issue them our own permit. So where we can separate ourselves from those processes, we are. Where we feel it's prudent, we either take those actions, or if it's a programmatic issue, we bring to your board.
Great, and I appreciate that. I guess to clarify on it, in developing this process and that, I didn't hear it as much in the presentation, and that was my point. It was more about, again, the efficiency, the communication. I hope that is the same session bringing the planners together to ask that question. Is there anything in this process that we don't have to do? And being able to see those come to the board too. Because we've had a few, but there haven't been, and a lot of them are very small and I think technical, things. And yet that's where a lot of this stuff I think gets hung up.
Yeah.
And that's a level I don't fully understand, but with them presenting, a list, or you presenting a list, that's something we can look at.
And just to follow up, because wrap one more little bow on that, is that sometimes there are things that, and I'll say the planning department and under consultation with our partners, are recommending under CEQA that this could be a technical study, but we're also looking at the post-approval process to make the environmental document that your board may certify the strongest document to hold up to potential litigation. And so that comes based on consultation with county council. It comes looking at case law. It comes with looking with our experience in the communications that the direct planners are having with FOAC. We're going to talk about that this afternoon is another great example. Sometimes things are required for projects that aren't required in our ordinance code. Mm-hmm. They're not required in the general plan. We require it under CEQA in order to satisfy the impact analysis and make that document extremely strong.
All right, public comment.
Hi, I'm Chuck Sloan. I'm an analytical chemist and also a material scientist.
If you can please address the board, Chuck.
Oh, sorry about that. Anyhow, you bring up a subject that's pretty sore with me, but I want to congratulate you guys on most of what you've done. There's one subject that comes up that's not too sore, but it's a suggestion. If you reduce lot sizes, you have this 100-foot clearance around buildings, and then you have neighbors who won't cooperate, and we've heard about this in several meetings I've been in, so I have a little concern about that. That's not a big issue. But the big issue I have is you were going to allow FOAC to do no CEQA on that property where they wanted to build the big building. There's no way in hell it should have been there without a CEQA. In fact, you would fail any CEQA you tried to do there. It floods there every year. It's a watershed. Right now, the water table's about 8 feet deep. In the springtime and summer, it was right up at the surface. The property had 3 sprigs on it.
I'm not quite sure where you're going.
I'm going with
We
this.
do
You
have a
brought up
FOAC thing coming up later on the agenda as well.
Since they're here, I want them to hear this because they should have required a CEQA there. And they just brought up CEQA several times. Anyhow, so that I'll kill that one right now. And then why would you expedite nonprofits? I think I heard that because it's not necessarily beneficial for the county. It's beneficial for the nonprofits, but anyone can get a 501(c)(3). So anyhow, that's all I want to say for right now. Anyhow, thanks.
Additional public comment.
I don't want this to sound self-serving because I'm in the business council, but this group did a really excellent job with this, and I'm just really thrilled with where we're at with it right now. I think this is going to be foundational to growing the community and prosperity here that we so desperately need to generate the revenue that we need to fund ourselves. going forward and looking at increasing efficiencies and productivity, also looking very importantly at removing the things that we don't need to be spending time and resources doing. I think is so important and powerful, and I just wanted to thank the team for bringing it to this level. And this cross-departmental coordination and participation and collaboration is spectacular, and I'm just really thrilled with where we're at. So, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mike Lemke, Tuolumne County Building Industry. I'd like to give extremely high praise, starting with the board, setting policies and goals, but most specifically the staff with leadership and attitude and embracing those goals and policies and what we've seen transpire so far. And when I ran off late from the job site trying to get here, I thought I had a pretty good sweat going. And then I made a mistake of sitting next to the chart and seeing the process that we go through. That chart took decades and decades of input. A lot of it is no longer qualified. The state's continually trying to change things, and they start by moving the goalposts. And it's up to us locally to constantly identify what works for our rural area and our county to be successful for the rejuvenation of our economy, our housing, our local habitat of what we need. And I'm really thrilled by where we're at and what's been happening with the dialogue, et cetera. So thank you very much for setting that goal, and staff is making good motion with that. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Robin King. I just, having gone through the chaos involved in another project that didn't work out well, I want to point out, while we have planning staff here, that I think people in the community rely on what is written in our land use plans, our documents, and they make decisions on their property, whether they're going to buy it, whether they're going to move, improve it, on what is written and what the rules are. So when we have projects come in that don't meet the code, that don't follow the zoning that's written, it comes back to hurt them. And I would like to see us be not so much development driven, piecemeal driven. So if a project comes on, it looks good and we jump at it. And I'm saying we're a community, it's not anybody in particular. I think we need to be a little more careful about the people who could be hurt by it. So, land use plans are meant to create compatible uses, reduce conflicts, and not be piecemealed and project-driven. So when a developer comes in, we say, oh, well, this is actually this zoning, but let's make it happen for you. I understand we need the economic development, but let's try to be a little more thoughtful ahead of time and organized with it. And I think everybody will be a little bit happier. So thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. This was informational sharing. Any final comments from board members? Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Yeah, as a member of the Housing Collaborative that is not part of county business, county is involved in it, but it's not county-centric. I just want to congratulate you for the work that you've done. I love seeing that even though we don't have a CRA anymore, that you're working collaboratively together interagency to really meet the board goals of creating an easier way to build homes in this county. We've been at a standstill for so long. We're still kind of at that standstill, but the kind of work that you are doing is clearing the roadblocks that will help in the long run, and you're taking the work to heart And I just love to see the collaboration that you're doing to achieve this. So I just want to thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I'm pleased with a lot of the progress that's made on a number of these issues. It might seem like I'm probably impossible to please and impress with it, and the issue is this is going to be a top issue to me until we start seeing more housing built. And so we're doing a lot of the groundwork there, but we're not yet seeing that growth rate that we need to start getting projects in the pipeline completed. And that puts a lot of pressure on it, because I hear very directly, very regularly from the community, people that are being priced out of their homes, can't find a place, moving out of the area, and that's very difficult. So the only comments I want to provide on this was, I know this is mentioned as an audit, what may have been a 2018, 2019 conversation. This is the 2024 board priorities. It was something that I explicitly wanted to push for at that meeting, and I think the intent was an external audit. And the issue is where we're dealing with county processes that, and I think we would say the county shares some blame in the way that our policies were all written and everything, that deterred development, 20-something years ago. And now we're trying to reform that. It's important to have an independent look, because I'm not a CEQA expert, and I'm not a planning expert, and I'm not a public work expert. And so operating purely on trust with that is very difficult. I think it's helpful to bring in an outside perspective that is knowledgeable, but is able to provide somebody like me an independent recommendation of how that's going. So to me, I do appreciate the internal process, the stakeholder impact of the building process group, but I don't think those are, to me, audits. That is iterative improvements, which is great internally. That's stakeholder feedback, which is great, but it's not necessarily an audit. Another thing as well is with the development process working group, it would be really helpful if there were notes from those meetings that were submitted of what topics were covered, where there was disagreement. I was hoping that'd be a little more communicative with the board in that. I know some of the big things, I think that there's agreement and then work goes into it, it ends up getting sent up here. But in between at those meetings, I don't really know what is happening. And the last bit too is I think CEQA ends up being the kind of big gray area where what we're doing is putting a lot of requirements to be able to make a project as defensible as possible. And we've lost projects to CEQA lawsuits, and that's a shame in a lot of ways, and a very inefficient process. But looking at allowing developments that wish to proceed, without some of that indemnification, versus having a process which is going through planning, which is anticipating any of those challenges, that is more robust, that's more defensible, but allowing that decision where it can be, where it's not absolutely required, to be in the hands of the applicant with that. If they submit a project and that project is engineered correctly and all that, but is sued under CEQA and they did not cover something, I think that's something that they should anticipate and do high quality projects. We do our due diligence to make sure the health and safety of people are protected. So those are just my 3 comments with it. It's a struggle until we start getting more housing into it, but we finally got momentum from what felt like a dead standstill, which is really positive progress, but there's a lot more work to be done. But let me say one more thing too, is in terms of the resources internally for the department, whether this is looking at fees, this is looking at staffing. Personally, what I would like to know from community development, public works, is to help clarify what can be done with X resources, especially during budget, especially during priorities. What is needed? One thing we talked about very early on was the need for a policy specialist that can be outside regular work, who can work on some of these goals that we set. And Tamara's been fantastic in that position, and we're seeing the results of it. I would love to see more vocalization for general plan amendments or the growth study. I see things that, well, if resources are needed, a buffet of options, that these are the things that we could basically do. The growth study for the county, the land use element of the general plan, and then we can talk about how we pay for it, whether it's what we've got in the budget or whether that is looking at the fees we may have. So please do make that ask.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We are going to break For lunch, we'll come back at 1:45. Okay, good afternoon. We'll continue with the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to go to our 1:30 appointment, 1:30 p.m. number 1. If the clerk could please read that item.
1:30 p.m. number 1, public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding Article 3, Chapter 17.25 regarding small lot subdivisions.
Okay, very good. And this is a public hearing, so I'll open the public hearing at this time, and we've got staff with a presentation.
All right, good afternoon, Board. Good to see you again after a short lunch. We're here to talk at Tamara Blankenship, Housing Development Specialist with the Community Development Department, Quincy Yaley, Director. We're here to talk about the small lot subdivision ordinance. The requested action today is, I'm sorry. I'm not sure that's not correct. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I'm not sure. That's not the right slide. The requested action is approval of the ordinance code that's before you today. I want to start by talking about minimum lot size. So the minimum lot size in R1 currently in Title 17 is 7,260 square feet, and the max density is 6 units to the acre. Now, within research and policy around housing and housing constraints, there are some kind of findings around minimum lot size that are consistent with what our external stakeholders, developers and builders tell us, and that is that minimum lot size is a constraint to residential development. That a minimum lot size makes it harder for projects to pencil because it increases the amount of land that's needed for each home. Minimum lot sizes increase the cost of housing, and households are forced to pay for more housing than they want or need or can afford. And overpayment really is a quality of life issue where families struggle to pay for things they need like transportation, childcare, food, electricity costs. Adding costs of housing that are, again, in excess of what they need contributes to overpayment and decreases quality of life. And minimum lot size encourages sprawl and inefficient land use. It makes it harder to develop infill where utilities are available. And it's harder to accomplish our climate goals around reducing VMT and carbon emissions when people have to drive farther to get to the services they need, including education, employment. So when we look at minimum lot size as a constraint, the first question is, can we just get rid of minimum lot size? And that's something we've looked at in depth. We've looked at from many kind of different approaches, and I'll talk high level, and we can certainly talk more about it at the end. But minimum lot size, with long-standing residential neighborhoods in our community with minimum lot sizes of 7,260, prior it was 7,500, reducing minimum lot size across the board could really have some unintended or unanticipated outcomes in terms of changing the character of long existing neighborhoods. When we looked at this issue of minimum lot size and hearing from stakeholders, we asked the question, what is the obstacle to what kind of development? What is it that we're looking to accomplish by reducing the minimum lot size? And we tried to drill down really specifically to what it is in minimum lot size that we could adjust that would unlock the development potential for our stakeholders, that would make the kinds of projects we're talking about more feasible. And we identified 4 strategies to do that. The first is the small lot subdivision ordinance, which is before you today. And I'm not going to go into detail, but I want to let you know that there are 3 other strategies that we are working with. And we believe that between these 4 strategies, we will hit the things that our stakeholders are looking to accomplish by reducing minimum lot size without the wholesale reduction of minimum lot size, which would require environmental study and document, and that would require some significant resources and time to complete that. We think that there are some very specific strategies that we can use locally that will accomplish the same goal with the resources we have that we can enact more quickly. So in addition to the small lot subdivision ordinance, we've identified a lot split ordinance that would be consistent with state law, but is for our local conditions, a new R zone that would be kind of a sub R1 or a R.5 or some, name that we need to give that, but it would be a land use, or it would be a zoning designation that would be smaller than R1 that lots could rezone to, and that would be a public process. So we would, that would still go through a discretionary process, but it would be available as a tool. It would also be available for future land use element updates to designate parcels to that would be appropriate. And the use of specific plans, which is a planning tool that is currently in our ordinance code. It is available to us, and that's something that we can use in really specific targeted areas to address minimum lot size along with some other goals to further our housing and economic development goals. So today we're going to focus on the small lot subdivision ordinance. So what is a small lot subdivision? When I first started talking about this, I had to say, oh, not small subdivision, small lot subdivision. So we're really talking, the small here talks about the size of the lots, not the size of the overall subdivision. It could be a very small subdivision of just, 5, 6 units, or it could be a large subdivision that has many parcels, many units, but the lots are smaller than the statutory minimum. We're generally here talking about detached single unit homes on fee simple lots. I say generally detached, they could be attached, but that's just not a common housing type that we see here. Haven't necessarily heard that that's something that people would be interested in, but they could conceivably be attached. A small lot subdivision would be subject to objective site and design standards. These already exist and were adopted at the time that Title 17 was approved. We're really talking about infill or adjacent to existing neighborhoods. So not putting these out, where there's currently no development. These would be really filling in existing neighborhoods and unlocking kind of that development potential that we have in infill lots where we have utilities close to services and amenities. And something that's really important to keep in mind is that this is consistent with what is already allowed through a planned unit development permit and our clustered development ordinance, which is currently an ordinance code. So we're not proposing a subdivision, a neighborhood, a typology that doesn't already exist in our community. This does exist. It's a different route to get there, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So just some examples. These are not actual proposals or projects. These are just some visual ideas about what we could be talking about here. So we could be talking about a very small, 5 units on very small lots that share, a driveway, maybe some common entryways. They could be the arrangement of units in this kind of small configuration down here. And these don't represent any of the other standards that apply, like fire standards, just to give a visual about the kind of developments we're thinking about here. And here's another example that's really important. And so one of the points that I really want to make is that a small lot subdivision ordinance doesn't necessarily mean that every lot will be sub 7,260. We could be looking at a proposed subdivision where you would have most of the lots larger than that, and even quite a bit larger, with just a few of the lots coming in under that minimum that's currently in R1. And what we hear commonly is that it's very hard to do a subdivision locally and hit that 7,260 square feet when the topography, the shape of the parcel, natural resources, other things that we want to preserve make it really hard, along with road standards and all of the other standards that come in. You may end up with a situation where you would have some small parcels just kind of as a natural configuration of how you might lay these out. And so, we may very well be talking about subdivisions that are not all small lots, but that small lots then becomes an option within a small lot subdivision. So why should we think about a small lot subdivision ordinance? It would have the potential to increase feasibility of new residential construction. We could facilitate developments that achieve allowable densities. We're not talking here about increasing densities. This stays with the densities that are currently in our ordinance code. It enables efficient land use and prevents sprawl. It encourages new home construction, and we're really looking at trying to encourage home construction at a range of income levels. And one of the ways we can do that is reduce the amount of land that's needed for each home. And what we're really talking about here is increasing home ownership opportunities by creating for sale homes that are attainable to a wider range of income levels. So this ordinance code, where would it apply and what would the allowable density be? So within the zones that the parcel is located, that the project is proposed, we're proposing that it be an R1, R2, R3, our single family, medium density, and multifamily residential, our neighborhood commercial, and our general commercial, and our mixed use. And the densities, the maximum density in units per acre, we're proposing that this ordinance would remain consistent with that, so we wouldn't be increasing densities. In R1, that's currently 6. In R2, that's 12. In our multifamily, our neighborhood commercial, general commercial, and mixed use, that's 15. So where we have R2 and R3 in our commercial and our mixed use, where we allow multifamily housing, what we've heard over and over is that the preferred housing type here is single-family homes on fee simple lots. We have a very high rate of home ownership here, and it's a very strong preference toward single-family homes. But where those are expensive, we don't have as many of them built, we don't have as many of them in our identified kind of community centers. This is a way to kind of unlock the development potential within our medium, our higher density, our commercial areas, with this additional option of another housing product that would be single-family homes on fee simple lots. It increases kind of the potential uses of that land with different housing products. And this is, again, it's consistent with what exists in Title 17. We're not proposing higher densities. So what does the ordinance do and what does it not do? So it would establish standards for approval of subdivision applications proposing smaller lot sizes. One of the things that we hear, our planned unit development permit does allow smaller minimum lot sizes. As a discretionary process, it's really hard to know what the standards for that approval of those smaller lots would be. And this really establishes those standards. One of the things we hear over and over, that predictability and certainty are really important in developers and landowners willing to come forward with projects, to know that if they meet the requirements, if this is the right project in the right place, that there's a high likelihood of approval. In the past, where maybe density was used to negotiate approval of a project to say, well, maybe it could be approved, but at a smaller density, and it gets approved, but then the developer says, but that density doesn't work anymore, that project doesn't pencil out for me anymore. We're trying to kind of get to that piece where there's some certainty around the density that will be approved, but with objective standards that are identified in code. So this does, any subdivision that would come in under this ordinance, it still requires compliance with all building codes, fire prevention codes, streets and highway codes. It doesn't provide any exception for anything outside of Title 17. It allows for flexible and creative site planning. It does not establish a minimum lot size for qualifying projects. Instead, that minimum lot size is really determined by what is being built on that parcel and what standards are being used in terms of the fire standards. So, and that's different. That building code fire standards are different. Building separation based on how that home is built, the width of the eaves, the material being used, those kinds of things. This does not circumvent the Subdivision Map Act, so any subdivision that came in under this ordinance would still be a discretionary process that would go through the Subdivision Map Act. It does not provide relief from other applicable codes, and it does not increase density beyond existing maximum densities. So some key points, it really does kind of reestablish this historic residential neighborhood type or pattern that exists in our community. Many of our identified communities have neighborhoods with small lot homes on small lots. It's something that we see currently, and it really just does kind of allow for that to happen again, to really fill out some of our identified communities, our town centers, to make them kind of vibrant, walkable places. This ordinance requires that these would only be allowed to go where public utilities exist. Again, that's key to really meeting our goals around infill and making use of those parcels. It requires off-street parking. Subdivisions are discretionary and require public hearing. Again, it does not increase allowable density. And just to reiterate that our plan unit development and our cluster developments, they don't have any minimum lot size. Those are currently within code. There's currently something that we see. And there are projects that are approved and exist in our community through planned unit development permits that have small lot sizes. All the building code, fire code, street and highway codes, all still exist. And this is consistent with our general plan. So we did go through an extensive stakeholder review and comment period. We really worked with our development process work group, which is the place where we bring together our internal and external stakeholders. And we had input from a lot of different groups. The groups that I've listed here, I want to be really clear that the fact that I've listed them here doesn't mean that they've signed off and given it their stamp of approval. It means they've had an opportunity to participate, to comment, to really shape the ordinance code that you're looking at today. We've had extensive input from fire prevention, public works. I want to point out that our utility providers, TUD and GCSD in particular, have been very active in looking at this and what that would really mean for them and how this could work. And so their input is heavily reflected in this document. Our Association of Realtors, our building industry, and CSARC have all had an opportunity to review and comment. So in summary, we're really talking about projects that would be subject to the Subdivision Map Act, consistent with existing codes and the general plan, where public utilities exist. The bottom line really is that applicants would be able to know the objective standards for approval of reduced lot sizes when they're designing and applying for their residential developments. And I'm going to apologize because I uploaded the wrong presentation. There is a slide in the printed copies that are in the back, and I'm just going to review it. This did go to the Planning Commission on October 2nd, and they did unanimously recommend approval. In public comment, we had 2 comments, one in favor and one opposed. CSARC has expressed concern for potential impact to residential estate property values. And we just want to point out that subdivisions do remain a discretionary process. So any subdivision that would be brought forward would still go through a process where the public would have an opportunity. Landowners would be notified just as they would be for any other subdivision, and the public would have an opportunity to comment. Our PUD and our cluster development already pose this potential, and it's something that's dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And we're really looking for a way to balance the needs of our current and our future homeowners. And I also just want to point out that when you look at the research on property values and things that affect property values, generally the consensus is it's complicated. There isn't necessarily a thing that says increased density near higher valued properties would bring down those property values. In some cases, mostly in urban context, the research actually finds that those property values go up. But in our context, you wouldn't be able to draw any conclusions about what the research says in terms of property values. Basically, property values are really very specific to their context and what's happening in the moment. And so the impact on property values would really be project specific, and it wouldn't be something that we would be able to anticipate ahead of time. So again, the requested action, this was the requested action for the Planning Commission. I apologize for putting up the wrong slide deck, but what we're really asking is approval of the small lot subdivision ordinance, 17.25. And with that, I will open it up to questions. I don't know, Quincy?
Right.
No, I don't have anything else to add. Cameron did a great job. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Questions from the board? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I just had one question. We spoke a little bit ahead of this, but could you walk me through, in our meeting talking about this before, minimum lot size was one. I think it's mentioned in the premise, minimum lot size and floor to area ratios were kind of 2 things that were identified in that. Most of this in 17 is focused on requirements in Title 15, Title 16, the other areas, and it's focused on also the minimum lot size issue. You mentioned, though, that it does affect whether floor to area ratios in Title 17 would apply to a project that used this process. So can you walk me through the eligibility of a project going through this and how floor to area ratios would be applied?
So Quincy might want to speak to this more, but floor area ratio is not one of the standards that's established here. So what we're establishing is having to follow the building code related to setbacks because of fire, building separation. But we are not. What this is proposing is to not apply a floor area ratio standard, because we are talking about a likelihood that in some cases they would be filling out most of that lot that they would be able to use. So we're not applying the floor area ratio as a standard to these projects.
Okay, great. And that's still all the setbacks and other legally required things in the state building code, just not the other Title 17 FARs.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Tamara. Quincy, for the presentation. This is an interesting thing that's kind of been talked about for a long time. One question I had was related to so if you go to the slide where you talk about not necessarily all of the lots on a particular development need to be the minimum lot size, but how likely is it that they all would be? Because does this create a situation where we could have 12 homes or lots on a 2-acre parcel, or are there limitations to that would preclude that from happening?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So in terms of the likelihood, I'm not sure. I would imagine that we would, just based on potential projects that come our way, that some of these would be mixed size lots, like this one where you'd have some are larger and some are smaller. What this would allow for them all to be smaller. This doesn't put a limit on how many of the parcels in a subdivision could be below that minimum lot size that's in R1. But the density would apply. So if this project would be located in an R1, it would be 6 units. So that would be all that you would be able to put per acre. So when you say how many per, could you put 2 on a 12 acre?
And that's a little bit of the issue that I have, is that what you have presented here in the map, I think, is great. And if that's exactly what we're talking about, I think that's good. But this is a little bit of our wishful thinking as a county, that these are the types of developments that we're going to get. The ordinance doesn't necessarily say it needs to be that. Have you considered including a limit in there? Say 25% can be small lot sizes, and then the rest have to be more typical. And is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. One, we're really relying on the maximum densities to be that guardrail in terms of how much could be put on a parcel as the alternative to minimum lot size in these situations. Again, we're also talking about the infill sites where infrastructure is available. And as our land for development kind of gets smaller and smaller, we get squeezed by our fire hazard severity zones, our limitations on infrastructure, VMT limitations. We really do want to unlock the development potential of our infill communities adjacent to our existing communities. So where we may have, a couple of acres that are zoned, R1 or R2, we would really rely on the density in the for that zone to be the guardrail for what could be developed there. In terms of what we could unlock for these mixed size units, I think that our cluster development ordinance speaks well to that in terms of allowing a mix of parcel sizes, green space set-asides. So I think that that's a tool that we have already in code that gets there. Cluster development, that ordinance code does not prescribe a minimum lot size as it's currently written. And so that's where we would expect to see these different kinds of lot sizes. There is a requirement for a green space set aside in that development ordinance.
Yeah, that effectively is a limit, then, would you say, on the number of small lot sizes you'd have per acre? You wouldn't. I'm just looking at some kind of guarantee that there's not going to be a scenario where we have a 2-acre parcel or a 2-acre lot with 12 parcels on it that are all crammed over in one corner of it.
Yeah, Supervisor Campbell, I think the guarantee is that this still has to go through a discretionary review process that the Board of Supervisors would need to approve. So if the specific location of such 2-acre parcel that was going to have 12 units on it, if it was not suitable for that density for whatever reason that it might be, that would be something that your board would have control over to either ask the applicant to modify lot sizes or deny the project. That's the ultimate control.
Yeah, well, it would be nice, though, to have some kind of guidance for the developer ahead of that. I don't want people submitting plans for projects and then having them have to go through the process just to wait for the board to deny it. I'm looking at like helping the developer get an idea of what kind of developments and community building that we're interested ahead of time, so that they know what the score is before they go through the effort.
I think that also is the role of your staff, to guide the developer and the applicant in response to our stakeholder comments, those who are either adjacent or near the property, or the entities that are providing utilities. So there is not a flat, it is unlikely there is a flat 2-acre site that can be developed with 12 lots that are of equal size, that are existing minimum lot size in R1. So I would imagine that there would be some other factor, either the constraints on grading, constraints on trees or other wetlands that needed to be avoided, that would provide for a variety of lot sizes. The most recent example, and you were on the board when we did it, was the Oxbow Estates project. That was a project that came through that could have probably utilized this small lot subdivision ordinance, but they did a PUD instead. And so through that staff review process of tweaking lot sizes, there were topography issues, there were grading issues there. All of those things contributed to that final layout of what those parcel sizes were.
Well, and that development is on my mind too. Mm-hmm. And I remember the issue that I and at least 2 other board members had was the width of the road and the parking, the off-street parking, and that, which leads me into my next question. So it does require off-street parking, but how much off-street parking, and how do you determine that? Are we talking gravel shoulders or actual road width?
When we're talking off-street, we would say that would be either in a driveway or garage. It has to be off of the street. In terms of
okay,
that would be on the site.
Okay. So then, would there be on-street? There's no requirement for on-street parking then?
There's not a requirement for on-street parking. Did you want to talk about that?
So we would be working with our fire and our public works department to determine what that road section should look like. Yeah. Does that, and that's going to be super context dependent on what the density is of the property, also what's around it, what it's connecting to. Is it the first sidewalk going in? Is it the last sidewalk going in? All of that is going to be done through the project review process. This ordinance does not change any road standards. So if the road requirement is 2 10-foot travel lanes, curb gutter sidewalk, and that's in our ordinance code, then this project would be required to, a project would be required to implement that. No exceptions to, the ordinance code related to access or streets.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
I do, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait a little bit, and what I'm going to ask for is if I can have like 3 to 5 minutes of a break at one point. I need to check with staff on something regarding this, but I need to speak with them confidentially. So whenever that time's appropriate, I need to do that.
All right. Okay. I'm going to reach out to our public for public comment then. Does anybody like to step up here? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hope you'll be good. So I've lived in the Bay Area for a number of years and had a home up here also. In the Bay Area, it's always been mobile home parks. One thing I found a huge benefit to there is the mobile home parks. They have pretty strict standards on what you can do. Like you have to have a porch and you have to have a carport. And also the state comes by annually and inspects them. I think I would only allow this for mobile home parks. Now, I would really like to have people where they can own their own lot outright, the land and everything. But I don't think the county is ready to do the inspection and the enforcement of the rules. There's a number of private lots around that I've seen, they're a mess. Like the number of sheds we have that are within the front 20-foot setback is amazing. They just don't enforce it. But there's not supposed to be any structure within the front 20 feet for most of our properties. The rule's just not enforced. We're proposing a 1% sales tax increase in part so that we can hire 2 inspectors to inspect for the Zone 0. And I really doubt that sales tax increase is going to go through. So I don't think you have the inspectors to make this a viable project. I would limit it to only mobile home parks so that you have a management company there. You have a single person point of contact.
Good afternoon.
Hello, afternoon. So I'm a fan of this idea. I think this is great. People need a way to purchase a home, set down roots, have their kids have a home. And it's a long time coming, I think. I would like to see that come in tandem with a noise ordinance. When you have people living in really tight quarters, I think that's one. I would just like to make a little push for that. And the previous speaker brought up a good point in that when you have high density, which this would be, you really need some oversight in that you've got parking, especially if this isn't just for seniors. You have families now. The kids grow up. They've each got a car. Now you've got 5 cars. Where are they going to go? It needs some thought. I hope you bring this back at another time. But really, I think there needs to be some oversight for very tight projects like this. Also, I think this would take some of the pressure off, and I'm going to come back to changing zoning again, in R1 residences where people have bought into a place and maybe there's an empty lot next door, but they've bought in expecting a single family home. And the state is pushing for subdividing. So currently, a single family home, R1, you could subdivide it in half, and on each of those you could put in a duplex. So now somebody who's in an R1 family home, next door could have essentially a 4-plex. And I think we need to avoid that for conflict. So I think this is a great idea. Just flesh it out, and thank you.
So look to staff here real quick because I believe you said the density would not be changed, is that?
Right, so this would not exceed the existing allowed density in the R1 zoning district, which is 6 dwelling units an acre. It would only allow for those lots to be smaller because it's difficult because of our terrain to get your roads in, get your utilities in, and fit that plus 6 standard lot sizes in the R1 district. So by shrinking the lots, we make room for roads, we make room for utilities, and these projects have a better chance of success.
Okay, I thought that's what you had indicated before. I just wanted to, clarify for the public. Additional public comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC. At the outset, I want to mention that our center's concern is not about property values, it's about predictability and certainty. The purpose of the ordinance is worthy. Our center fully supports infill development that's connected to water and sewer that's public and that is affordable for working families. The issue our center sees, and what some of the comments have been previously, is that the draft ordinance removes the safeguard of having an established defined minimum lot size. Conflicts will arise when a small lot subdivision is proposed next to a larger residential estate home, such as an R1, RE2, RE3. The subdivision can cluster all the lots right up against the larger residential estate, since the subdivision would not be subject to a minimum lot size, even though the density would technically still be the same. While a residential estate homeowner may have bought their home knowing that the unimproved lot next door was zoned for high density, they also correctly understood that the lot that would be developed would have a minimum lot size of at least 7,260 feet. Now, multiple lots could be smooched right up against that property line. The only stated safeguards regarding lot size are county building codes and setback requirements. Are lots a mere 2,000 square feet possible? 1,500? 1,000? Setting clear minimums is needed to protect and reduce the impacts to adjacent homeowners who purposely bought a country home for the privacy and quiet that it offers. Our center urges that the ordinance set clear minimum lot sizes, particularly when a small lot subdivision is proposed to be located adjacent to a residential parcel. This will provide predictability and certainty for homeowners while still allowing more affordable housing to be built. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mike Lemke, Tolman County Building Industry. We support approval of this ordinance. We're disappointed that we just can't across the board reduce lot sizes, minimum lot sizes. But this ordinance goes a long way to help smooth out the irregularities and bumps throughout the system. It's going to predominantly help facilitate these smaller acreage sites that mom or dad might have purchased, had some dream for their investment, and they have to go through the process. The ability to go within a PUD or a cluster development or try to change your zoning is still a very rigorous process. This helps to smooth out the bite-size infill projects that we might be able to get out there. We do not live in a checkerboard cut-up area. We have irregularities, terrain, environmental obstacles, constraints that we want to work around. So the idea is you are averaging. You're going to have, if you have some smaller lots here right next to the roadway, you're going to have some very big lots that might be back into the other neighbors. So it's an averaging and smoothing it out. I like this reference in one of the workups. This ordinance does not increase the densities currently allowed within applicable zones. I think that can't be stressed enough. Instead, it allows for innovative design and site planning to achieve the existing densities while protecting green spaces, natural resources, and areas within topographic constraints. I think this is a helpful, good fix. It doesn't get my objectives of really trying to fix the system, but it's another smooth option. If I want to go with a multifamily project or high density or high constraints, I'm not going to go with a small lot subdivision ordinance. I'm going to go with a PUD process or something else. This is a nice, small, bite-sized fit for the local community. Let's build local. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Ron Kopp speaking on behalf of the Business Council. As it's been pointed out, this doesn't increase the density. It's the same as a PUD designation. I've been involved in 3 PUD submittals in this county over time. I've looked at a lot of other ones. I've never seen a PUD that was submitted with all the lots smushed against one side of the property. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense from a development standpoint with that. And, I pretty much guarantee you it wouldn't make it through the vetting process at the staff level as well. It just allows some flexibility. We don't have square parcels here. We don't have flat parcels here. And as Quincy's pointed out on a number of occasions, we don't have any easy lots left to develop. So they all have environmental constraints. They all have a lot of topography. So what you end up with is a range of lot sizes on the project. Even the Valley Vista project we're doing right now has 6,500 square foot lots, and then we've got some that are 14,000 square feet just because of the way that they're all configured on the site and the way the drainages and everything else tie together. it enables a more efficient use of the land. So, where you might have that one lot that wants to be a little bit smaller, rather than trying to force it in there or playing games with the building parcel sits over the right of way, or it sits over the open space easement or something. It just makes it more straightforward on how you lay this out. The range of lot sizes also allows for a range of housing options in the project and a range of values and sales prices in there as well. So it gives you some flexibility with that. And it needs to be vetted by staff. It still has a public hearing for the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. And, it goes in front of that. Just to respond to a couple comments that have been brought up. Typically, these type of infill lots will end up with an HOA, or even if it doesn't have an HOA, there'll be deed restrictions on the property so that you'll have some level of control over how those lots are developed. And just to respond to one other comment, mobile home parks are state approved. They don't go through you guys. So, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Howdy, Chuck Sloan again. I just have one comment on this. We need that 100-foot defensible space before any other property line, because right now there's a lot of conflict between neighbors because people can't get their 100 feet of defensible space because a neighbor overlaps that particular distance. Thanks.
Additional public comment. Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board at this time. Looking to see if you have additional questions. And let me pause for just a moment here for a second. Okay, so we're going to keep the public hearing open. We're going to take a short recess, and we'll come back in, say, 2:28, say at 2:35. Okay, we're still in the public hearing. We've come out of recess. Excuse me. So I'll look to Supervisor Kirk if you want to give a brief explanation.
Yeah, I had a long email string, and I didn't want to sit here for 10 minutes and try to explain what conversation I needed to follow up with as far as a question. So that's what it was about, and good to move forward.
Okay. All right. So back with the board here. Questions? Any additional questions at this point? Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The member of the community, I forgot who did, I think it was you, brought up about the question about ADUs. So if I have a small lot, say a 1,700 square foot house on a 5,000, or 1,700 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot lot and I want to build an ADU now, can I do that? Or would the maximum density issue come into play?
So ADUs are interesting because the state,
The state says you have to allow them.
we have to allow them. However, what we're talking about here is a lot that's small enough that somebody's building out that entire lot. It's not likely that they're going to build a home so small that then they'd have room for a tiny ADU that would then meet the fire code standards, building code standards. It would be highly unlikely because of what we're talking about, where they're building, the lot's smaller and they're likely going to build out most of that lot. So is it possible? Yes, it's possible. If it complied with everything else, it's probably not very likely though.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm trying to understand because, and again, you're the expert, I'm not. But my understanding was that the state has come down on counties saying, we want more ADUs, make it happen.
Yeah, nothing precludes.
Is there anything that we can use to prevent somebody building an ADU? I mean,
No, we wouldn't want to put anything in the ordinance that would prevent an ADU. But it, like, to restate what Tamara's saying is that when the project comes before the planning staff, that's something we're going to be looking at is what would, if we needed, if we could fit an can we fit an ADU on there at all with the building setbacks from property lines and the building separation requirements from an existing building and a new building. What could happen, Supervisor Campbell, is that someone can convert a garage to an ADU or put a second story on that and make that an ADU. We have parking requirements then that must be met. And so when we're looking at building permits for ADUs, which would not come before your board, we would only be approving those if we were meeting certain parking standards as well as the rest of the building code standards.
okay. Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for is what, because as you go along, the guardrails get less and less, especially when you talk about ADUs. And I'll go back again to the example of a 2-acre lot. Let's say extreme example would be a 2-acre lot, have 12 parcels on it. Now let's say each of those parcels builds an ADU. Now you've got essentially 24 households in 2 acres.
That's correct.
And finding, I don't think anybody would like to have that kind of development next door to them.
Well, what you're talking about is a
I
project
grant
that would be.
These are extreme examples.
No, and that's
but,
fine. And so we can stay in the land of
sure
extremes.
that,
That's fine.
that these things are down first,
Yeah.
so that we don't start getting these kind of requests for building coming to us, and then we have a whole room full of people here opposing it, and then it puts the board in a position of having to say no to housing.
Okay.
I don't want to say no to housing. I want to say yes, but if we don't put the guardrails in place ahead of time, we're going to get all kinds of manner of development projects.
So actually, the situation that you're referring to, where you would have a room full of people that would be against a housing development, that would I would think that's going to happen if we let larger lots have no minimum lot size that can divide smaller. So like a Willow Springs, where all of a sudden we're doing, we changed the minimum lot size in R1, and now all of a sudden it's 4,000 square feet, and so now Willow Springs can divide. That's when we're going to have a room full of existing community members who are like, whoa, what happened to my subdivision? All of a sudden you're allowing the doubling of density. The small lot subdivision is really for new projects that are, new for sale projects that someone is going to purchase and go into. And so it is possible that down the road, someone builds an ADU and, they don't like it, but the county can't restrict that. And we're talking new projects. So, in theory, it's new homeowners who want to live in a very close-knit setting, not who are looking to have a 7,000 square foot lot per se.
That was a question. Okay, I'll make my comments now if that's okay.
Just want to make sure there's no other questions first. Supervisor Brandon, do you have a question? I've got a couple that we heard concern, I think 2 different times, and we heard some kind of explanations on it's not likely to happen, but this business of everything getting crammed into one section of the small subdivision, is there, other than review process, and I know buildability, right? You know, when they're doing it, they're laying them out for the reasons that were expressed and wanting to have the option of going for some smaller lots. I'm supportive of that, but is there anything to prevent them, or can we include something to prevent that? Not likely to happen, but I'm still, it's potential concern here. So.
Yeah, so I think that the other controls we have are things like access standards. So if we did live in a world where lots were rectangular and flat, and you were going to smush up development near a larger property line, we have frontage. The lots have to be wide enough for your house and your driveway. So we do have some controls over the width of a lot, there have to be ratios. I think they still have to meet. We don't have to meet ratios, so we don't have the 4-to-1 requirements that we would get from our survey division. But it's all going to be context dependent, and it's going to be up to the staff who's implementing your board's goals and objectives to have housing. We're going to have input from neighbors who are going to say, I thought that I had predictability that there were going to be 7,000 square foot lots next to me, and now you're changing it. Those are the controls that are in place.
Okay. The other one, and just, I know some areas have, gone pretty strong in doing ADUs, particularly in some of the Bay Area communities, and I know people that are in that business. Just out of curiosity, do you have a rough idea of how many ADUs have been applied for in the county?
Is that like in our housing reports? Yeah. We're getting about, 12 to 15, on average a year. They're not banging on the doors. There's, some steps that the state is taking to help further promote ADUs in communities that our county will need to incorporate into our rules and regulations. But they are still, they are stick-built, certainly. You're not saving on a cost per square footage. In fact, sometimes it's more expensive to build smaller than it is to build larger.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, can be plenty of problems with that, from driveways to septic systems to, lots of different issues come into play. All right, I don't have any more questions, so what I'm going to do at this time, and just double checking with the board, no additional questions, is that correct? I'm not hearing any, so I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board still for if you have additional comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I think I echo Mike's comments the most of those have spoken. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this. I would love to see a flat reduction without any discretionary process where we're talking about general Florida area ratios and minimum lot sizes. But I do agree that this is a really good tool and a good option that I fully support. I think it's going to be great for some of these places where we have a weird parcel. I mean, at the end of the day, we have it zoned for that density, and we're now allowing people to actually build homes within that. The density is a huge part where we're talking about potentially making projects 20 to 30% more efficient with our land use resources and everything. But the other side too, and it's mentioned in the memo, and I only wanted to highlight, this is historically how we built these communities. They were not built into very traditional cookie cutter type suburbs until the much more modern era. You would see where there would be different size lots, corner lots, variety of different buildings that were coming in. And to me, that is more natural, because when we have provided a single type of home for everybody to live in, we find that some people are overhoused and some people are underhoused in that, rather than a diversity in the market where you've got places of different sizes and different accommodations that appeal to different audiences. A single college student, which was not too long ago for me, is going to have very different needs than a person who has a family with a bunch of kids versus two seniors who are looking for an aging in place. So anything we can do to, I think, return a little bit more control back to the market and to be able to build to those needs And I think add a little more diversity into these residential projects and make it easier to build is something that's really positive. So I'm in full support.
Okay, any additional comments from the board? Supervisor Kirk, did you have something?
Since I didn't comment on the other item, I just say thumbs up. We're making progress in all things housing, figuring out how to get to yes. So thank you.
Okay, if there's no other comments,
just
I'll look.
say,
I'm sorry.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor.
It's
Haff.
just an affirmative. I like the plan. It allows for greater flexibility to add housing to our irregular topography, and that helps fill out the neighborhoods. So it makes sense. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
And I'll say I'm really grateful and for the work that Quincy and Tamara, you've done, and a lot of the things that we had talked about over months that are included here. I think going toward the road easements, I think to me that's the big one for me, is ensuring that the taxpayer and the public are not going to bear costs down the road from development that takes place. And I give the example, if you look at the way development happened in our county over the past 50 years, you had a huge explosion of development, and then the quality of that development got lower and lower until you get into the 80s and 90s, where there was kind of slapshot development, and there was a backlash in our community. You had people say, we don't want any more development, and that kind of stayed in place from the late 90s all the way up to, some would argue, probably till about today, this moment. And so that's why it's so important to me that we get it right, that we have a process in place. I don't know that we have all the guardrails in here that I would want to see, but there's enough in there to where a lot of my concerns are alleviated, and then where they're not, I trust that staff are going to make good decisions and understand what is in the best interest of the community. So overall, I'm supportive.
Okay, and my final comment would be, from the developers, standpoint, this was not the perfect answer, but on the other hand, working closely with our staff, and this goes a long ways to getting there, as members came up and discussed. So with that, I would look for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve a staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Haff. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will move on. If the clerk can please read our 1:30 p.m. number 2 appointment.
1:30 p.m. number 2, public hearing to consider Long Gulch Ranch. Number 1, zone change RZ20-002 to rezone the 82.2 acre site from exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum airport combining AE-37 air to residential estate 5 acre minimum airport combining RE-5 air and open space airport combining O air under Title 17 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code TCOC. Number 2, tentative subdivision map T20-002 to divide the 82.2 acre parcel into 13 residential lots ranging in size from 5.0 acres to 10.07 acres. Number 3, approval of the mitigated negative declaration for zone change RZ20-002 and tentative subdivision map T20-002. Number 4, approval indemnification agreement by and between the County of Tuolumne and Long Gulch Ranch.
Thank you. It seems to be that day with some little bit different circumstances. So I just wanted to make sure that I had things correct. So please go ahead with the presentation.
Certainly.
I'm sorry. Open the public hearing first of all.
Okay. Okay, great. Good afternoon, board, staff members, and members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley. I am the Community Development Department Director, joined by Natalie Rizzi, Supervising Senior Planner, and Shady Gonzalez, who is back, and a Planner 2 in our office. Shady is just back, and we're from a leave, and we're glad to have her here. So before we kick off the presentation, I just wanted to let you know that your board did receive a letter from Groveland Community Services District, and we will be covering a lot of that content in the presentation. If there's anything in watching time, if there's anything specific that we don't cover, please let me know so we can make sure we loop back and check all those boxes for you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Hello. APN 066-160-085 is approximately 82.2 acres located east of Ferretti Road and Clements Road, borders Pine Mountain Lake subdivision, and is within the community of Groveland. The project consists of a zone change from AE 37 air to RE5 air and open space air, a tentative subdivision map to divide the parcel into 13 residential lots ranging in size from 5 acres to 10.07 acres. Approval of the mitigative negative declaration for zone change and tentative subdivision map. And lastly, an approval of an indemnification agreement by and between the County of Tuolumne and Long Gulch Ranch. Here's a map of the project site in relation to Pine Mountain Lake Airport and a previously approved 9-lot subdivision project called Airport Estates. Additional site information. The parcel consists of an undeveloped oak woodland surrounded by various residential developments and vacant land. The AE 37 zone parcel has a general plan of rural residential and is located within the airport compatibility zones B1 and B2. This is the proposed tentative subdivision map identifying the split of the parcel into 13 new lots and a new proposed road and common driveway.
I wanted to review a little bit more in depth the project details. The project site's currently zoned AE 37, which is exclusive agricultural 37 acre minimum, but is proposed to go to RE5, and that RE5 or 5 acre minimum zoning district is consistent with the general plan. It also includes that vesting tentative subdivision map, which will allow for a phased or a process we go through from a tentative map approval to a final map approval. And there are things that a developer must accomplish between an approval of a tentative map and an approval of a final map, which also comes back to your board. And that includes fulfilling a list of conditions of approval, which we're going to talk about today, which do address some of the concerns that were raised by the community. Right now, there is no specific development, so we don't know if it would be one single family dwelling, but there could be a potential for an ADU to be constructed on these properties. The project will include internal roadway, stormwater management, and it will connect to Ferretti Road and extend to the north, and there'll be individual driveways as well as shared driveways. The project will utilize private wells, so this could be on each individual parcel could be a well, but it also is set up in that if there is a certain amount of groundwater available, that properties can share wells, and this is permitted and is a tool that can be used in a subdivision such as this. And each residence will have a private septic system. So they will be doing an on-site wastewater disposal system. Prior to approval of the final map, the project will be required to show proof of groundwater. This is a requirement in Title 16 of our ordinance code, and this is to ensure that that there can be water at each of the future lots when those are finalized and available to be individually sold. The project will also be required to do a drainage study and provide any easements that may need to be on the property to allow for that drainage to not be interrupted. The project also went through the ALUC, or our Airport Land Use Commission. We actually went twice, and part of the property is located in B1, and part of it is located in B2. These are just areas designated that are close and closer to our airport zones, in which we restrict land uses and densities. And so the role of the ALUC is to review the project to identify any conflicts with the plan, make recommendations for the plan, or grant exceptions or variances to the plan if warranted. The property is not located within a critical height zone or a height restricted zone. And as I said, the ALUC reviews the project for compatibility with our airport plan. The area that is to the north, the maps that you'll see here, I want you to check the north arrow. The north arrow doesn't go straight up because of the way that the property lines work. And so when you're looking at north, you kind of turn your head a little bit. But the properties to the north, those are the ones that are located within the most restrictive airport zone. And that is the B2 allows 3-acre parcels, and the B1, which is the more restrictive, allows 10-acre parcels. The project was not consistent with those parcel sizes that were in the ALUC plan. And so when we went to the ALUC, those commissioners granted variances for the lots that had stars on them, and to allow smaller lots, so smaller than 10 acres in the close zone, smaller than 3 acres a little bit further away. That commission felt it was appropriate for those lots to be that size, but they put a condition that shows where those houses have to be. So the houses are pushed further away from the more restrictive zone, and you can see that where those stars are. There's a diagonal line that goes through the property, and on the lots that were too small, as a way to sort of address the size concern, they moved those houses further away from the B1 zone. My bad. Okay. Environmental review. So every project that comes through our county goes through environmental review. Some are exempt, some receive an initial study mitigated neg deck, some go through an EIR or environmental review process. There were 5 areas that our environmental review document, which was an initial study mitigated neg deck, looked at, and those were aesthetics, biological resources, hydrology, public services, and wildfire. And mitigation measures were implemented with the project, and the staff is making a recommended finding that any impacts can be reduced to a level of significant, a level that's less than significant. This allows us to adopt a mitigated neg deck. 20 areas are actually reviewed in addition to the 5 that are listed here. We did circulate that initial study for 30 days in early 2024, and notices were sent to 22 organizations, including state and county agencies, local Native American tribes, and 32 property owners. We did receive comments back. There has been a summary of those. All the comments are included, as well as responses in your staff report in the response to comments. And the way we also set this up is if we heard an issue that was more than once, we put those under what we call a master comment. So a master response to comment, and we're going to talk a little bit about those as well today. And so it's our recommendation that your board does adopt an initial study mitigated neg deck. We don't believe there's any substantial evidence that the project will have a significant impact.
A hydrogeological study was prepared by Geo Resource Management in February 2021. The study examined maps, geologic framework, data of surrounding wells, the physical conditions of the site, weather and precipitation patterns, and infiltration. The study concluded there would be no significant impact to groundwater supply associated with the project. Follow-up correspondence was provided by this qualified professional in May 2023 pertaining to groundwater. The 2023 correspondence directly responded to the CEQA Appendix G questions pertaining to water quality and water supply. The correspondence concluded no significant impact to the 4 CEQA questions pertaining to water quality and supply. Both the hydrogeologic study and follow-up correspondence were included in the analysis in the public circulated initial study. Prior to the approval of the final map, evidence meeting the Environmental Health Division's reasonable proof of groundwater guidelines must be provided. The reasonable proof of groundwater guidelines stipulate specific well testing requirements, including the number of test wells, timeframes for the testing, flow requirements, and time periods of the testing during drier months. Policies and implementation programs from the general plan relative to public water and sewer are shown on this slide. Policy A 3.A.3 requires parcels with a density of 1 dwelling unit per 2 acres or greater to be served by public water. Implementation Program 3EA requires parcels with a density of 3 dwelling units per acre or greater to be served by public sewer. The project is less dense and is therefore not required to connect to public water or sewer. Policy 3E4 requires connection to public sewer when reasonably available. Implementation Program 3EE and Chapter 13.8 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code define public sewer being available when the public sewer is within 300 feet of a proposed building as measured over an existing right-of-way. When the project location is at a lower elevation than the sewer line, the distance is reduced to 100 feet. The nearest corner of the project site is located approximately 120 feet from the location of the nearest sewer line. The availability of sewer definition specifically states the measured location of a building is utilized. Due to ALUC restraints, the closest a single-family dwelling could be located is approximately 350 feet to the nearest public sewer line. The furthest parcel is located approximately 2,500 feet, or almost half a mile, to the location of the public sewer line. The site would have to pump uphill, so the building would need to connect if within 100 feet. And prior to the approval of the final map, each parcel that is less than 10 acres in size must meet site and soil testing requirements. These maps show the measured distance of the sewer line to the closest and furthest parcels. Due to the ALUC restraints, dwellings on parcel 5, which is the closest parcel, must be built outside of the B1 airport compatibility zone. The closest a single-family dwelling or ADU could be built is approximately 350 feet to the sewer line. The furthest parcel is over 2,500 feet to this sewer line.
So as I mentioned in our initial presentation, there are a number of conditions of approval that must be met in order for this project to proceed to a final map and then be able to sell those lots. There's 74 conditions of approval, and they do address the concerns that were raised by the public. There are also mitigation measures from the environmental document that become conditions of approval. And as I mentioned, there's timing. So there's some things that must be done prior to getting a grading permit, some things that must be done prior to a final map, some things prior to a building permit. And so we allocate those conditions out to the appropriate phase of the project. I wanted to go over what the staff felt the primary concerns were. And so one of the concerns was expressed about GCSD's ability to meet emergency response standards, and that they felt the environmental document did not adequately evaluate their capacity to handle emergencies. Sorry, let me coordinate my mouse. There we go. However, under the California Environmental Quality Act, emergency service evaluations focus on whether or not a new fire station would need to be constructed that would result in a significant environmental impact. So it's a two-part question. It's not, we don't ask if we need a new fire station. CEQA asks, do you need a fire station with an impact? And so the environmental document found that the 13 lots did not trigger a new fire station that would result in impacts. It's an odd phrased question in the environmental law and it comes up on project after project because it's quite unforeseen if a project would actually have an environmental impact when we don't know where the station would go. But if it was it's a public project coming before you, and so that would go through its own environmental review to reduce impacts to a less than significant level. I also wanted to clarify that in the initial studies, there was some misinformation that we hadn't approved a county response time. The document was written prior to your board in the county adopting a 14-minute standard for 90% of the calls from when the 911 is called. And so we just wanted to clarify for the record that there is a county adopted response time. Our staff does not believe that the document or that the project will impair emergency response plans. We've outlined that in the response to comments with respect to the mutual aid agreements that GCSD and the county and other entities have. And it is accurate that GCSD has the only fire station in Groveland, but the county does fund an engine there. And so it's not accurate to say that GCSD is the only first responder in the area. The county does have an engine there. And seasonally, also, there's an engine on Merrill Road. Regarding water supply, we've talked about this, and Natalie did mention this, that they must demonstrate adequate groundwater prior to approval of the final map. And if they can't meet this standard, the project can't go forward. So with the proposed parcel sizes of 5 acres, our ordinance code and general plan do not require these lots to connect to public water. And the GCSD ordinance code also does not require these parcels to connect to public water. And so we're following the ordinance code, which allows for the use of wells on 5-acre lots. And as I said, they will have to show proof of groundwater. There are some general plan policies regarding the logical extension of public water and public infrastructure when we're doing development projects. And those policies were evaluated, were looked at when we did this project. So we were following the general plan to identify if we needed to require the connection to public water. There were also concerns about the feasibility of septic systems that essentially that they were going to fail. And we don't have a history of failed septic systems in this area. So there is a general plan policy that says you should use sewer when you have an area of documented failures. We don't have an area of documented failures here. Also, Natalie went over the connection requirements. When we have sewer lines that are uphill from development, that means that you have to pump your waste uphill. And so the further you are from that line, the more costly and more difficult it is to pump your waste uphill. And so that's why we have the 100-foot and the 300-foot rules about proximity to these lines and when we would require that connection. So our code doesn't require a connection based on those, and GCSD's ordinance code also follows our code, and GCSD doesn't require a connection when your lines are downhill and they're further than 100 feet. And you know, it also, we get this often where there's a concern that any adopted codes that the county has are not going to be good enough. There's an assumption that things will fail even when they're built to code. And that is not how we do development. We approve projects based on adopted codes and standards, such as your building codes and your fire codes, your wastewater treatment codes, and your well codes. And so those are vetted and adopted codes that we can legally use to put guardrails and boundaries on a project to have a project be built to the best chance that any project would have towards success. We don't assume a project is going to fail if it's being built to code. There was a concern raised that we weren't following implementation program 3EA, which is to require new urban development to connect to public sewer. And I just wanted to clarify that the proposed zoning district of RE5 is not considered an urban zoning district in our ordinance code. So that policy is not applicable. So the last issue on the slide is annexation. And annexation requirements. And there were several comments that were made that the project is required to annex into GCSD. And so I just wanted to ensure that the board knows that just because a piece of property is within a sphere of influence does not mean that it's required to annex. Those are not one and the same. And so the project is not required to annex into the district. And I just want your board to understand why staff is not recommending at this point in time that the project be served with water and sewer and annex in. One is that it's not required to annex, and two is that when we extend public services such as water and sewer into our rural areas, that can be considered a growth-inducing impact that can then either lead to further density on that project site because now we have water and sewer there, so we can go through a process. We go through a process, but it becomes harder to deny additional density when we have the infrastructure there. It also can lead to adjoining properties developing. So now we've got water and sewer, half a mile closer. Now the next property is going to go because we go into development because we have water and sewer closer. So staff's not recommending the extension of water and sewer for growth-inducing impacts, as well as the fact that it's not required. Annexations can be initiated in a number of ways. One is by a property owner. Two is by LAFCO, and three would be by a special district. So it's well within the capability of GCSD, if they feel that this project should be annexed into their district, to go ahead and submit an annexation application to LAFCO and have that process initiate. That, of course, would require a tax revenue sharing agreement with the county. Okay, me again. So we did go to the Planning Commission on September 18th, and at that meeting there were concerns. I've summarized them. I've summarized them here today. Concerns that were raised by GCSD. The applicant addressed those concerns, and the staff did as well. We had 5 members present that day, and one member ended up recusing themselves out of an abundance of caution for a perceived conflict of interest that they felt they had. And so we had 4 individuals who were able to vote, and several motions were made that failed. And so in the event that the Planning Commission is unable to render a decision, it would go to the Board of Supervisors. In this case, it was coming to you anyway because of the type of project it is, but it's perfectly legal for the Planning Commission to take no action and for your board to still consider the project.
To approve the project, your board must consider the following. The zoning amendment will not adversely impact the existing community. The amendment is consistent with the intent, vision, goals, and policy of the general plan as a whole. The amendment prescribes reasonable controls and standards for affected land uses to promote compatibility with those established lawful uses. The amendment provides for the protection of the general health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the final mitigated negative declaration reflects the independent judgment of the County of Tuolumne and satisfies the requirements of CEQA. To approve the subdivision map, your board must consider findings A through D. Is the land division consistent with the general plan? Is the land division consistent with the ordinance code? None of the mandatory findings requiring denial of the tentative map in section 66474 of the State Subdivision Map Act apply to this project, and an initial study and mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the proposed subdivision map and is in accordance with CEQA and the state and county guidelines for the implementation of CEQA. Your board is the decision makers for the zone change, tentative subdivision map, and the environmental document. You may approve the project, deny the project, modify the project, or send the project back to staff for further review. Do you have any questions?
And I should also add that there is an indemnification agreement that's a component of this project, and that is also under your board's purview to make a decision on. So thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, reach out to Supervisor Kirk first of all.
Yeah, I wanted to say this earlier, but I started reading and then you guys opened up. A few things. Is the developer in the room? Apparently you may have donated to my campaign back in the day, so thank you. But don't remember you, but it doesn't affect me being able to make a decision here today. Also, I spoke with Ron Koff, and I also spoke with Pete Campa from Groveland CSD regarding this project, just to get some clarification. And I just wanted to disclose that. And also, I am a realtor, but I don't have any backdoor deals going on behind the scenes for this development or for sales. So I just need to disclose that as well. So I'll be able to make an informed decision or have the conversation without any conflict. So thank you.
Supervisor Kirk, if I could just, regarding the campaign contributions, if that was within the preceding 12 months, that would present an issue. So I just.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you. I don't know when it was. I was just told by my campaign team that the developer at one point had donated. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, looking to the board for questions. Supervisor Campbell, go ahead.
I just have looking for some clarification along the lines respecting the discussion of the Planning Commission. So they weren't able to render a decision one way or another, but they attempted to. What were those motions that failed along the lines of, and why couldn't they not decide on any of those?
There were several motions to approve the project, but they only had 3 votes. One of the planning commissioners wanted the applicant and Groveland Community Service District to essentially mediate a solution. And so that individual did not vote for the project. There was a motion made, I believe that was a motion to support the project with a condition added that the developer and GCSD had to have a conversation, and that motion ultimately failed. So there weren't any motions to deny the project. There were motions to approve. There were 3 votes. There was some discussion about sending it back to staff. And anytime that is sort of on the brink, we like to have the commission identify what further issues they wanted us to discuss. Those weren't articulated in a way that generated enough planning commissioners to send it back to staff. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Campbell?
It does, and that's along the lines of what I understood the discussion to be. So thank you for sharing that.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So with the 2 things kind of presented here, one of them is about, as a main point of contention, I think the well and the septic issue versus public water and sewer, and I agree with staff recommendation on that and reading the general plan and everything. The other is the annexation within the district, and I just want to see, since there is sewer and water provided by the district, are those mutually connected where annexation would mean having to be public water or sewer, or are we able to approve well and septic and the annexation in terms of fire service?
You are able to approve, and you are able to condition the project to require it to, prior to the final map, so prior to the lots being sold, that you could require it to be annexed into GCSD. You don't have to require, GCSD's ordinances do not require it to connect to public water and public sewer, so that sort of moots that issue. And then you have the fire response issue, and so once, and if that was a requirement to annex, the applicant then would submit an application to LAFCO for that annexation. LAFCO would go, thank you very much, and send the application to the county and GCSD, and a tax revenue sharing agreement would need to be negotiated between those 2 parties. At this point, the county provides fire service through an engine in that area. And so if the county, and I don't want to speak for our county administrator here who can add to anything I say, but essentially the county would then be negotiating away tax revenue that pays for that engine that's in Groveland. And so if to whatever extent you agreed on a change in percentage. Ms. Riggs, is there anything else you wanted to add on that?
No, Quincy is correct. So in this case,
We would not, annexation normally is when there's this quid pro quo. One is taking on a service, they're getting the revenue, and one is giving something up. In this case, we don't stop providing anything we're already providing. This has been discussed with the general manager on several occasions. So if you were to do this, the engine is still there, we're still going to need to be a secondary backup for them, yet you would be negotiating away the revenues to help support that.
Good, thank you.
Any additional questions? Supervisor Kirk.
While you were talking, and thanks for bringing up the fire services thing too, because I keep scratching my head. We've made some investments in Groveland for fire, specifically for response and for development. So I was getting confused when we kept talking about Groveland Fire when it's Groveland and Tuolumne Fire. So it's important that everybody in the room understands that there's that cohesion there. You brought up during the conversation GSD ordinance, our ordinance. Could you explain that to me a little bit more as far as what I'm gathering from this whole package is basically coming down to water. And I get how this development is on the outskirts of Groveland CSD boundaries, but their ordinance isn't requiring water hookup. Could you explain that to me a little bit more?
I think that I brought it up as a point of comparison, so that in the event that this project had been located within the GCSD boundaries, on my reading of their sewer requirements, section 202, it follows the county's requirements in terms of the distance, and that goes back to pumping uphill or gravity flow downhill. And so if you were applying this ordinance, and this isn't GCSD's application, this is my application of a different district's code, you would be applying to the same way the county would, and you could come to the conclusion that they're not required to connect to sewer. I did reach out to the general manager of GCSD about water supply and said, how do I find out when someone's required to connect to water? And I was told it wasn't in their master plan, it's not in their water ordinance, and that admittedly those are out of date. All of us government entities go through that. And so I bring it up only as a point of comparison, that if the project had been within GCSD boundaries, it still would not necessarily be required to connect to those public services.
Are there people within the GSD boundaries that are on wells?
I would be willing to bet there are. There's certainly people within TUD boundaries that are on wells. And so just because you're in a district doesn't necessarily mean that you are you're using their water service and their sewer service. I think water is an issue, but I really also think that GCSD is concerned about fire. There have been a number of developments in that area. Your board is working to implement a CFD to help handle emergency response. But if there wasn't a county engine there, as Ms. Riggs explained, then you're sort of swapping services. But there is a county engine there. There's been comments about there's no ongoing funding mechanism for the engine. There's no, in consultation with Ms. Riggs, there's no indication that the board is not going to continue to fund that. And so, and those are the conditions we have right now that we're evaluating the project under. We don't do what ifs or guesses on what could happen in the future.
And then Supervisor Brennan brought up annexing. I think you were specific to fire. How long is the annexation process? Because I know we've had issues.
Yeah.
And so I'm just curious, like if we were to entertain that idea, my understanding is some of this development conversation has been going on for 4 years. So what are we going to add to that?
Well, the annexation timeline, there are certain mandates in the government code about how long LAFCO has to process an application. And one of those timelines is the processing and approval of a tax revenue sharing agreement. And so there is, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but let's just say it's 6 months, and I could be averaging a little higher, a little low. But if LAFCO doesn't receive, and I can look it up and get you a specific number, but if LAFCO doesn't receive a tax revenue sharing agreement from any annexation, whether the county is a part of the annexation or not, that application dies. And so then LAFCO doesn't process it anymore. If that were to happen, and your board was not wanting to negotiate a change in tax revenue, that would leave this project dead, because a condition of approval would be required. They would be required to annex. Your board and GCSD couldn't come to an agreement, and so the project would not move forward because they wouldn't be fulfilling whatever condition number that was.
Okay,
Is
so
that
we
clear,
could-
Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, so we could put a condition and it could eventually kill a project or draw things out. But if we didn't make it as a condition, could that process still unfold at a future date?
Yeah, sure.
Should
And-
Groveland CSD, I guess at whose point, if we didn't make it a condition, who could request it? Groveland or is it just Groveland CSD?
Groveland GCSD could initiate an application. The landowner could initiate an application, or LAFCO can initiate an application. So there's 3 ways.
So not making a condition doesn't mean it's not out of the
That's
table.
correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's it for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions from board members at this time? Let me take a look at my notes here. Yeah, I've got additional comments, but I'll get to that later. So, at this time, before I go to public comment, I'm going to invite the applicant, if they would like to present. You will have 15 minutes to present. That will be timed on the clock here. And please go ahead.
Okay, so just before we start, the 15 minutes, would that be combined? Because I know Brian wanted to make some comments, the landowner.
It would be total for the
total.
applicant
Okay,
between the two.
good. All right, so there's, a ton of stuff to go over. So I think the biggest thing is, it's been noted that this seems to be about water. I really think it's about fire. I think that there's really no issue with water and sewer on this deal. They're big lots and everything. I think it's really just GCSD wants to, try and get this annexed in so that they can deal with the fire issue. And so this project is sort of caught a little bit between two warring factions, to probably use a bad analogy. And it's trying to be forced into going forward with that. This project has tried to work with GCSD for a number of years. And one of the reasons that we departed from the water program to start with was because when we met with Pete 2 years ago, and we were looking at 19 lots at that time because they were 3-acre lots, because we were planning on trying to tie in to the water with that. They came back and said their capacity, if they served these 19 lots, we were also looking at some future development across the street. Like any parcel that you have a number of different parcels of land, you always want to look at what's kind of my highest and best use or something going forward with it. So we were looking at some workforce housing because there's a definite need in that area for workforce housing and other things with it. So the thought was that when GCSD came back, they said we could only supply these 19 lots and about 40 units across the street in total. Otherwise, we'd have to build a water tank site. And we said, well, where would you build a water tank site? And they go, well, there's a hill over there. And he said, well, we used to own that hill, and we offered it to GCSD because there was some tax revenue and everything else that was needed at one point, and GCSD said you didn't need it. So now it got sold to an environmental group. So you want to put your water tank site on a parcel of land that we don't own anymore, you don't own anymore, you need to get an easement for it. Do you have any money to build this water tank? Nope. But, you would need to pay your prorated share. So we said, so if we took some of the capacity of this water tank or what you have for your existing capacity when we really want to use it across the street on land that we would annex into GCSD, that would just reduce the amount we could do across the street, and therefore we wouldn't have enough density to make that a viable project, and we couldn't go forward. So the thought was, it was like, okay, you sort of boxed this in and made the decision for us that we'll just go forward and put these on well and septic, and then we'll see if we can't work with a developer across the street to bring that workforce housing in. So that was how this sort of evolved. Subsequent to that, we've asked GCSD probably on 3 or 4 different occasions to say, where is the water line you want us to tie into? Because it may still make economic sense to tie in to the water line and annex into that program. But if there's not adequate capacity, then that's going to be a moot point. So we said, where do you want to tie in? What size is it? What's the pressure? What's the volume and everything else? And we've gotten no information from them related to that. We've also said, okay, if you want us to do a shared program from a standpoint of fire service or something, with that being the first responder or one of the being the responders, what is that amount? You've talked to the different resort groups about that. We've got nothing related to that. So in order to make a valid decision about what you're going to do going forward, you need to have enough information for the landowner and his partnership and everybody else to make an informed decision to move forward, and we haven't gotten any of that information. So we have no problem meeting with Pete afterwards, but if you annex in, then all of a sudden you're kind of tied into that whole program. So, with the LAFCO process and everything else down the road, if it makes economic sense, rather than drilling wells to tie into the water, from a sewer standpoint, it makes absolutely no sense to do the sewer, because for 13 lots, you're not going to put a lift station in to pump up and do that. That would just, it doesn't work. So everything would be on a septic system. But when we went to GCSD and said, okay, if we were going to do this, is there any way we can get some of these conditions worked out with your board approves them, and then we go forward with the LAFCO process? And we were told, no, you need to make the submittal to LAFCO, and then we'll work with it down the road. Well, having a bunch of unknowns doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that going forward. So at the end of the day, it was made a decision that we wanted to just move forward, get these approved on well and septic. It had been 4 years. We didn't want to go through another year in the LAFCO process. You may know that through my Valley Vista project, I already did go through a year process with LAFCO, and then found out that the special district didn't have adequate capacity, so I had to shift gears. So we didn't want to repeat that situation without having additional information that made sense. So I think the direction we're going right now does make the most sense. I was a little disconcerted this morning when I saw the letter from GCSD where it was talking about you need an EIR and you need to go do all of these other things because we want you to do it. But it just sort of seemed that this project's trying to be in the linchpin between trying to figure out where they want to be from a fire standpoint. So we would like to see this project get going. We need some range of housing. We want to look at some different alternatives. We want to get some viable feedback from GCSD, and we hope that they can provide some of that information so we can make informed decisions and look at it going forward, because we do have some interest in the property that's south of Ferretti Road to deal with some different housing options, and we want to tie into GCSD, but we really need to know what the information is to make that work. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Fitzgerald, and I'm the partner, the general manager for Long Gulch Ranch. I've been involved with it for all my life because my dad and 30 of his friends bought it in the 60s, and I've been the general partner for 15 years, slowly selling it off to help you guys with the housing issue that you're having. Basically, we have 335 acres, and we're slowly subdividing it and doing projects like this. 13 lots is pretty small, but it could be 13 single-family housings, so that helps towards your goals of getting people off the street. It's a well-located land for housing, and it works really well, and it's right on Ferretti Road, so it's a really good position. I wanted to thank Chady and Natalie and Quincy and Ron, who I've been working with now for 4 years on this project. I support this project and I approve this project, and I'd love to have it go forward. We're just trying to work through other issues, and one of the biggest issues that hit us this morning was that GCSD submitted a 5-page letter from their lawyers in regards to this whole issue, and I felt, this is my personal opinion, I felt threatened for a couple of reasons. One, it's pretty a strong legal letter. It's not necessarily towards me. It's a lot of issues around their issue with the county and with the county and themselves and the fire support and suppression. But in my opinion, that letter is it's threatening to me because I believe, and Quincy, you can confirm to me that I signed an indemnification to the county. If this project proceeds, I'm responsible if you guys get sued. I'm not a lawyer, so and I got this letter today, and I will have my lawyers look at it. But if this letter is threatening a lawsuit, then I have to support you guys, and that's not possible. We are very small. We have no money. We do these things on a shoestring, and we're going through this project, and it's been 4 years. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to move forward. And as Ron stated, we've done everything we can with GCSD, and it would be fantastic if the board here and the county put some pressure on GCSD to come to the table to negotiate. They refuse, except for the letter that that letter is basically at you guys from a lot of different points, not me personally, but I can't support a lawsuit. We have no money and we're very small, and we're just trying to sell the property off periodically. So in summary, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we may want to pause or defer the approval of this until I get my legal counsel to review this document that we saw today. Again, everything that you guys said today is awesome. We don't have to use GCSD whatsoever. There is no reason that we would have to consider them. We've tried to for the last 3 years. I've paid money to GCSD to come to the table to talk to us, give me some numbers, what it would take. About annexing, you brought up the point about annexing, and I mean, if somebody tells me I have to annex, but I have no reason or interest to annex. But if it's a requirement to move this project forward, obviously we'll look at it. Again, to me, I'm in the middle of an argument between the county and GCSD, and if you read that letter, that's pretty much what that letter is, in my opinion. Housing. I mean, isn't it all about the housing? I mean, we're getting pushback significantly from GCSD, but isn't it all about the housing? We all have the same problem. I worked for 25 years for the state government in Sacramento. Housing's a huge issue, people on the street. So, you know, we're talking about all these other things, but housing kind of should be bubbling up. In the future, we would love to work and do work. As Ron said, we've had developers involved in workforce housing, and they want to go in with a partnership, and I provide the land because I'm very land rich but cash poor. I can provide land for workforce housing. We are working on an 80 unit for workforce housing. So I'm way open to that if we could find the way through that. GCSD is not really in the picture yet, but we could do that. Anyway, so that's kind of all I have to say. I'd love to get this project moving forward, but I think we all need to look at the letter that we saw today, which is going to, I think, cause some blockage. So thank you very much.
Welcome. Still got, I'm sorry. Yeah, there was a little bit of time left. If Mr. Kopf had anything further, or yourself, you had about 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay.
Okay, just a couple,
Give
little
us
history of this.
Just
Go
a
ahead.
sec here. Okay. We'll start it with 3. Go ahead.
Okay, just a little quick history of this project to let you know. A long time ago, the landowner had sold this to a developer. There was going to be a master plan community built at Long Gulch. It was going to have 750 homes and a golf course and some open space and all of that. And the county approved it. And one of the conditions was that the developer that they had sold the land to had to get GCSD approval to tie into water and sewer. They spent 2 years working with GCSD. They paid GCSD over $200,000 to do all the studies and everything else, and it came back that this project would need to contribute about $23 million to GCSD's water and sewer infrastructure in order for the project to move forward. So obviously it didn't go forward at that point, and the landowner took it back with that. Subsequent to that, in that time, it was taken back with some tax liens and some other things with that they had to work through. They sold half the property to an environmental group for great gray owl habitat and everything else with that. So it's about half the size of the project that it originally was. So it's kind of interesting now that GCSD spent 2 years not wanting them to tie into their system, and now they're pushing for them to tie into the system. But The program is just, with any development, how do you balance out all these issues, make informed decisions, and then make reasonable decisions to go forward? That's in everybody's best interest. But we're all trying to build some housing. We need a range of additional housing. The reason that these are the larger lots that make sense for well and septic is because they are butting up against ag land on one side. And it has the smaller lots on the other side. Plus, you've got the airport overlay that requires that they become larger lots, so that you really can't do the smaller development on that. So it's been carefully designed. It's been vetted. I think the staff report that Quincy and their staff put together was very well done, and it has a lot of the backup information in it. So we'd like to move forward with it. There's just some uncertainty right now of where GCSD really wants to be, and we really haven't gotten enough file feedback from them to make informed decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so looking for public comment at this time.
And Chair Goldenberg, if I could, before we receive oral public comments, I just wanted to note that the county did receive that letter that's been the subject of quite some discussion from GCSD late yesterday, close of business. I believe your board also received that letter. I just want to request that your board formally accept that letter into evidence for the public hearing, and wanted to note that it will be made available to the public as part of the official record.
The process to officially accept it, do we need to do anything other than?
Just an oral acknowledgement that it's been received would be fine.
Consensus on the board members for this, please? Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon.
How are you guys? Rachel Perlman with Groveland Community Services District, and I am here to speak on Campa's behalf regarding the Long Gulch project. The district strongly objects to this project as formulated. The board cannot make the findings required for project approval and would be in violation of its legal obligations. First, this project is adjacent to the district boundaries and would have significant impacts to district fire resources. District Fire will be the first responder to this project site. By serving this project and other nearby developments, the district cannot meet its adopted response times, and service to its own residents will suffer. Fire hydrants are not included in the project plan. This results in inadequate fire flow and puts residents at risk. Although district resources will absorb the impact of the project, there are no mitigation conditions imposed for ongoing funding. The county continues to offload the service responsibilities of the project in this area onto the district. A review of the general plan's public safety element would show that this project was not formulated in harmony with the general plan policies. Because the risk to public safety had inadequate mitigation to the district, the county cannot make the finding required for this project. Second, this project is within the district's sphere of influence. The project should be connected to the district water and sewer. The project is proposed with private wells and septic systems, despite being within 150 feet of district water and sewer lines, by allowing private wells and septic systems without adequate study of water availability or contamination. The county neglects to its obligation as the land use authority and the lead agency. If the county had followed its own general plan policies, the project would be connected to district water and sewer. Third, this project has clear significant impacts that require further analysis and mitigation. This is a subdivision over 82 acres in a sensitive environment being approved under a M&D. Staff and the board have been presented with comments from affected agencies and interested stakeholders. Information and study is lacking regarding groundwater availability, septic system failure, and impacts to sensitive species. In addition, county staff concluded that a new fire station, I'm done.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
That's okay. Thank you for considering our comments.
Okay, thank you. Additional public comment?
Good afternoon again. Chelsea Lewandowski, CSERC. This proposed project has a couple of truly positive aspects. It is located near the city of Groveland, not only within its sphere of influence, but actually it borders the district. It is also adjacent to other residential development, reducing the impacts of leapfrog development. However, these positive aspects will be completely negated if the proposed project is not required to connect to public water and either be annexed by GCSD or required to pay GCSD for emergency services. Second, as discussed earlier, the analysis of the project's impacts under CEQA is flawed. For instance, CEQA doesn't just require a finding of whether or not a new emergency facility is required, and if it is, whether that would create a significant impact. CEQA also requires that you consider the cumulative impacts of the project with all the other new developments and probable future developments along the 120 corridor, such as Terra V, Under Canvas, Tiny House Village, Firefall Ranch 1 and 2, and an expansion, a considerable expansion, being proposed at the Sugar Pine Ranch. Those cumulative impacts on GCSD's emergency services on a hot, dry August day when the 120 corridor is packed full of tourists cannot be ignored. Hand in hand with firefighting services is fire flow. As currently proposed, there is no longer a requirement for the project to have fire flow. A connection to public water would make this lifeline a reality. Any firefighter will tell you that not having fire flow significantly impacts their ability to effectively fight a fire. Also, having fire hydrants will help future homeowners obtain fire insurance. One of the findings you are being asked to make today is finding D, which requires that you be able to conclude that the general health, safety, and welfare of the community is being protected by this project. As the project is currently being proposed, the community is actually at an increased risk. Moreover, the argument that the use of private wells is based on a sound hydrological study to determine that there is a groundwater table security, it did not analyze back-to-back drought years. In a follow-up letter, a cursory analysis was done. However, the infiltration rate used in that analysis was higher than the rate used in the original hydrological study. No explanation was provided to justify using the different higher rate in order to complete that calculation. And also importantly, proof of groundwater is not the same as proof of the water table security. In conclusion, the CEQA analysis for this project is fundamentally flawed. The true impacts are being either ignored or unfairly discounted. And I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and as we did on the previous item on our agenda, would look for just questions first, perhaps based on what we heard from the applicant and public. If we have some questions, we'll go from there. Supervisor Haff?
I'm sensitive to something that the developer, the owner of the property, said. It sounded like you said that you want to put a pause on this to study the ramifications of this latest letter. And if that is truly the case, I'm going to ask our land use counselor for what he has to say about that.
Yes, given that public comment today, I think that would likely be prudent. I mean, part of the request here is to approve an indemnification agreement between the county and the applicant. And if the applicant's saying essentially that they question whether they can fulfill that obligation, it's very difficult to recommend that the board approve that agreement today. So one option would be continuing the public hearing to a date certain, to allow for that review to occur. It's really a curveball I wasn't expecting. So we also might need to have a brief recess to discuss our options before we conclude today.
And I would just add, actually, this ties back into something your board mentioned earlier about the local agency requiring things that the state and federal government don't require. This is a project where our staff recommended studies to be done in order to ensure that the environmental document was sound, just like what we talked about earlier today. And this isn't, when there's litigation, the county gets sued. It's not the applicant. And so our staff makes recommendations for studies so to put the county in the most defensible position. CEQA is a funny thing because it was enacted to increase public knowledge of development projects. But this is a perfect situation of, this is a perfect example of a major challenge that we have, that your staff is faced with when we bring a project in for 13 lots. Unless there was a glaring significant impact, it's unlikely a 13-lot subdivision would have an EIR. We also wouldn't exempt a project. So we put a project like this, like the one you're going to, or like other projects, we put it in this area. And I won't go into it, but as I've said before, these are the most vulnerable projects. And so staff makes recommendations for certain studies and information to be provided in order to make sure that we have a rich environmental record. I can go into that, with the things that we've done in order to do that if you'd like me to.
And I understand that and agree to that. I'm also sensitive to the next 1:30 appointment we have, where the person involved with that one couldn't go forward with the lawsuit. They didn't understand that the county was indemnified against having to pay for that. And just because we've gone through all the hoops doesn't mean that there won't be somebody that will want to try to sue, and we'll have to defend our position, which costs money. So with all of...
Hold on, I'd like to weigh in before we...
Well, I'm just saying, with all of that considered, I just want to pass it back to the board.
Okay. Yeah, I had similar concerns. I appreciate Supervisor Haff for bringing this up, and I appreciate that the applicant was forthright in explaining that they have concerns after receiving the letter. I had my own concerns. You know, receiving a 6-page letter with a lot of information and then a lot of supporting data, you know, behind it that, you know, dropped in my email sometime last night and, you know, didn't have adequate time to, you know, really delve into it. I've made quite a few notes, and there's some areas that I'm in particular, I feel are, let's just say, quite incorrect. And so I would, if we postpone this, I would be asking that we have the appropriate people within our county system review the letter and content things that are saying, and, you know, including, you know, water issues, including fire issues, other areas. So,
I have a question, because
Sure.
I think we were still on questions. I don't know if I can ask it.
Yeah, well, we're just kind of trying to discuss this
And
topic.
if I just may interject, Supervisor Goldenberg, I'm prepared to go through that letter to address all of those issues, should your board want me to.
Well, and that was kind of my thing, because I'm looking at this and I see three issues that the letter brought up. The one I'm not clear about is the EIR, and what I'm hearing you say is you prepared this to be as much litigation proof as possible, correct? By having studies done and...
Correct. So we prepare a record that is supported by substantial evidence, and we prepare an analysis using the CEQA guidelines, and there's certain questions that are asked. And so we take the information from the project, apply it to the local codes or state and federal codes to see if there's an impact. And it's our analysis that any impact that we identified has been mitigated to a less than significant level. That becomes very complex in this level of environmental documentation when it essentially after a Board of Supervisors makes a decision on it. And so it's our hope that we have prepared a complete administrative record.
Right. So can I make a comment and then I'll be done? Because I think
Mr.
you're trying to...
Nussberg, did you want to add to
Yeah,
that?
I was going to...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to address your concern. what Ms. Yaler was talking about earlier is that the county does what it feels is the appropriate level of review, and then
Right.
within that level of review makes it as defensible as possible. Under CEQA, there are different levels of potential review.
Sure.
What we're dealing with here is an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, which is relatively low bar to challenge.
Okay.
An EIR is much more difficult to challenge, but also much more costly to prepare. So based on this project, the county feels the appropriate level is the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, but all that is needed to push that to an EIR is substantial evidence of a fair argument of a substantial impact. So it's not the most possibly defensible document. It is, but what it is in the context of this level of review, I believe defensible.
But
Okay.
before we
So-
go further, I'd like to invite the applicant, Mr. Fitzgerald, to come back up, please. Because you made a statement, and I think we're beating around the bush here talking. I need to get a better understanding of your thoughts on this. This is your project.
Well, my thoughts are, I got the document this morning. I was driving here, and it's a very threatening letter. And again, because I'm being indemnified, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea what, I got to get my lawyers to look at this document. I cannot support if you guys are sued and I got to pay for that, if that's what the indemnity means. So I'm struggling with, there's no way I'm going to do an EIR. I mean, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. An annex, again, I don't know much about annexing. So it's 13 lots. And a district, another district is threatening a lawsuit. So that's what the pause. That's why I was potentially pausing until I do some more research.
So can we consider that to be an official request that we pause this matter? I mean, you're kind of, I mean, you're all but saying it, but
Yeah,
I'm just.
so since I heard all the feedback from everybody else, I mean, GCSD is still standing up here and telling me that you guys did a lousy job, and I disagree with that, but I think you guys need to figure it out. I can't, I think if we pause it and you guys come back and look at the document and review the document and then review my indemnity, but again, you did all the details, we did all the studies. Having the last minute GCSD just shows the quality of GCSD. So, yeah, I would suggest that we pause it until next time, and then I need to get my lawyers involved. I got to relook at the indemnity, and then, but somebody ought to push back on GCSD. And that's your responsibility, and that's the county's responsibility, because GCSD is out of control. And somebody needs to look at that, and I can't do that. It's not me.
Okay, leaving that aspect aside, I'll look to county council. From what I'm hearing here, is that enough for us to just accept?
Chairman, can I weigh in here?
Sure, go ahead, Supervisor Campbell.
I feel a bit we're losing sight about what our job here is today and what we're here to do. Okay, we have a set of recommendations from staff. And, you know, whether or not the applicant, with respect to the applicant's comments, whether or not he wants to proceed is up to him. It's not up to us. We have the staff has invested time. This board has invested now an hour and a half to weigh into this. And this is not the first time that we've received an 11th hour letter, threatening letter to a project about a project that's come before the board. You know, this is a tactic that's used, I think, pretty much every single development that I can remember has had some kind of issue like this come up. So this is not the first time. We're left in a position where we need to decide whether or not the recommendations of staff are accurate. I think we can do that today. If not, we're just going to rehash over the whole thing over again, and there will be, I'm promising you, there'll probably be another letter right before that meeting as well. And so if the applicant feels that there's too much risk involved for his project, that's up to him. He can always pull out. But for us, we're here to make a decision about this, and
So I wasn't proposing that our board overrun and make the decision on our own, especially against what appears to be the wishes of the applicant. And so I'm not sure, I don't think we're talking about pulling this project entirely and giving it up. I think we're talking about allowing some time here and per the request of the applicant, which I believe you just said, Supervisor Campbell. I'm not sure where.
I don't think we're speaking the same language here. The applicant is, if he does not want to proceed with the project or he wants more time to talk to his attorney, that can happen outside of here. But we need to discuss what's recommended, and if we're going to pause that every time we get a letter alleging things that our staff says are not accurate, we're never going to get any projects done. And I think this type of thing is the reason why, you know, if I can wax philosophical for a second, this is the reason why our county, I think, is perceived as being a very difficult one to develop, is that anytime something doesn't fall quite in line, we pause or we delay, or that's my thoughts.
I understand what's being said here. Supervisor Campbell makes a good point in that we can go ahead and do whatever we're going to do today, and outside of that, if the developer, after talking to his attorney, still feels like he needs to pull out, he can do so. And if we're going to put a pause because he's going to pause and then we come back, we're going to spend, how long has it been, an hour and a half, 2 hours? We're going to spend that time again going over everything to make a maybe similar decision that we would make today. I don't know. But
so I can pull out after you approve today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
Nobody's forcing you to build if you can't build.
No, I just need an out, right? So if you approve it and then they sue, and I pull out.
As a third person, I agree. I want to have this conversation. I want to put this to rest as far as approving or not, and then you call your attorneys if it's approved and make a decision when you feel like you need to.
Great, that works for me.
Okay.
Supervisor Brandon, did you have anything that really adds to this conversation other than what we've just discussed?
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, it is. Go ahead.
So I wanted to say that in general, supportive of housing and revenue generation, and this is, to the parties that are involved with this. For me, what is presented on the septic and well makes sense. It doesn't seem to make sense to run public utilities there. There does seem to be some validity when it comes to fire service, even if that would be a property tax sharing agreement, into annexing into GCSD. So I think that makes sense with the sphere of influence, with the adjacency there. But
I'm sorry to interrupt, but really our question is now, are we going to proceed with the conversation and work on this, not
I haven't
get
had a
into
chance to
the
comment
points?
in any of this yet. So
Well, no, we're going to do exactly that. I was asking you if you're comfortable essentially with moving forward, and if he wants to withdraw afterwards under a threat of a lawsuit, he can do that. That's the question I'm looking for, and we're going to come back to the board and have
I'm
that
under the
discussion.
assumption we're moving forward with the staff recommendation and discussing that we're not tabling it, is what it sounded like.
Well, we hadn't come to full conclusion on that, but I think we have now. Right.
Okay.
All right.
So to regather my thoughts on that, the well and septic seems reasonable for the properties. It's been a long time. We need to have, I think, projects that are like this generally in the community. So to GCSD with that, I do think, again, it's reasonable to consider that this would be annexed in. I don't want that to subject it to years and years of delays. Looking at LAFCO, I personally just think that it does make sense. There is a fire service issue. It is a joint project. It'd be a joint property tax share agreement. What I guess I wanted to add was a request, and it goes along the lines with what Supervisor Campbell said and adds a bit to it. We can't simply just back off something that is well-studied, well-vetted, and makes sense to our staff and potentially to the board, just because we receive a kind of 11th hour letter. That is also the opposite of the message we're trying to basically present to the community. The other side, too, is we need help with this from our utility districts, community service districts. I'm willing to be reasonable on that of the fees in terms of fire protection and all of it. But it would sure be disappointing if we end up in a situation where to negotiate any type of project, it ends up in a lawsuit that basically stops things, positive things from happening. So that'd be very disappointing to me if that's the direction it goes overall.
All righty then. Okay, back to the board, and let's take board comments, questions. If you have additional questions of staff, Mr. Fitzgerald, you might as well sit down, I think, for this point. Thank you.
I did see
I have one question.
Quincy and County Council discuss something, so is there any more information or any guidance or views on what you've heard here?
Well, the indemnification is a critical component to any project that comes forward. When an applicant comes into the Community Development Department, as a part of their application, they do indemnify the county. When we have a project that could be viewed as controversial, we put an additional indemnification under it to protect the county, and really what we're doing is protecting the public funds, right? Because any litigation that the county would be subject to, if the developer doesn't pay for it, then we're using general fund dollars to do so, which isn't appropriate. And so Mr. Nesper and I were just discussing if there were alternate scenarios in terms of approvals for today. Short of the applicant being willing to indemnify the county, it is probably recommended that you continue this hearing. I do support what I heard in terms of processing of projects and late letters. It's a very standard tactic in order to terminate development projects, is to threaten or whatever to the applicant into the potential for a lawsuit. This is very common. It's not just done in our county, and it's unfortunate that the state guidelines are used this way. But it's perfectly legal for someone to do this. So, Mr. Nesper, is there anything else you want to add regarding the indemnification or continuance or anything like that?
I don't think so. I mean, it just puts us in a difficult position because, as Ms. Yaley stated, we want to protect public funds. It's a standard condition of approval that applicants enter into an indemnification agreement, and we expect that responsibility, that obligation to be upheld. As Supervisor Half referenced, we have a project where there was an issue with that, and we're having to go through this process to revoke those approvals. Theoretically, we could do that with this project as well if it came to that. But it's a difficult position. I would note that we have made as thorough of a review of that letter as we can since we've received it, and it hasn't changed the staff's recommendation. I continue to believe that is a defensible document. Having said that, it's a low bar to challenge an initial study, and just because something's defensible doesn't necessarily mean it won't be litigated.
Cody?
Supervisor Huff, go ahead.
Yes. How long would the applicant have to sign the indemnification letter?
Well, the indemnification agreement has been signed by the applicant. It's just waiting to be signed by the county.
So my question is, if we approved everything today, let's just say the board was on board with that, and does the applicant have any length of time to talk to his attorney first before coming back and signing that letter, or must it be signed upon the date that it's approved?
It's been signed. It is signed. And it's a condition of approval that the applicant indemnify the county. So it's an existing condition if the county moves forward with this. And then the agreement itself, the separate agreement, is part of this agenda item. So.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Goldenberg,
Yes.
something that your board, and you may not want to get into that right now, but you, both Quincy and council have stated, they have reviewed the letter and they're ready to provide their comments to you, yet you haven't asked them to do that. I didn't know if you were wanting to push that off,
No,
but there are a lot of comments in there that they have reviewed.
I've been waiting to make a comment to ask that question.
Okay, we're definitely going to go through this letter. And what I propose now is we take a 10-minute break and come back because we're going to be here a while to go through here, so everybody should be prepared for that. Thank you. Okay, we are going to resume Tuolumne County Board meeting. We're still on the public hearing regarding the Long Gulch project. And County Council, maybe if you have a...
Yes, thank you, Chair Goldenberg. I just wanted to note with regard to the indemnification agreement and the applicant's indemnification responsibility, that even if a suit is filed and that were to cause the county to revoke, the permit, if that suit were settled, there still likely would be costs that the applicant would be responsible for if there are litigation costs. So I just didn't want there to be any false impressions that if the board moves forward and approves this today, that there's some sort of out where the applicant wouldn't be responsible for any costs. But of course, there are all sorts of creative solutions available. But just from the county's perspective, that indemnification agreement would be enforced.
Thank you. All right, so additional questions from board members at this point.
I have a couple real quick. The whole fire flow thing, I don't understand that because doesn't the current, I know the current code because I had to build during it. You have to put in really big fire tanks and then you have sprinklers inside your house. So what is this whole thing about fire flow?
Well, the GCSD seems to think that there's inadequate fire flow in the area. I presume they're saying that they don't have enough fire flow within their system because another system doesn't exist. So there's no wells on this property. There's no fire flow system on this property. So I'm presuming they're saying that they don't have enough fire flow in their tank.
So what documents do they support?
I don't have any. I don't have any of that
So
information.
they're saying they don't have fire flow, but there's no source document.
I don't have a source document for that. The projects, the future homes will be required to have sprinkler systems, which have to have enough water coming up through the ground into a tank and pressurized to go into to be able to function. So future homes will be sprinklered, and also, when we're talking about fire response, there are other conditions of approval that the project has to meet that address the threat of wildfire. One of those is a fuels reduction plan. There's a number of fire code requirements. So there's other things in addition to a truck coming to the site that a project does before on its own property to reduce the threat of wildfire, either from starting on the property or from impacting that. But
so the developed properties are going to be safer than the ones that are closer to the fire district?
Certainly, because new homes, yeah, they'll have sprinkler systems, and homes in Pine Mountain Lake, older ones generally do not.
I just brought the hydrant flow thing up because that was one of the things. I thought it was about water, but it's about fire. But nobody's talking about the code that basically puts the fire out before you need the fire engine there. And then the other question I have was, what does the general plan say about? I thought 5 acre lots is a. What am I getting at?
The proposed zoning is consistent with the general plan. So when we do a general plan, it's not a project-specific analysis. It's why we do a follow-up analysis when we have a zone change and when we have a subdivision map. We do a project-specific analysis. But in theory, the general plan anticipated that at some point during the planning horizon, these projects could go to 5 acre lots. Not that it's an automatic, not that it is an automatic. It requires a discretionary review process. But the general plan says, hey, 5 acre lots here with a discretionary review, the board may approve that.
Okay, let me break it down. One more dumb question at the micro level. Sorry, I'm getting dumber as the day gets longer. If these were all 5-acre lots back in the 60s when this was there, this land was there, would we be having this conversation today if they're all 5-acre lots?
Well, they would already be divided, so no, you wouldn't, it would be considered existing development.
Okay. All right, that's it for questions, and then whenever we want to make comments.
Supervisor Haff.
Well, I'm going to ask the ugly question. Is the board wanting to review the letter and the CDD response to that, go over that now?
I certainly have sections that I want to review, yes.
I don't particularly want to go line by line.
I'm not saying
No,
line by
not
line.
line by line, just
I agree.
subject matter.
Maybe if Supervisor Goldenberg has specific areas, we can point those out, or you, Supervisor Half. But I don't really want to go in depth into it. I've read it, and I don't have any issues as a result of reading it. So,
Okay.
I'm ready to move forward as well.
So I'll defer my questions then to Supervisor Goldenberg.
I'll ask some here. So I see we have Chief Murphy in our presence still. So I'm going to ask a question of Staff Quincy, but Chief Murphy may be better suited to respond to some of these questions. Because in the letter, there's some statements made that I'm having difficulty with. So on page, essentially GCSD in their letter is stating not recognizing the county engine that is currently housed in their facility. They make reference to there's no long-term funding. Well, we're well aware of our concerns in those areas for not just that station but others. But they claim here that that their engine is there, and the next engine was, help me out here, was it 24 minutes away or something to that effect?
They say it's on page 2, and I've put the letter on the screen if we want to fire those TVs up so that the public can see what we're talking about. It's on page 2, and it says that the nearest fire station is located approximately 33 miles from the project, and then it goes on to
40 to 57-minute travel
yeah,
time.
and
to the
that's
site.
regarding station. I see. Go continue, sir.
Yeah, no, and so I believe that statement is completely inaccurate. We can't predict the future right now as far as where we'll be in staffing. So Chief Murphy, if we've got a county engine under an agreement with GCSD to be parked at their facility.
Yes,
Maybe
that's
if you
correct. Good afternoon, Andy Murphy, Tuolumne County Fire Assistant Chief, also the Groveland Community Services District Assistant Fire Chief. So yes, there is a county fire engine co-located at Groveland Station 78, which would have the same response time as their engine to the site. Assuming everything being equal, and then the closest actual county-owned fire station is in cooperation with Jamestown Fire Protection District. Staff station,
right.
With Jamestown Fire Protection District. And those travel times are probably pretty accurate.
Okay, and to your knowledge, GCSD is a signatory to the Master Mutual Aid Agreement for Fire within the county?
GCSD is a part of the Tuolumne County Fire Services Automatic and Mutual Aid Agreement.
Okay,
yes.
All right. And so if, and there's some statements in here regarding that they may not, be prepared to provide, full fire protection. If they go out of their district and they respond with an engine under mutual aid, they're assisting. And if they have a structure fire, what would be a standard response plan roughly for a structure fire? Let's say non-fire season, so we don't get it too complicated.
Thank you. Within the district, is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
as far
within
as
the district.
Reciprocity of resources.
Yes.
Yeah. So Groveland District, like all the other local agencies in Tuolumne County, staff one engine, and so in addition to that, in the Groveland area, you would get at least two county fire engines. You get a response out of Mariposa County through an automatic aid agreement we have with them. You get the county breathing support, county water tender, you get a CAL FIRE or county fire battalion chief, and training a safety officer.
Okay. Yeah, the point being that there would be significant resources responding to them in their time of need.
Yes.
Similar situation with the city of Sonora. They sometimes protest that they're responding out of the city, but one engine, and if they have a fire, we get a full response. Okay. I'll look to Quincy here. I heard some discussion earlier that there apparently used to be a hilltop where a tank could have gone, but that, from discussions we heard with people, coming up to the podium today, it's not uncommon, for a small subdivision, if they have a hillside available, they put in like 100,000 gallon tank and have gravity fed. So, but apparently the makeup of this, I don't know the elevations in this area, that's not an option, or?
It's rolling hills in the area, and the elevation generally, the airport is higher, and things sort of cascade down from the airport, and this project site is one of those. The area has been part of previous development applications. I'm not privy to and wasn't involved in those, nor the conversations that have or haven't happened between GCSD and a tank. And so to the extent that this site could serve to provide a tank, it hasn't been discussed with me, so I'm not sure I can answer that question for you.
Okay.
We do it on other projects to answer that question.
I was involved
Yes,
in another project where they
we
did
do it on other projects.
Exactly that, 100,000 gallon tank fed a rather large complex.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I was confused in hearing different distances. I think I saw some documentation that said 250 feet to the water line, then I heard somebody else state there was something within 100 feet. And then it was 2,000 feet to the far reaches, I think, of this project.
So there's water and sewer sort of northwest of the property. And to the property corner, it's about 150 feet. We're measuring on a 2D map, and there's topography. And so when we're looking at connecting water and sewer, for water is easy to flow downhill, and so in this situation, it's not the distance to the water line that is the reason why staff isn't recommending to connect. It's the size of the parcels, and that the size of the parcels do not require that connection to occur. From a sewer perspective, or from a wastewater perspective, we do really care about the distance from the sewer line to the house. And so while the distance from the sewer line to the property corner might be 100 feet, there's some additional distance that's being built, additional distance being built in to accommodate the airport hazard. And so the houses are moving further south away from the existing sewer line to where the nearest house, just calculating, would be 350 feet away from that sewer line. So it's pumping uphill 350 feet. And then to give you the bookends, if you went all the way through the site, we're not following a public road easement, we're assuming that, that would cross through, that was over 2,000 feet away. So in order to connect to GCSD, they would be pumping uphill somehow, either uphill to that existing line, or a sewer line would go in Ferretti Road. That 2,000 feet is still at the bottom, and so that still gets pumped back up.
Okay. Chief Murphy, another question. I'm not real familiar with wells and, new development, new structures with sprinkler systems. What type of water flow is required to take keep a sprinkler system going so that it does its job and works on negating the fire?
Just when my fire inspector left. So I do not know the fire flow that's required for residential sprinklers. I do know that there are further, as been mentioned, there are further steps in the process before approval for building permits. Et cetera.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a feel for this whole, the septic stuff I can understand better than the water, just have the same concerns about, flow, for being able. Okay, thank you. So for staff, when we're looking at 13 lots here, they'll be sold off as part of this small subdivision, and then as they're developed, they'll sink individual wells on each property. Is that?
It wouldn't have to be that way. Someone could come in for a permit for a well prior to a single-family dwelling. That could happen. So,
but it would be. I guess my question was more lot by lot.
Yes, lot by lot.
It wouldn't be the developer going around and doing 13 wells.
It's unlikely, but
Okay.
What the developer does is they follow our proof of groundwater, which is basically showing that there is enough flow in the area to serve a future home, and those standards are in our ordinance code.
Mm-hmm. So if it was done owner by owner,
Yeah.
they purchased a lot, and they're getting ready to build, and so the condition is that they have to have a well and show the water. So each one would be looked at individually.
And Supervisor Goldenberg, I just checked with our chief building official. The fire flow required for residential development is 13 gallons per minute for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Pretty low.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
That's helpful.
I didn't know the answer either, Andy, so
Yeah.
I had to ask.
I mean, in general, lots of these sizes, I've had concerns seeing it, or septic systems have failed in this county. It's not unusual for that to happen. Usually there's a predicated situation that, drives that, one way or another. But having parcels that are 3 to 5 acres, gives, obviously it depends where you site the structure.
And that's why we do the study. That's why we do have those requirements fulfilled prior to that final map, is because we need to ensure that somewhere on the lot there is room. We can perk a septic tank, and with groundwater, when we have larger lots, so larger than 10 acres, we assume the lot is large enough that they will be able to find water. That's an assumption in our code. And so it's only when we get to those smaller lots where there's less area that we do that groundwater testing to ensure that because it will have less options of moving a well around to have success.
A septic system.
And those have to be distanced from each other.
Right.
So there's a lot of constraints
Sure.
that get built into that as well. It's a good point.
And they may, depending on circumstances, they might even need to pump into their septic system
Yes.
to get it to work on the property. There was some discussion about, even if the sewer was extended and stuff, that I think the applicant may have mentioned it, Ron may have mentioned it, as far as if they had to do a lift station, it would be tremendously expensive to lift that up, even if you had close proximity. That's why we require sewer on those smaller lots, because we can divide the cost of that infrastructure amongst more
amongst more users, and so it becomes more cost effective. And again, putting that sewer into our rural areas, it's a policy decision, but it can and has and does lead to growth inducement, and sort of it's a chicken egg. What comes first, the land use designation or the sewer line? And so that's something that we've seen in other areas of the county where we have infrastructure and then we start to have increased development pressure there. It does all go through additional review, but when it's not there, it is a protective measure for our rural areas and ag lands.
Okay. I'll take one last look here. I believe that's it.
There were comments that GCS, that we're not following general plan policies, that with consulting with our utility providers, we did. That there's comments about general plan policies for appropriate measures to reduce safety concerns. There's conditions of approval, and the county has an engine there. It talks about, requiring public water systems to have fire flow in urban zoning districts. This is not an urban zoning district. Talks about reliable source of water. This is, policy 3B2. We implemented that, and it's a condition of approval. There also was concern about the funding, and Ms. Riggs is here, but future funding. There's nothing in the record to indicate that the county's not funding that fire engine, so it's speculative. Certainly, there's Ms. Riggs has provided information about GCSD's ability to fund their contract. So funding is a shared concern all around. But a project, we don't hold a project to future speculation. We hold it to the baseline conditions that we're looking at when a project comes through the door. We've kind of talked about substantial evidence in EIRs. We've talked about distances. We've talked about substantial evidence, fire stations. Let me just see if there was anything else that I wanted to cover. There's lots of strong opinions here, which is perfectly reasonable, and we get all the time in comment letters. I mean, it's not incorrect to put an agency's opinions into the letter, but the record requires, the CEQA requires it be supported by substantial evidence. And just there's a lot in the letter about GCSD being the only resource in the area. I think we've covered that.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Nesper, did you want to add anything? Okay.
No, I just wanted to recommend, and I know that this has gone on a while already, but the board has received substantial new information since the close of the initial public comment period. So to err on the side of caution, I would recommend reopening public comment if there are any members of the public that want to address any of that new information.
Now would be the time to do it because I was close to closing the public hearing portion. So reopening public comment at this time. If anybody'd like to come up and speak, you're welcome to do so. Okay, I'm not seeing any takers, so I'll bring it back to the board, and I will close the public hearing at this point. And so if the board has any final comments, that's fine. If not, we'll look for a motion. Supervisor Brandon, did you have some?
After some consideration with this, just to say the justification, particularly when it comes to fire protection in the Groveland service area, a substantial amount has been invested there, and only wanted to say that appreciate the staff work on this, and I would like to motion to move to support staff recommendation and approve.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, myself. And my reasoning, I don't need to give a reason at this point, but it is concerned with the water issues and ensuring that those properties, have enough water for fire protection purposes. And I'm not convinced of otherwise. Any abstains? No. Okay, motion carries 4-1 with Supervisor Goldenberg dissenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we've concluded that one. We still have, and I neglected, unfortunately, to mention here as things started growing in length here, we did pull item number 17 that staff was going to present on today, and that has been pulled. So we're not going to act on that item. And we also pulled item number 19. I see Blossom's back in the room. Blossom? We pulled item 19 that Supervisor Kirk has, so I just want to make sure you were aware. Okay. And so at this point then, I would look for the clerk to please read item, the 1:30 p.m. 3.
1:30 p.m. number 3, public hearing to consider approval of revoking conditional use permit CUP 23-004 to allow the development and operation of a 5,000 square foot dog cat rescue and kennel boarding facility on a 5.13 acre parcel zoned RE5 residential estate 5 acre minimum pursuant to section 17.98.140 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code.
Okay, and I'll open a public hearing on this item. And so,
Good afternoon.
presentation.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief and then answer any questions you have. As you know, your board did approve a project, conditional use permit 23-004 on May 21st, 2004. This was for the FOAC dog and cat rescue facility located on Yosemite Road. You recall there was lots of concern expressed by the neighbors. When a project is approved by your board, the next step that our staff does is file a document called a notice of determination. That sets a time frame for litigation to be filed. Within that time frame, a lawsuit was filed on June 20th entitled Michelle Holtzinger, Andrew Aldrich, and Nathaniel Minnick versus County Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. The FOAC met with the county, and due to the limited resources that they have financially, and because those financial resources are given by donors, they were unable to continue to indemnify the county, much as we've talked about earlier, in the event that the litigation proceeded. And so in our Tuolumne County Ordinance Codes, it provides that you may initiate and have revocation proceedings when there is a violation of a condition of approval. And so in this way, it was the applicant coming to the county indicating that they were not able to uphold that condition of approval, which is in a sense a violation, and therefore it's our staff's recommendation that you revoke the approval that was granted to FOAC back in May. And prior to coming here, there was a resolution of intent on a previous board item. And I apologize to some members of the public that we had a confusion about the date. That was a mix-up on my end. So I apologize for the date confusion that we were holding the hearing today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, looking to the board. Any questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, I don't have any. I'll look for public comment on this item, on item 1:30 p.m. 3 regarding revoking FOAC's use permit.
As some of you know anyhow. So this will actually read rather contemporaneous. First of all, thanks for allowing me to speak. And for those who do not know me, I'm Chuck Sloan. I'm a internationally known analytical chemist and materials scientist. I'm a contamination expert. I want to thank the board for rescinding the FOAC resolution. It was the right thing to do. It was a serious precedent not to require CEQA on a project of this size, especially in this location. It's a wetland. The project would have never passed CEQA if it was run for an EIR. There is a wetland with 3 springs actually on the FOAC property and several others in the area. the FOAC property floods every year. The whole area floods, even in drought years. Half of the pathogens would have escaped the facility. That includes drugs, viruses, bacteria, fungi, chemicals. I would have found them. It was guaranteed to happen. No containment system at that location could have prevented contamination of the watershed. Not a chance. Period. You couldn't do it. The EPA and Army Corps of Engineers would never allow FOAC to build the shelter at that location. Again, it's a wetland. Tuolumne County relies on tourism to survive. An environmental disaster would be a disaster to the county, and that's the last thing we need as a whole. I solely support this county. Thanks to pressure from FOAC members, Supervisor Anaya Kirk was harassed, threatened, called names, and generally bullied for making the correct decision, voting against the resolution. That was wrong. FOAC's entire position on this issue was wrong and unacceptable. FOAC, place your facility by code. Do the right thing as you move forward. Connect to the public sewer system. That's where it belongs. Anything else is criminal. And thanks, you guys. I really appreciate what you guys are doing today.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board. I will close the public hearing and look for any comments. Supervisor Campbell.
I'll just make a brief comment because it's come up in the past two items, the indemnity clause. I just muted myself. Don't bring a project before the county if you're not willing to pay to defend it. We live in a very litigious society. Projects almost universally get sued whenever they come up in our county and elsewhere. And it is not right to expect the taxpayers of Tuolumne County to pay for your project to be defended in court. So that is why every county and city and jurisdiction in the whole friggin' state is going to require you to indemnify your project before you get your permits. It's a very typical thing, and why this has come up twice in a row, I don't know. But I hope people are getting the right advice on their projects before they bring them before the board. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from board members? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
You're just that far behind. Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so that one's done. Now, I'll look to, we have one more item on our agenda, which is a closed session item.
Not done yet.
And so, first of all, I would look for the clerk to please read the closed session item.
Yeah, thank you. Item number 18, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director, Risk Manager, Deb Showman, Human Resources Manager, and Gage Dungy from Liebert, Cassidy, and Whitmore.
It's very clear.
And looking to County Council, do we anticipate a report out?
Chair, I'm sorry,
Oh.
let me finish.
I'm
Authority,
sorry.
Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Okay. And is there any public comment on the closed session item? Okay, not seeing any. So we're going to recess into closed session. I'm looking at a fair number of people here. I mean, we've been meeting in the law library. Do we want to meet in here? Yeah. So we'll ask for the public to please clear the room because we're going to do closed session in this room. Thank you very much, everyone.